Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Became the God of Light and Darkness movie. Before we start, please go support Adrian316 Kun for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Prologue, Discovering the Truth. Issei's POV. My name is Issei. Right now I'm in the middle of a ritual that will save my life from death after the people who claimed to love me betrayed me, and I, being a dragon, suffered the fall of the dragon. But you may wonder how and why I'm doing the ritual, and why I have to do it. Well, let me tell you the story of how I got to this point. Flashback. Exactly 6 months ago, after the Chaos Brigade was defeated, Issei was unconscious after exhausting all his reserves of magic and strength. On the other hand, in the meeting room of the high commands of the factions you could see Azazel, the Mao Lucifer, Leviathan, Michael, Zeus, Odin, etc., all with their respective seconds in command. Note, at this point, Issei has not yet met Seraph Gabriel, as he was elsewhere dealing with some issues. Everyone had gathered to discuss the title that Issei had earned in each of the factions, since all of them were very grateful that the Security Issei had earned all their respect. So they were talking about how to thank him for the favor and for protecting them, even if it was in exchange for his life. Everyone in the room was thinking about what to say, when Odin got up from the table and said, Odin, Asgard names Issei as a hero and sovereign of Asgard for his splendid participation in the war. He said seriously while the others looked at him. At that moment Azazel speaks. The Security Issei is named as a hero of the fallen angels while putting on a very proud smile. So Michael took the floor, saying, Issei is named a hero of heaven, decorated with the position of seraph in heaven while putting on a sincere and proud smile. Note, Michael at this point no longer feels hatred or contempt for the dragon race, since Issei had proven that they can coexist among themselves. Everyone upon hearing what Michael said was greatly surprised, since they knew that this position was the highest after the leader of heaven, and that Michael naming Issei in a certain way as a seraph was a great honor for him to hold it. On the other hand, Zeus speaks. Issei is named hero of Olympus, having a place there he said it very proudly. Everyone saw how the factions were naming Issei as a figure to admire and respect. On the other hand, the Mao only watched in amazement as Issei was being named a great hero by all the factions, and they thought about giving him the title of Supreme Demon as well as naming him a candidate for Mao, the latter being the latter in the future. This is how the meeting went. In Serzek's mind, Issei is undoubtedly a man to be respected. Haida-kun. Your dream is coming, my friend. She said it very happily that he will become her brother-in-law in the future. End flashback. Elsewhere, exactly in the Citri hospital, a brown-haired man could be seen with bandages all over his body, having suffered extensive damage from the battle. He was already regaining consciousness. When he woke up, he saw that there was no one in the room with him. Then he heard a very familiar voice speaking and saw that it was Drake, who was saying something similar to him, concentrating on it. In Issei's mind, Drake, hello partner, how are you feeling? Asked the dragon, seeing his partner awake. Issei, Drake, what happened? Asked the brown-haired boy who was looking where he was. Drake, you don't remember, buddy. You're in the hospital. Citri. They brought you here because you were injured in the final battle. He said this in a somewhat serious voice because of what had happened. Issei, I remember now, said the brown-haired boy holding his head. Issei, hey Drake, how long was I asleep? Asked the brown-haired boy, somewhat surprised that no one was with him. Drake, mate, you were unconscious for 6 months, he said with a somewhat sad tone for what he knew. Issei, I see. And where are the Drake girls? I haven't seen any of them since I just woke up. I asked, wondering why there was no one there. Drake, you see, buddy, Drake said, his tone cold and sad, which the brunette noticed. They came to see you every day for 3 months, but... He stopped as the brunette said, but... The brown-haired man said, not so much in a dragon tone, but after that, they stopped coming. To this day, they haven't come to see you again, mate. The dragon said in a sad voice at the end. Issei, I see, said the brown-haired man, sad to know that they haven't visited him in a few months. Drake, don't worry, buddy. They surely have a lot of homework with school and they will come soon, said the dragon to calm the brown-haired boy. Elsewhere, Qua Academy, We can see Rias, Aquino, Asia, Irena, Xenovia, Kaneko, Rossweisse, each with boys of their respective ages kissing them in the occult club. After the girls went to see the brown-haired boy constantly for 3 months, they became discouraged when they saw that the brown-haired boy didn't wake up and decided to have relationships with boys in order to gain more experience for when the brown-haired boy woke up. But that plan got out of hand and they ended up forgetting about the chestnut tree. On the other hand, in the student council you could see a black-haired girl with short hair, red-rimmed glasses, a not very voluptuous but well-formed figure with violet eyes, and a black-haired girl with long hair and an enviable figure. They were very angry because they knew what had been done to the brown-haired girl, and they felt bad because they saw how the couples who swore eternal love to her fell in love with other boys. Sona, poor Issei-kun. He gave everything for them, and this is how he gets paid back. She said sadly, seeing how they forgot the brunette. Tsubaki, that's right, President. He gave his last breath for them, only for them to deceive him. She said it very sadly, remembering the brunette. Sona, that's right, Tsubaki. Hey, if I remember correctly, Hayato-kun is the only boy apart from the Gremory Knight with whom you can interact, right? Asked Sona upon learning that Issei sometimes spent time with his queen. Tsubaki, now that Sona-sama says it, he was the one I liked to talk to and be with, since despite his perversion, he was a great guy. He paid attention to me, made me laugh when I needed it, and supported me in everything he could. Said, remembering the brown-haired boy who was always there for her. Sona was surprised to see her queen in that state, as she had a hard time interacting with members of the opposite hex. Seeing what the brown-haired man had done for her, she let out a faint smile, as her queen had fallen in love with a man she thought was very good. It occurred to her to play a joke on her queen, and she said, Sona, hey Tsubaki, did Issei manage to awaken that feeling in you? She said it in a malicious tone and with a small smile. Tsubaki, so Sona Kaicho, what are you saying? She said nervously, and somewhat blushed thinking about what her king had said. Elsewhere, Citri Underworld Hospital. You can see a chestnut tree resting in a hospital room thinking about how everyone would react when they saw him awake. That's what Drake says. Drake, hey buddy, we need to talk. He said in a serious tone. Issei, what's up Drake, what do you have to tell me? He said seriously when he saw his partner so serious. Drake, it's not a bad thing, on the contrary, after the fight and when they brought you back with the great red meat and Ophis energy, something in you awakened a power that I didn't know you had. Said the dragon in a tone of surprise at what he had discovered. Issei, are you serious, mate? He said upon learning that he had a hidden power. Drake, that's right, buddy. If you control it, you can surpass a dragon god like Ophis or Great Red. I can even say that you can be on equal terms with Trihexa. He said it very happily, since that means recovering his reputation and being better than his rival friend. Issei, hey Drake, I have to master all that power to protect everyone I love. Said the brown-haired boy, happy that this way he would protect his loved ones. Qua Academy. At Qua's Academy in the student council, both black-haired women were talking when suddenly an alarm that Sona had set goes off, since at that time she and Tsubaki always go to visit Issei at the Citri Hospital to see how he is. Citri Hospital Underworld. Issei and Drake were talking about how he could master his hidden power and how to become stronger. At that moment, Drake sensed and recognized a very familiar aura and presence in Drake's mind. So they're here. He said while wondering how his partner would react. Drake, wow. What they've already arrived with. He said in a funny tone. Issei, who are you talking about, Drake? The brown-haired boy asked, somewhat uneasy about knowing who had arrived. Drake, you'll see, buddy, they always come since you've been here, although I was surprised to know that they, more than anyone, care about you, buddy. He said it with a voice of surprise because of what had happened to the brown-haired boy. At that moment, 2 people enter Issei's room, and he is surprised and in shock. Issei, Sona-san, what are you doing here? He said in a tone of surprise, since he didn't expect it to be her. We can see a brown-haired man and some black-haired women talking about trivial things about how they were feeling. Sona, well, Issei, I'm glad to know you're better now, so don't scare me like this, she said in a worried tone. On the other hand, a black-haired woman and a brunette looked at each other with a loving expression. At that, Issei remembers asking about a topic that had him somewhat very worried. Issei, Excuse me Kaicho, do you know where the girls are? Asked the brown-haired boy, worried about his loved ones. Sona, hearing that Issei asked about Rias, and the others, only showed a face of sadness and anger, since although Issei did not know what they had done to him, he still worried about them. Issei exclaimed the black-haired women wanting to tell him what they had done to him, but Sona made the decision not to tell him what they had done to him, and that he would have to know it on his own and with his own eyes. What a serious mistake, Sona. Tsubaki just looked down sadly, knowing what her king had decided to do, so they spent their time talking about trivial matters, about what had happened and what had changed in the time he was unconscious. On the other hand, Drake just listened and looked with a cold, sad and disappointed look when he saw that Sona was still hiding it from him, and he made the decision to tell her after Sona left. Well friends, this is the end of this chapter. I hope you liked it. To tell the truth, this is my first fanfic. 1. Issei will be a very strong being, but he will have problems with this. 2. At first, the girls only experimented until they fell in love with their boys. Revealed truths. After Sona and Tsubaki left the hospital, leaving a brown-haired boy with many thoughts, which were of surprise and at the same time of intrigue for not knowing about his girls, in which a certain dragon takes him out of his thoughts. Drake, dude, we have to talk about something very important. Pulling out the brunette for the serious tone with which he spoke to him. Issei, what's up, Drake? What's this important thing you want to talk to me about? Drake, you see, partner. The dragon was about to tell him when suddenly a blonde man, very familiar to the brunette, enters the room. Issei, Michael-sama, what can I offer you? The brown-haired boy asked. Michael, don't worry Issei-kun, I just came to see how you are. I was informed that you had already woken up and I decided to come see you to find out how you are. He said with a small smile, but at the same time he expressed sadness. Issei, something's wrong, Michael-sama. The brown-haired boy asked, noticing his expression a little. Michael, AAA no it's nothing Issei-kun, I was just thinking about something we talked about in the meeting we had. I said it to avoid what the brown-haired boy asked him. Issei, okay fine. And what did you talk about at the meeting? He asked, interested in knowing what you decided. Michael, you see, all the factions agreed that you would hold the highest title of the factions, and so it was. And so he continued talking about the positions he was given until Michael retired. At that moment, Issei received the news that they would release him sooner in just one more day. With that, Issei was happy to soon return home to his loved ones. But he didn't know that this would cause him irreversible damage. That's how the day at the hospital went, with our brown-haired boy talking to his companion, while somewhere else, Qua Academy, Hall of the Hidden, we can see a familiar redhead who was with her current boyfriend along with the other girls. Then there was a knock on the door of the room. She received a pass from Rias, who was surprised to see who it was. Rias, so I'm sorry, what's going on? He said worriedly, thinking that his friend would tell him what he was doing. Sona, Rias, sorry to interrupt you, but I need to talk to you both alone. She said this with a serious tone and a somewhat annoyed expression. Rias, yes, of course, guys, please step outside for a moment. We have something serious to talk about. Thus saying goodbye to their boyfriends while they left them alone. Rias, now what's up, Sona, what did you want to tell me? She said it, thinking about what her friend would say. Sona, Rias, do you think what you're doing is right? Sona asked with a cold look. Rias, of what are you talking about, Sona? You know that Issei hasn't woken up and that over time I fell in love with Aoki-san. The redhead responded, identifying her boyfriend as Aoki. Sona, with a frown, she said. And you've already forgotten everything Issei did for you, for your family, for the entire underworld. Tell me, is that the way to repay him for everything? A blonde spoke up, saying, We know, but we'll always be grateful to Issei, so if he wakes up, we'll return to him without a second thought. She said, trying to calm the atmosphere. Sona, Asia-san, tell me, do you think Issei will forgive them if he finds out? Do you think he'll be able to stand being with those who claimed to love him and left him just because of his condition? She said it with a broken voice as if she were about to cry. Hearing this and seeing how he said it only made Asia feel worse, since it was the truth. Issei would never forgive betrayal, especially if it's from someone very important to him. Leaving her silent. So each of the girls tried to say something but couldn't, until a ringing broke them out of their thoughts. Sona, Rias, do you happen to know what Issei's status is in the underworld and the other factions right now? The black-haired girl asked, surprising Rias. Rias, of course, he's my pawn and fiancé, and he belongs to the Gremory clan and is one of the pillars of the alliance. She responded with great confidence, since that was before the fight that left him in a coma. Sona, you're stupid, Rias. That was Issei before what happened, and in that you're only right in being a pillar of the alliance and in your commitment. Well, it's still standing. But, Rias, she asked nervously, seeing the black-haired girl's reaction. Sona, but if you had bothered to go to the last leaders' meeting, you would know who Issei is now. Which surprised Rias. She didn't know what Sona meant. Sona, but what I can't believe is that the leaders, with the exception of Michael-sama, agreed to their relationship. I said this knowing that the Mao had approved the girl's relationship without telling the brunette when he wakes up. That's how Sona couldn't take it anymore and angrily left the club, leaving with Tsubaki, who the whole time only listened to what her king said. Thus, the day ended normally. The next day, we see a chestnut tree leaving Citri Hospital. It was anxious to return home, but before leaving, it had to see the Mao Hajuka, who had told it that it would deliver its pieces to it. Belzebub territory. We can see a chestnut tree who had arrived at the mansion to collect his pieces. The Mao Belzebub was already waiting for him. Upon seeing the chestnut tree, he greeted him and they talked about how he was feeling and trivial things. The day went by like this, and the chestnut tree received some pieces. But not just any pieces, since there were countless pieces, which, as their name suggests, can bring surprises you didn't even know about. After receiving them, the chestnut tree went home, happy with his promotion and that he finally had his pieces. Hayate residence. We can see a chestnut-colored figure emerging from a magic circle, arriving home with a crystal box bearing a symbol belonging to his house, since Issei has been promoted to the supreme class. This would be the circle. Just imagine how red it is. Upon arriving, he sees the house empty, and all he thinks is the girls are doing their homework at the academy. But then, a mysterious, unsigned letter was on the living room table. He picked it up, and saw what it said. In the letter, "Hello Hayate Issei, if you are reading this letter it means that you finally woke up, but I just want to tell you what happened in your absence during these 6 months that you were in a coma. First, after falling into a coma everyone was worried, but after a few days a meeting was held to report the achievements to those who participated in the war, including the Phoenix clan, Citri clan, Gremory clan, Seraphim, demons, fallen angels, Asgardians. But at no time did they mention to the Security the achievements that they gave you, only you know them, and those who were in the leaders' meeting. At first they wanted to disclose it, but due to certain circumstances they did not. I'll just tell you. Your happiness can be your destruction." Seeing the sender, the brown-haired man saw that he did not have one, and just kept thinking about that phrase. Your happiness can be your destruction. Issei, hey Drake, what do you think that means? Asked the brown-haired boy without getting an answer. Drake knew what she meant, but knowing it was time for his carrier to find out, he only remained silent for a moment until he answered. Drake, I don't know, partner, but what do you think if we go see what your girls are up to? I bet they'll be surprised to know you're awake. The dragon said, faking a smile, since what would happen would hurt him to see his carrier. Issei, you're right, let's go to the academy, I have to see them. Finally I'll propose to them that they marry me, said the brown-haired boy, very excited because he would finally be with his loved ones. Moments later, Core Academy. We see a brown-haired boy arriving at the academy, heading to the student council room to visit Sona before going to see the girls. Issei, hello Sona-san, Tsubaki, how have you been? Asked the brown-haired girl, surprising the black-haired girls by seeing Issei. Sona, Issei-kun, what are you doing here? They weren't going to release you until the day after tomorrow. I asked, worried about his answer. Issei, yes, it's true, but I wanted to surprise the girls and they let me leave early to see them. And Tsubaki, how are you doing? The brown-haired boy asked, seeing Tsubaki somewhat nervous. Tsubaki, that it's nothing Issei-kun, it's just that I didn't think I'd see you so soon at the academy. She said it with a fake smile, knowing what he would find out, and in her mind she felt very sad for the brown-haired boy. Issei, well, I'm leaving now. I have to go to the occult club to see the girls. I want to see how they'll react when they see me. He said it, very happy to see the people he loves again. Sona, can we go with you? We need to report something to Rias. Sona asked. Issei, of course, let's go since I'm going there. Giving a smile to both black-haired girls, making them blush a little. After saying that, they all headed to the occult club. The brunette pulled out a glass box with his circle of nobility. Note: Issei had decided to bring his nobility to the girls. Sona, seeing that, only felt a lump in her throat, as did Tsubaki, putting on a sad look. Then the brown-haired boy opened the door. When opening it, he only dropped the box, which when falling broke along with its contents, thus drawing the girls' attention, leaving them all horrified to know who was at the door. Sona, turning to see Issei, only saw how his gaze that had a great brightness only went out, leaving a cold and gloomy gaze. A gaze that did not give feelings. Sona thought about asking how he was, since she knew the pain he was going through, and then she only sees how the brown-haired boy sheds a few tears. With Issei, Rias, because girls, because he only repeated the same words at the same time that he fell to his knees shedding tears. Rias, Issei, we can explain. She said it while her heart broke, seeing her ex-lover like that, starting to shed tears for what they were doing. Issei, why are you laughing? Why? After what I did, maybe I wasn't enough, maybe I failed you, tell me. He said, screaming at what he saw. Rias couldn't answer, nor could anyone else present. Only the brunette could be heard. Issei, I gave everything for you, and this is how you repay me. He said it while looking at Rias. And you also risked my life to protect you and give you the best, and this is how you repay me. He said it looking at Xenovia, Aquino, Rossweisse, Asia, Irina. All the girls just hung their heads as they cried. At that, Issei got up and hurriedly left the club, thinking that what he saw was just a dream. The brunette girls just cried. As soon as Rias approached where the brunette was, she could see a box that she immediately recognized. Rias, those are, oh no, Issei, forgive me. She said this while crying when she saw the broken pieces. That's what Sona says. Sona, you see, if you had worried, you would realize that Issei was promoted to supreme class, and that they had given him his pieces, and despite that he returned with you to prove his nobility, but now that he discovered it, I doubt he wants to continue by your side. Rias, no, I love him. Issei, please forgive me. She screamed while crying her eyes out. All the girls felt an immense pain in their chests, since they knew that Issei's dream could have come true, but instead of having another harem, he decided to return so they could tell her that they would be part of his nobility. Thinking that only made them cry more. On the other hand, Issei was running out of the academy, appearing a magic circle going in it. Thus arriving at Tannen's territory, being there he just took out his wings and prepared to fly to a mountain far from there, without realizing that Tannen felt his presence, seeing where he was going. Tannen, seeing the brown-haired man, tried to talk to him but saw how he took out his wings and that he had a cold and emotionless look. He just followed Issei until reaching a mountain far from where he appeared. Upon arriving, Tannen kept his distance while watching what the chestnut was doing. He saw Issei reciting a chant that Tannen recognized, but what surprised him was that it wasn't the mastered form, but the imperfect one that was created from hatred and resentment. He only heard the chant. Upon hearing this, Tannen became scared, knowing that this form drained the wielder's vitality. Note: I told him about the consequences of using the Juggernaut drive, but what shocked Tannen was the aura and power he was releasing. It was immense and monstrous, so much so that it was felt in the biblical, Nordic, and other factions. At that point, Tannen decided to help Issei by going to where he was and starting a fight, but she heard Drake say, Tannen, I'm going to reduce my partner's power so you can knock him out. Okay. Tannen replied, waiting for Drake's signal. At that, Drake gives the signal and Tannen hits the brown-haired man with all his might, leaving him unconscious and returning him to normal. But when he went to see the brown-haired man, Tannen noticed that Issei had deep wounds from the transformation. At that time, some magic circles appear from which come the three mouse, since Asterius was too sleepy to go, Michael, Odin, Yasaka, Azazel, seeing an unconscious brown-haired man bleeding in some parts. At that time, Drake's voice is heard asking to take his partner to the hospital Citri quickly since he was in danger. Those present only felt it and took him to the hospital. While in the hospital, Surzex speaks. Surzex, sorry, Red Emperor Dragon, what happened to Issei-kun? Drake, Mao Lucifer, I think you and those present know what happened, right? Drake answered in a cold and annoyed tone. Sirzex, what are you talking about? You don't mean that Issei knows that Rias and the others have it. He couldn't finish because at that moment Sona Citri and her entourage enter. Sona, that's right, Mao Lucifer. With his own eyes, he saw his sister Rias hugging and kissing her boyfriend, with whom she is in a relationship. Everyone was shocked to learn that the brunette knew about the girl's relationship. That's what Drake said. Drake, that's what the Citri heiress says. It's true, my partner knows about the betrayal you accepted. Letting those girls deceive my carrier, that was what caused the anger, sadness, and helplessness of my carrier, leading him to the imperfect juggernaut drive, taking my partner to the brink of exhausting his vitality, almost to the limit, if it weren't for the Dragon King Tannen who helped me return him before it was too late. Everyone listening to Drake felt like they betrayed the brown-haired boy, but Drake interrupted everyone's thoughts. I think it's best if you leave. I don't want my bearer to suffer any more because of you. Drake spoke, surprising everyone with the dragon's cold, emotionless words. So they all retreated, but before the sound and her nobility could retreat, the dragon stopped her. Drake, Citri heiress, I'm sorry to tell you that my companion is on the verge of death. He may not last more than a week, so be prepared to inform the leaders to see if they're happy about his stupidity. He said with a sad voice. Sona just nodded and put on a sad face. She was about to cry. But what she didn't notice was that those words destroyed a black-haired girl next to Sona, who couldn't stand it, and ran to where the brown-haired boy was lying down. Tsubaki, seeing Issei in that state, burst into tears while she cried and said, Tsubaki, you stay with me. You make me laugh and support me when I need it most. Don't leave me, don't leave me. Tsubaki screamed, feeling helpless for not telling the brown-haired boy that she loved him, and now that he was about to die, she couldn't stand everything that happened, collapsing like that. This surprised everyone but Drake more, since he knew that they were both attracted to each other, but that she would love him enough to burst into tears no matter who was there. It was clear to him that she loved him. Well, friends, that's the end of the chapter. Sorry if I'm missing some points. I welcome suggestions to improve the FIC. As you know, this is my first FIC, and I hope you like it. It's worth noting that High School DxD is not my credit to its respective authors. Thank you for reading this story. Chapter 3. My Power and My New Self. After what happened at the Citri Hospital, along with Tsubaki's confession, which left everyone very surprised to see Tsubaki, a woman who did not understand men, was fainted after knowing that Issei would die, which left Sona sad and devastated as well as her entourage. Drake thought of an idea so that his partner does not fall into despair and sadness. So he asked Sona to please put Tsubaki to bed next to Issei so that when Issei wakes up he can see that someone always cared about him. Sona, seeing Drake's intentions, accepts a little jealous and lays Tsubaki next to the brown-haired man. On the other hand, Drake was very worried about the state of his partner, who, by entering the Juggernaut drive, caused a great release of aura and energy more than necessary, leaving the brown-haired man on the verge of death. Although Drake was left thinking about the power he gave off and noticed an anomaly in his power, that is, he released a power that is foreign to Drake's. Sometime later we can see Tsubaki, who was waking up, but when she felt hugged she quickly got up a little, removing the sheets from the bed to see who was responsible for the hug. When she saw that it was the brown-haired girl she blushed more than ever, remembering that her king was with them, turning around to see her, but was surprised that there was no one there. In that she only sees Issei asleep, caressing his hair with one hand while with the other he touched his cheek, which when she looked at him sleeping the brown-haired girl expressed a look of sadness. Tsubaki, seeing this, only saw how the brown-haired girl shed tears, whispering, "Because, girls, why?" Tsubaki, seeing Issei in that state, hugged him and whispered in the brown-haired girl's ear, "Tsubaki, Issei, don't worry, I'm here and I won't leave you again," calming the brown-haired boy down upon hearing the black-haired girl's voice. At that moment Drake speaks, interrupting Tsubaki's thoughts. "Drake, I see you've woken up, Reina Citri. I'm glad to see that just with your words my partner stops feeling sad," said the dragon when he saw how Tsubaki turned redder. On the other hand, Issei's mind, we can see a brown-haired man who was on his knees crying, remembering what he had seen in the occult club room, seeing how the people he loved so much, who gave his life for them, only betrayed him, and how they forgot him in just a few months, leaving the brown-haired man devastated. In that a dark figure that could not be seen what it was, but seeing the aura that emanated it could be felt destruction, hatred, death, although on the other hand it emanated calm, tranquility. Issei, feeling that monstrous aura, could only say a few words. Issei, who are you? What are you doing in my mind, unknown figure? Well, I see you finally found me, larva. The figure replied in a deep voice that inspired fear but also respect. Unknown figure, tell me, larva, what made you come to where I am? Was it resentment, anger, fear, or a thirst for revenge? Asked the unknown figure, since his power derives from those feelings, although on the other hand, there is a lot of kindness. Issei, maybe I was blinded by my anger, helplessness, desperation to see the people who swore eternal love to me forget me. They changed me, but what finished me off is knowing that the leaders agree except for Michael since I saw him very sad. The brown-haired man said, remembering what he had just learned and seen, beginning to shed a few tears. The unknown figure, seeing this, only came closer to reveal a very large and imposing dragon, black as night and with blue parts. Unknown figure, larva, I understand, betrayal is something I've never forgiven, but I've learned that you can only trust yourself since you never know when the people you love most will betray you. He said with a serious face, but at the same time, sadness could be felt. Issei, you're a dragon, he said while admiring the imposing dragon. Dragon, that's right, larva. My name is Agnologia, or better known as the Dark-Winged Dragon, or as I'm known among the dragon factions, the Dragon of the End. He said this while striking a pose of grandeur. Issei, the Dragon of the End, the one that rivals Trihexa, the Dragon of the Apocalypse. He said this in a stunned, surprised voice, since before him stood a very strong dragon. Agnologia, that's right, kid. Honestly, Trihexa isn't on my level. When we had our battle, I only used 40% of my power because I haven't found a worthy opponent. He answered with some frustration, since there wasn't anyone that strong. Issei, but you're supposed to have died years ago because you're in my mind. Asked Chestnut, not knowing why he was in his mind. Agnologia, you see boy, when I died my soul and power have wandered through the dimensional gap in search of a new successor, and one day when I saw Great Red and Ophis Ouroboros both creating a body, I was surprised since two dragon gods who did not get along were working together to save you, so when I saw your memories I could see why you fight your strength, and I decided that you would be my worthy successor. Issei, upon hearing what the dragon told him, was filled with happiness, recovering the brightness in his eyes for a moment. Then Agnologia spoke. Agnologia, so kid, my time to go has come. Now you will be the one to bear the title, the Dragon of the End. I will give you two gifts. 1. It will be my power at 100%, but I will seal it while you are in your world, then you will have to go to the gap to train and master it. 2. I will give you my knowledge of magic and other things in addition to knowing how to control time for a period of time. Finally, larva, sorry, Hayada Issei, your vitality has returned, although it seems to have increased by about 100,000 years. Haha. He said it laughing when he saw the brown-haired boy's face. Issei, hi, I will strive to raise your title once again to the abyss. Now I will prove that dragons are not just a tool that can change whenever they want. He said it with great conviction in his words. Agnologia, seeing the boy and his determined look, only gave him a smile full of pride, since he knew that his power of the brown will surpass his at his best. Thus saying goodbye the dragon without first thanking the brown for following his legacy, giving him a hand before disappearing in particles of light, leaving the brown very thoughtful. Meanwhile, outside in the hospital room you can see Tsubaki lying next to the brown, while she hugged him and talked to Drake, who felt a presence inside him which he recognized and felt fear since he did not know what could be doing to his carrier. Leaving that aside, Tsubaki began to tell Drake that he had to retire to the academy since he had already been absent for a day. Drake Essentio, but at that moment, we can see a brown slowly waking up, and that Tsubaki just blushes at the way he is. Upon waking up, the brown-haired boy just looks around, seeing Tsubaki, who was lying with him while hugging him, which surprised him, making him nervous and blushing at the same time. After a few minutes, Tsubaki said goodbye with a smile, giving the brown-haired boy a kiss on the cheek, causing him to be in shock. A few minutes after Tsubaki left, Issei, with a cold and emotionless look, decided to get up and change to leave the room. Drake, buddy, where are you going? In your condition, I don't think you can do much. The dragon asked, concerned about his physical and emotional state. Issei, with your cold voice, don't worry, Drake. My new self is better than ever, although I have to perform the ritual to eliminate all traces of them. Drake, seeing what his partner was saying, was surprised that he knew about the ritual to eliminate the fallen dragon. Drake, Ibwa, who told you about the dragon's fall? Asked the dragon, interested in the answer. Issei, you see, partner. So he continued to tell him about analogy, and that he had chosen him as a successor and giving him his power and knowledge. But what surprised Drake was that his vitality had increased considerably. Upon hearing this, the dragon only put on a smile of joy, knowing that his companion would be fine and that now he could reveal who the Sekiryutai is. Afterwards, Issei only tells Issei why he has to go to the dimensional gap, but before that he would go to Michael to ask him to cover him by making the factions believe that he will be in a coma in his care at Drake's request. But first he will tell Tsubaki the reason why she should not worry, and why his plan will not work. Elsewhere, Qua Academy, you can see the student council gathered discussing the state of their brown-haired friend, and that Tsubaki only puts on a sad face knowing that the brown-haired man she fell in love with would leave her side forever. On the other hand, Sona Citri found herself with a sea of emotions since in recent months when she went to see the brown-haired man she remembered that he supported her in what she needed most, and remembering that he was the one who defended her dream when everyone made fun of her. Only he supported her. As the months went by, the Citri heiress awakened feelings for the brown-haired man but still could not say that it was love. Back with Issei. Issei, Drake, please, we have to start the ritual to stop the dragon's fall, he said to the dragon with a serious expression. Drake, okay buddy, but I must warn you that this ritual will last around 3 to 4 hours, and you'll have to endure pain like you've never experienced before. Not even Zamail's blood can make you feel such pain. So Drake, with a serious and concerned tone, told him how to perform the ritual. Once the magic circle was ready, Issei entered it, and at the same moment he would begin to feel unprecedented pain. Shortly after an hour, Issei began to shed blood from his eyes and part of his body, Yasia, with small burns from which blood could be seen coming out of these, thus passing 2 more hours in which the pain only increased. With an hour left, we can still see Chestnut standing with many wounds on his body. He was already unconscious, but his determination was admirable, as only that kept him standing. Almost at the end of the ritual, we can see a red magic circle forming in Chestnut's room with a symbol we all know was from the Gremory clan, and a cross of golden light indicating that it was Michael. As both lights clear, we can see a silver-haired woman dressed in her usual maid outfit. Graphia Lucifuge, a very beautiful woman, eventually viewed the brunette as a younger brother. From his golden glow emerged Michael, an honest man with free will who was against what they were doing to the brown-haired man. But what was most surprising was that next to him was a very beautiful girl, whose beauty was worthy of an angel. That girl was none other than Gabriel the Seraph, considered the strongest and purest woman in heaven, whom the entire supernatural world loves. After they appeared in the Chestnut's room, they could only put on faces of horror and fear when they saw the Chestnut standing in the middle of the room and covered in wounds. They immediately wanted to go to his help, being stopped by Drake. Drake, please, if you don't want my friend to die, you must let him finish the ritual. Otherwise, he'll remain in critical condition and die. He said it very seriously. Those present only felt it, but what 2 people did not see was that a more concrete angel did not see Gabriel, who for some reason began to shed tears upon seeing the boy in that state. Gabriel's mind. But what is this that I feel? Because my heart starts beating very fast. Because when I see this boy I feel calm but at the same time worried about his condition, because you could only repeat the same thing without getting an answer. Back in the room. After half an hour, a brown-haired man could be seen lying down with a painful expression on his face while he slept. In that, a red glove, very familiar to those present, materialized. Drake, you can rest easy now. My companion is asleep for the moment. But I should ask the reason for your visit. The dragon asked, unsure of what they were doing with the Chestnut. Michael, well, the reason I came is because my sister wanted to thank Issei for saving us from the last war. And to see how he's doing, replied the Archangel with his characteristic smile. Graphia, I came because I found out what happened, even though I was aware of what they did to my little brother. They didn't listen to me. When I found out what happened to him, I wanted to come see how he was, but I found out about the ritual he was doing. Drake, I see. Well, I'll explain the ritual my partner performed. Explaining that the ritual consists of eliminating the memories of those who hurt him and, in the process, eliminating or sealing his other emotions. Everyone, upon hearing this, put on a sad face because it was because of the girls and the other officers that the poor boy had to go through that hell just to forget his pain. On the other hand, Gabriel spoke. Gabriel, hey, Red Emperor Dragon Issei, will he be able to recover his emotions? He asked with a broken tone of voice. Drake, I don't know, that depends on my partner. If he wants them to get back together, they'll do it, although to feel love, he'll have to start from scratch. But, Gabriel, but... He repeated in a calmer voice but with doubt about what Drake would say. Drake, but he'll need someone to support him, no matter his status or condition. The dragon replied in a serious voice. At that point, Gabriel remembers that he doesn't know her yet, but he decides to wait for the right moment to introduce himself to her, and for that reason, he decided to observe her more often. The next day our brown-haired boy wakes up in a hurry from having nightmares, but when he sees that he is in the hospital he remembers what happened, but this time he doesn't express sadness or any emotion towards a certain group of girls and leaders. Shortly after he notices a very familiar presence. When he turns to see who the presence is, he only sees a silver-haired girl looking at him. Issei, Grafia-san, what's going on? What are you doing here? Asked the brunette when he saw Grafia in front of him. Grafia, it's nothing, Issei-kun, I just wanted to tell you a few things. And what are they? The brown-haired man asked, surprised, wondering what Grafia would tell him. Grafia, you see, just as you already know, the girls, after they saw that you didn't wake up, decided to have an experiment in a human relationship to help your relationship with them. But you see, she couldn't finish because the brown-haired boy interrupted her. Issei, they fell in love with them, right? They really are idiots, but that doesn't matter now. Grafia was surprised by his attitude, and how calmly he had taken what she said. Grafia, that's right, but it's not just that. The leaders, Azazel, Cerzex, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, agreed since Odin, Yasaka, and Seraphol, as well as Zeus and other leaders, did not attend that meeting. Although Michael did not agree with that, the girls insisted, and in the end they did it, resulting in them hiding their status in the factions, taking the credit. Saying that, the chestnut tree just listened, although in his mind he wanted to finish off the leaders for making him look useless and for not publicizing the chestnut tree's achievements. Issei, okay, now I've decided what I'm going to do, let's continue with the Drake plan. The brown-haired boy answered, interrupting the maid. Drake, yes, my friend, now you will be the one who decides your path, you have already given them so much. So Issei tells Grafia that he wants to leave the clan and that he will no longer be the pillar of the alliance. In addition to giving up all the titles he has, the silver-haired girl was very surprised by what he just told her, but she didn't say anything, she just nodded since she knew that her little brother has suffered a lot. Then Issei tells her that he plans to fake his death so that they don't follow him since he will have to train for a while. After that, a week later, Issei had already told his plan to Sona and his entourage, as well as telling Tsubaki that he will return for her and the people who truly love him. So Issei, taking his jacket, heads to the Gremory mansion to put his plan into action. Chapter 4: Unexpected Surprises. At this moment we see Issei with Grafia, since Issei asked her as a favor to take him to the underworld to see the matriarch Gremory and Cerzex to ask them to let him train for a while without anyone bothering him. We can see Grafia and Issei exit a magic circle at the entrance of the Gremory mansion, proceeding to enter. When the soldiers enter, Grafia's son comes out to greet them, running towards Issei, who, upon seeing that they were coming towards him, makes Issei smile at seeing his Nii-chan receiving him, proceeding to continue walking towards the main room. After a while, they were at the entrance to the room, but at that moment, Grafia perceives some auras that she knew, causing her to express a sad and at the same time nervous face since she regretted bringing Issei at that moment. Grafia's mind. Grafia, but what are you doing here? Are you supposed to be here? Our Issei can't see you or he'll get sick, I don't want him to suffer anymore. These and more were Grafia's thoughts as she felt the presence of certain girls in the room along with other people. Issei, seeing that Grafia had a sad and worried expression, just approaches her. Issei, Grafia-san, don't worry, everything is fine. I'll be fine, so please let's proceed. Yes. The brown-haired boy told her with a smile typical of him, making Grafia surprised but at the same time calmed down. So returning to her position, Grafia proceeds to open the door. Grafia, Venelana-sama, Xiaotica-sama, Sursex-sama, we fear a visitor. Grafia spoke as she entered the room. Upon entering, everyone in the room sees Grafia and listens to her words. Venelana, what's up, Grafia? Who's our visitor? The matriarch asked with a smile. Lord Gremory, please let him in, Grafia, since we have other commitments here. He said this while looking at Rias, Aquino, Asia, Xenovia, Irina, Rossweisse with their current boyfriends. Sursex, that's right, Grafia, have her come in. Said the Siskin, I mean the Mao, to receive a nod from the maid. You can come in, said Grafia to reveal the visitor. Everyone waited for a moment until they saw a well-known brunette enter, who upon seeing them and a certain group of girls just let out a sigh and put on a serious face. Issei, go Okasama, Odo-sama, I see how quickly you forgot me. He said while looking at both patriarchs. Venelana, Issei, but what are you doing here? I thought you were in the hospital resting. She said, getting nervous. Lord Gremory, Issei-kun, you shouldn't be resting. Becoming just like his wife. Issei, Don't worry, it's nothing serious, but why? You're worried about me, if from what I see, you've already found someone better to take care of your daughter, isn't that true? Asked the brown-haired boy, looking at the girl's boyfriends. Sursex, it's not what you think, Issei. The Mao told him, putting on a forced smile. Issei, no. I just came to ask you for a favor, but I see you're busy, so I think I'll leave later. The brunette answered, staring coldly at the red-haired Mao. The girls just remained silent with a sad look and nervous to see who had arrived, but even worse, Issei saw them with their boyfriends. When they heard that the brown-haired boy was about to leave, they approached to talk. Rias, Issei, are you okay? Let me explain what. She couldn't finish because Issei interrupted her. Issei, with a cold and emotionless look, Bacho, nothing's wrong, I'm fine, but I think I'll go rest. And for explaining, save that, I already understand that I wasn't enough for you. Aquino, Issei-kun, let us explain to you please. It's not. Interrupted by the brown-haired boy. Issei, Aquino-senpai, there's nothing to talk about. I always thought you'd be with me because I believed I was the only one capable of breaking through that mask you hide, but I see that wasn't the case. It seems you found someone who understands you and could see through the mask. All the girls tried to talk to him, but when they heard their friends, they just remained silent with a sad expression. Rias and Aquino were crying because of how their boys referred to both of them. Seeing how they were, they stood in front of them looking at the brown-haired boy. Aoki, hey, who do you think you are, making my girlfriend cry? He asked angrily when he saw how he made his girlfriend cry. Issei, that's none of your business, so don't get involved. He replied in a dry tone. Rook, how dare you, you wretch, I won't let you leave after you made my Aquino cry, you damn thing. He said in an angry tone. Issei, so you're Aquino's boyfriend. Like I told you, it's none of your business, so stay out of it. Both boys were about to hit Issei but were stopped by Rias and Aquino, thus calming her boys. On the other hand, Issei was not fazed by the boys' actions, in which Lord Gremory speaks. Lord Gremory, leaving that aside, what can I offer you, Issei-kun? He asked, trying to lighten the mood. Issei, I just came to ask permission to train for a while without anyone bothering me. He said with an emotionless look. Sursex, but Issei-kun, the tests for new Mao candidates are the day after tomorrow, and remember that you've been nominated for one, and on the other hand, there's your health. Asked the Mao to stop Issei from leaving. Issei, regarding that, he resigned from being a candidate as a Mao, so I will not participate, and for my health, with all due respect, it is not that you care, or do you? He responded with a cold tone and a look that would freeze even the Leviathan Mao. Sursex, but Issei-kun, this is not an opportunity you can easily reject, besides the fights are already decided and yours is with the heir of the Bale House. I think you already know him, right? Issei, I see that Serorg Bale, it's fine, I'll fight, but if I win, you will accept my resignation as Mao, understood? He asked seriously. Sursex, okay, but if Serorg wins, you will accept my conditions and put aside your anger towards Rias. In Issei's mind, and you think I'll forgive what they did to me, you're really stupid. Issei, I accept the conditions, so when is my confrontation? Sursex, I will move it forward to the day after tomorrow. You will open the event. Okay, if there's nothing else to say, I'll leave. The brunette replied in a cold voice. Issei, wait. The club members shouted, but he just glared at them coldly and left. As they left the room, a deathly silence fell until Venelana and Lord Gremory interrupted. Venelana, Sursex, son, how's it going with this thing about Issei being a Mao candidate? The mother asked, surprised by what he said. Lord Gremory, yes, son, explain why you tell Issei that he is a candidate. It must be a joke, he is still a low-class demon. He cannot have that right. Sursex, no, father, Mother Issei-kun is no longer a low-class demon, and after the last battle he has been named a supreme-class demon. The mouse said with a trace of sadness at the end. Venelana, what's wrong, son? Shouldn't you be happy for Issei-kun? Asked the matriarch, seeing her son's distress. Sursex, well, mother, the thing is, as you can see, Issei no longer trusts us and the leaders because Rias and the others are having a secret relationship with Issei. But as you can see, he's already noticed, and he doesn't want to have anything to do with us anymore. Both Venelana and Lord Gremory were sad since they knew about all that, and instead of stopping Rias, they just stayed quiet accepting their daughter's new relationship. On the other hand, Issei had left the Gremory mansion, seeing once again the enormous entrance that was in front of him. Issei, and to think that I consider them my family, my friends and other things, how is it possible that they betrayed me? But anyway, I just have to win and I'll leave, he said with a tired tone and letting out a slight sigh. And now what will you do, my friend? Asked the dragon, who only saw what the brown-haired man was doing. Issei, well, Drake, I think I'll train to get stronger and thus quickly beat Serorg so I can go. The brown-haired boy answered with a serious tone. Hey buddy, what are you going to do with the others who hid the Gremory from you? Asked the dragon, knowing who was on that list and a certain pair of black-haired women. Issei, I don't know yet because even though they didn't support that decision, they still hid it from me and I had to find out in the cruelest way, making me fall and forcing me to do the ritual. Note, I will not include the training for both days since it would be ridiculous to train in 2 days. Thus, the days passed before the fight. Issei trained immediately, discovering that his magical reserves were monstrous, if not unlimited, although he had problems using them, since, as Agnologia remembered, he sealed a large part of his power, leaving a minimum for his body to assimilate. Day of the meeting. Returning from training in the territory of the former Dragon King Tannen, Issei was in the meeting room where he was summoned to the meeting that will open the selection of the Mao candidates. Being in the room, the high-class nobles and the new candidates to Mao would begin to arrive along with their nobility and their respective faction leaders. Some nobles saw Issei as if he were scum since they knew he was a low-class demon, and from what they were told he had not been relevant in the battle, while those who were in the battle had a sad and sorry expression since they knew they received other people's titles since the Red Emperor Dragon had fought much more than all of them. On the other hand, there was a brown-haired boy with a somewhat disgusted face since everyone was murmuring about how useless it was. The brown-haired boy was just waiting for his fight to end and leave once and for all since he was going to disassociate himself from all ties with the Gremorys and the traitors, as he called the leaders who hid everything from him. At that moment, 2 people known to Issei approach. Hello, hi to Issei. How long has it been, right? Asked a blonde-haired boy whom Issei knew well since he sacrificed a lot to defeat him. Yes, Haida. How long has it been since we last saw each other, right? This time asked a black-haired man with an extremely well-defined body who is or was the demon to beat in the raiding game. Issei, hello Serorg Racer, it's been a while since it's been like this. The brown-haired boy answered with an indifferent tone. Serorg, what's up Haida, do you have something to say? Racer, hey Haida, we don't want to have any problems, we just came to say hello. Issei, if you don't want problems then go, I don't need anyone. That comment surprised Racer and Serorg, as well as some people present who were near them. Racer, hey Haida, be more careful with what you say. Even though we are friends, I will not tolerate you addressing me like that. Besides, I am a candidate for Mao, just like every noble in this room. Remember your position. Issei, I know what this meeting is about, but I don't care. I only came because I'm going to make everything clear. The comment was strange to both heirs, since they knew what the girls had done to them, but they didn't know the reason for their actions. Serorg, What's up, friend? You don't have to be like that with us. You know that we support you because of your girls. I must say that I'm very sad about what my cousin did to you and her entourage, but it's not worth being like this," he said, standing in front of him, wanting to touch the brown-haired man's shoulder. Issei, no, don't touch me, connecting a punch to Serorg's chest, causing him to fly into a wall. Serorg, Hayata, calm down. I don't want to fight now. I just want to know, why are you like this? Issei, seriously. You better than anyone should know what everyone is doing. Shouting the following. I just wanted respect, to be someone strong enough to defend everyone. I just wanted a quiet life, to be acknowledged by all factions. But at that the whole room fell silent because what the brown-haired man said intrigued them. Issei, but what do I get in return for that? Being humiliated, without any merit after I did the most before the Chaos Brigade. Tell me that's fair. Or the icing on the cake, being deceived by the people you love the most, and if that weren't enough, all of you knew about it, hiding my honey while I was in a coma. Go friends, what do you say? Issei, so I would appreciate it if you didn't bother me anymore. He said this last thing with an aura coming off him full of hatred, resentment, but at the same time it carried sadness, loneliness, disappointment. At that moment, those present were petrified by the words that the chestnut-haired man was saying to them, along with a look without any emotion. Moments before what had happened in the room, certain faction leaders were watching the brown-haired man's conversation, seeing how it developed, while at the entrance a group known to everyone, the Gremory clan, arrived. At the moment they entered, the entire room was plunged into a very tense atmosphere, directing their gaze to where the origin was, in that we can see a brown-haired man next to Serorg and Racer, who had a very tense and serious expression which only implied that something had happened. Seeing what was happening, both the leaders and the Gremory clan approached to be able to talk to the brown-haired man. When they were a few meters away, they managed to hear a scream which was from Issei, along with an action that took them by surprise since Serorg was shot towards a wall. The reason was a brown-haired man. The girls and leaders tried to stop him, but at the moment of speaking they heard the whole conversation because he was furious, making no one utter a word or make a movement. Back to the present. The ex-girls of the brown-haired boy had an immense pain in their bodies at the same time that everything was spinning around them, because they had a sea of emotions which were disappointment, sadness, loneliness, the latter longing to have the brown-haired boy back for them. On the other hand, the leaders were petrified due to the power that Issei was releasing, which was very dense, and also observed how easily he managed to immobilize Serorg with just one blow thrown with great force. Seeing the other guests' reactions to the brunette, the red-haired Mao just salivated and sighed. Sursex, hello young noble demons, the reason why we are gathered, most if not all of us already know why we are calling you together, since today begins the Mao candidate tests, which will be training among themselves, making 4 or 3 at least demonstrate potential to be named Mao in the future. Demon 1. But why is the Sekiryudia in the room if he is only a low-class demon, and therefore has no right to participate? He said in an arrogant tone. Sursex, make no mistake, Hayata Issei has been promoted to supreme class, and therefore we nominate him to Mao. Everyone was surprised by such a revelation, which, not without knowing why, everyone cleared their minds without saying anything out of fear, since Issei's look showed that one false step was the last thing he would do. Revelation and combat. Meeting room for the Mao candidates. In the room a deathly silence invaded them after knowing that Issei had become a supreme class demon, and that he was also named a Mao candidate. On the other hand, the red-haired Mao speaks. Sursex, well, we will begin the selection for the Mao candidates, so please pay attention. As you may know, this will be done through confrontations to determine the last 4 standing, who will be considered the next Mao depending on the development of each one. They continued like this for an hour, during which the rules were explained and that only the leader of the house or his heir, as the case may be, could participate, without his nobility, since it would be one-on-one combat. Thus passing time in which the gathered demons turned to see our favorite brown-haired, who seemed not to care about anything the Mao said, and proof of that was that he leaned against a wall which only placed his hands behind his head to relax. Everyone saw Issei, but some demons felt underestimated and others were afraid of not meeting him face to face, since they saw firsthand his power against the Chaos Brigade. The brown-haired man just looked with indifference at those who looked at him, since he didn't care about the title. He just wanted to leave that place as soon as possible. But to his misfortune, as soon as he leaves his mind, he perceives a certain group of girls approaching him, followed by the Citri clan along with the leaders of the different houses, since they also had to be present to select the best option. In that, they only see a brown-haired man sitting relaxing without paying attention to the public or the rules that the leader said. Lord Gremory, hello son, how have you been? The leader asked with a smile. Lady Gremory, Issei-kun, how are you? Issei, hello Lady Gremory. Lord Gremory didn't expect to see you here, but it's been fine. With a tone of repulsion and a cold gaze, everyone was watching the brown-haired boy to see how he would respond to the leaders of the Gremory house. Lord Gremory, what's wrong, kid? Why do you behave like this with your future in-laws? He said with a tone that was not bothered by their attitude. Lady Gremory, aren't you happy to have the opportunity to become a Mao? Issei, with a cold voice and empty eyes like an abyss, no. I don't care about becoming a puppet of the council, and as for in-laws, please don't say it again knowing what you did, and yet you have the nerve to say it to my face. Everyone was in shock by what the brown-haired man said. Both the Gremory matriarchs and their daughter along with their nobility were left with an expression of sadness and disappointment, since they could not change the betrayal of the man who saw them as his family, and who gave everything for his loved ones. After saying that, the brown-haired boy got up from where he was to get away from them, since he didn't feel hatred for betraying him, but he did feel bad because they traded him in less than a year. We can see a brown-haired boy walking aimlessly through the room until suddenly his eyes noticed a short black hair up to the neck heading towards him, but when he arrived he saw what he never expected, a sudden Saji throwing himself at Sona, giving a sudden kiss. Issei, seeing that, just turns around and starts to walk away. Without knowing, he began to feel like with the girls, but this time, despite feeling something for Sona, he didn't want to say anything since he doesn't trust anything that refers to love. After leaving alone, he proceeds to go out to the balcony to get some air, but as an act of fate that does not want to see him happy, he came across an image that he did not imagine seeing, since in front of him was Tsubaki being hugged by Kiba, who at the same time stole a kiss from her. Issei, seeing that, just drops the cup he had in his hand and it is about to fall and breaks, drawing the attention of both in front of him. Tsubaki did not know what to say since what had happened was not her fault, but Kiba caught her off guard. Issei just turned around without saying anything and began to walk away from there until he was stopped by Tsubaki. Tsubaki, wait, this isn't what you think, let me explain it to you, please. She said this, trying to make him not leave and allow her to explain the situation. But the brunette silenced her with what he said. Issei, what's up Tsubaki-san? It's okay, I just wanted some air. But I'm leaving now, sorry to interrupt. He said it with a cold voice that surprised Tsubaki with the way he spoke to her. So leaving the balcony, Tsubaki, seeing that Issei left, sheds a few tears since she knew that she had seen him a moment ago with Kiba, who simply did not pay attention to her, and went out to where the brown-haired boy went. Flashback 30 minutes before. We can see Sona talking to Saji, who thanked her for making him her servant. Sona was shocked by what Saji just told her. She was going to speak but was suddenly silenced because Saji threw himself at her, giving her a kiss, but Sona couldn't stop that, and after the kiss Sona slaps Saji, leaving him confused. Saji, but because Kaicho, you know that I like you and I just wanted to deepen the relationship. Sona, Saji, you know there's already someone in my life, and I can't reciprocate your dreams. I hope no one has seen it, since she only had eyes for a familiar brunette. When she clarified her feelings, she discovered she was truly in love. What she didn't see was that a brunette watched them while she was kissed by Saji. In that place on a balcony of the hall you can see a blonde man watching the stars. However, at the same time a black-haired woman with long hair down to her waist approaches. As she saw the Gremory knight somewhat thoughtful despite falling in love with the brown-haired man, she was still in conflict because in a part of her she still loved the blonde, but from one moment to another Kiba hugs Tsubaki, who was surprised and could notice that she had tears. Tsubaki, when asking why these, only proceeded to tell her, Kiba, well, it turns out my friend who was with me on the Sacred Swords program cheated on me. She told me she loved me, and then she ended up cheating on me with another man. She said with a broken voice. Tsubaki, I understand, but you don't have to be like this. I know there's someone else out there, and you'll find him soon. She said sadly, watching how the man she once loved had to do that to him. In that the Gremory knight in an instinct of longing kisses Tsubaki, and she, not knowing what was happening, could only look at Kiba, who had a small dream, but she knew that it could not be with her anymore, since she loved Issei. Then she was only more in shock since a glass was heard breaking, which when seeing where Tsubaki felt a fear that quickly ate away at her when she saw that the one who threw the glass was none other than her brown-haired girl. When she saw him, she could only let go and try to speak, but he simply answered her as a duty, and with an emotionless voice and a look deeper than an abyss. And flashback. After what happened, Tsubaki looked for Issei but simply couldn't find him with so many people in the place, so she went to her king. When she arrived, she could only hug Sona and tell her what happened, thus comforting her. With our favorite chestnut tree, we can see him at the front of the room as the fights begin to be announced. Xenovia, well, let's continue with the meetings, since that's what the meeting was for. To inaugurate and open the selection, we have on one side a man who has made his name with his own effort and dedication as a representative of the king's house. This is Serorg Bale. He said it with a narrator's voice. On the other hand, there's the one who was a hero, the one who carved his name at the top, the one capable of surpassing the limit, Hayate Issei, the current Sekiryu. They will be the first match cross swords for the selection to open. After finishing the first match, everyone proceeded to transport themselves to the arena where the matches would take place. Being in the arena, everything was busy as everyone whispered that this would be the best match since both the representative of the House of Kings Serorg Bale, the strongest young demon, against the man who faced the beast of the apocalypse, the one who was considered the strongest Red Emperor Dragon, Hayate Issei. On the other hand, Issei and Serorg were in the locker room about to leave, but then the representatives of the factions Azazel, Seraphal, Xenovia, Ahuka, Odin, Yasaka arrived, but what they noticed is that with Michael came a very pretty woman. Perfect was the description of Issei, with a heart attack body, which when seeing Issei just hid behind Michael, but shortly after Issei did not take it important, since for him it no longer made sense to love or be attracted to women since he has suffered much more than you can imagine. Xenovia then spoke up. Issei-kun, are you sure you want to go through with your proposal? I asked because if that happened, they might lose the pillar of the factions today. Issei, that's right, I've made my decision and I don't want to have anything to do with the factions anymore. He replied in a cold, emotionless tone of voice. Upon hearing that, everyone felt a great chill run down their spines since they had never heard the brown-haired man speak in that way. That's what the father of all speaks. Odin, tell me, brat, will you let yourself be defeated by a simple trick from your women? Perhaps you'll give up everything you've achieved just for a whim. He said this in a tone of annoyance at what the brunette was doing. Issei, you said it, old man. I'll leave everything. I don't want anything from anyone but traitors like you who, despite not having attended that meeting where they decided that my achievements would not come to light, where a person who is from your kingdom betrayed me. He said it with his same tone. Issei, but the best thing is that after knowing it they continued to hide it. You don't know what I suffered because of them. You don't know anything about the suffering I had to go through to forget all that, so that now I only see them and I don't care what happens to them and you. Everyone was surprised by how Issei spoke since he was right. They didn't know what had happened and they felt like they betrayed the brown-haired boy's trust and loyalty. A slightly timid Gabriel spoke up. What do you mean? I don't know what you went through, she asked, somewhat confused by what the brunette had just said. Issei, that doesn't matter, it's already done and nothing will change it, he said in an indifferent tone. So without saying anything he went out to the arena with his rival who was already there to begin their fight. But before leaving, Gabriel saw Issei's heart and was in shock, bringing his hands to his chest, squeezing them. Michael, seeing this, just puts on a serious look and asks his sister what she saw, since he knows that his sister can see the hearts of others. Gabriel, this it can't be possible. What happened to you for your heart to be like this? You suffered so much, he said, looking where the brown-haired man had gone, and as an act of reflex he touched his cheek where tears were coming out of his eyes. Michael, what's wrong with you, sister? What did you see? I asked, seeing her tears and her grip on his chest. Gabriel, her heart radiates a very dark light, a darkness beyond what we've seen. Just seeing her makes me sad to see that someone has suffered so much, he said sadly. Michael, I see that's what it's about. What are you hiding, Issei? Did you suffer so much? He wondered while looking in the same direction as Gabriel. With our chestnut, we can see him in the middle of the arena staring at Serorg, in that we hear the voice of the Siskin, Mao Lucifer. Xenovia, well, we will begin the first stage of the selection of the Mao candidates, so, start, shouted the Mao for the fight to begin. In the arena we can see a chestnut, and in front of him his rival Serorg. Serorg, well, Issei Hayadu, I hope and don't hold back because this time I don't plan on losing, I will give my all. He couldn't finish speaking as in an instant he saw the brown-haired boy appear in front of him, hitting him in the face, causing him to step back a few meters. Everyone was more than surprised since at no time did they see the brown-haired boy move after this Serorg gets into a fighting stance, but in the same way he couldn't see the brown-haired boy who was behind him giving him a strong kick sending him crashing into a wall of the arena. Everyone was in shock since the brown-haired boy is deploying a wave of effective blows without Serorg doing anything but defending himself. After those two blows we can see a Serorg coming out of the wall where he was embedded by the strong impact of the brown-haired boy. When he is reincorporated he only limits himself to seeing his rival in that he speaks. Serorg, well, Hayada Issei, it's time to get serious by making his containment shackles appear, releasing them creating a small air wave. Issei seeing that just smiles, but again in a blur he disappeared and appeared in front of Serorg, who stopped a kick that was going straight to his chest, kicking the brown-haired man sending him crashing. He only recovers and launches himself into the attack again, but again he is intercepted by Serorg colliding their fists, causing the ground where they were to split, unleashing a wave of wind that the public felt, making the entire stadium scream with excitement since this was a fight with the strongest young men of the underworld. The leaders were more surprised than anyone since before them was Issei giving a display of skills and unparalleled strength, making it known that Issei, despite being in a coma, only grew stronger, thus colliding their fists again and again throughout the field, destroying it in the process. Everyone was euphoric since this fight, instead of decreasing the intensity, was only the opposite. Issei and Serorg increased the power of the blows and the speed, making waves of wind and power shoot out in all directions, but in that certain fallen Bago realizes something that they had overlooked. Azazel, wow, we didn't realize that kid really needs to be watched, he said in a serious tone. Upon hearing this, everyone could only see the fallen man due to his serious demeanor. Michael, what's up? Azazel, what do you mean? He asked, intrigued to know what she meant. Haven't you noticed? The fallen man asked, receiving a denial from everyone. Odin, tell us, brat, what do you mean? Azazel, that kid is just playing with Serorg, or so I think, since if you pay attention he is not using the boosted gear nor has he even entered balance break. Saying that, all the leaders watched the match and opened their eyes wide because they were seeing a brown-haired boy a little hurt, but effectively he did not have the boosted gear, nor the balance break. Everyone was more than with their mouths open since what Azazel said was true. He is only using his body and effort to fight with Serorg. In the arena we can see a chestnut tree somewhat injured but not seriously. In the blink of an eye Serorg and Issei clash fists, exerting pressure, and that Issei speaks. Issei, it's all your power. It seems you've become weak. I propose something, you say. Serorg, I don't know what's wrong with you, Hayadu, but you're underestimating me. He said it with an angry voice because he underestimated his strength. Issei, ha ha ha. Haven't you noticed that at no time have I used the boosted gear or even entered balance break? Serorg just opened his eyes and mouth as wide as he could since the brown-haired man was right. He didn't have the balance break in that. He just takes distance and proceeds to speak. Serorg, why do you dare underestimate me, Hayadu? This time I will go all out, activating his Nemean Regulus armor. Issei just precedes activating the boosted gear. Boosted gear balance breakout mile. So looking like the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor. Only Serorg can be heard on that. Serorg, tell me, Hayadu, you still underestimate me. Do you think you can face me with that power? Perhaps the defeat you suffered when you saw your loved ones being happy with another, or that nobody knows who you are, was that much? Issei, upon hearing that, only puts on an angry face since it hit him where he is more than hurt, since all that was true, beginning to take out a very dense crimson aura, giving way to a chant. I, the one who woke up, I am the Red Dragon Emperor, that I discard the principles of domination. With infinite hopes and dreams, I will walk the king's path. I will become the Red Dragon King, and I will show them the bright future. At the end of the chant we can see a brown-haired man with his crimson promotion armor, but something in it felt different. The aura was thicker and radiated hatred, resentment, and feelings of betrayal. Everyone felt the aura of both, but more that of the brown-haired man. In a movement, Serorg managed to land a great blow to the brown-haired man's stomach, causing the armor to break in the middle and a little blood to come out of his mouth. In that, Issei gave him a spinning kick, sending him to the sky, but he didn't follow through with his attack as he fell to his knees as if he had no strength in an attempt to stand up, only to be left like a statue, which Serorg took advantage of to give him multiple attacks. But the brown-haired man didn't defend himself. That surprised everyone since he didn't move anything, not a muscle. That worried everyone since they knew the condition they were in. In the stands, a certain black-haired woman remembered about the vitality, that she only had a little left, but when she remembered she just put on a sad look while remembering that she only had a week or less left. With the angelic blonde, she looked at everything with a sad face since she could see the brown-haired man's heart as it became darker with each step until she came out of her stupor when a voice was heard that frightened them all, and it was coming from the brown-haired man. With Issei, "No, leave me. Because what did I do wrong for them to do that to me? They are all traitors, Issei shouted so that his aura began to change from red to a dark one, pronouncing what all the leaders know well. I, the one who has awakened, I am the red dragon who stole the principles of the gods' domination. I envy infinity and detest sleep. I am the red dragon of domination, and I will sink you into the despair of crimson purgatory. Juggernaut dive. Everyone was scared by that being in front of them, more because of the sudden appearance, since before he recited the opposite, but in Issei's mind something was happening that nobody knew. The pain he felt for what happened to him, despite not feeling indifference for everyone, does not change, that only the feeling of hatred and sadness prevailed in the heart of the brown-haired man. Mind of Issei. We can see a brown-haired man on his knees while he looked at the girls who said they loved him kissing other men, and if that were not enough, being a dragon, he felt an aura mixed in his belly, implying that they had had relations, and that this is reflected in the small aura of another being in his belly, which made him cry more and even worse, finding out that he will never be recognized for protecting them and others for his ignorance. But that is not all. He remembers the affection he had for two black-haired women who had just kissed another man who called themselves his friends, but only betrayed him by joining together in desperation. Issei, hey Drake, was this always my destiny as a Sekiryu, right? He asked with an emotionless tone. Drake, I'm sorry about this, Abo, but I thought it would be different when you broke the curse, but it seems this will be the fate of my bearers, he said sadly, knowing what would happen. Issei, crying and with a gaze sunk in emptiness, thank you, partner, you never abandoned me. Will you give up, Larva? A voice was heard repeating the same thing to him. Will you give up, Larva? Who are you? Asked the brown-haired man. That's why I gave you my power to surrender and break your word. Hearing this, the brunette just looks up at Analogy. Don't you think you're the most powerful? I gave you my power so you could rise up, just like I once did when I was in the abyss. Tell me, will you surrender? The dragon asked, looking at the brown-haired man, who had a sad look for not remembering that promise. I will be stronger so that no one else hurts me, and whoever does will suffer the consequences, he said, looking at the dragon. Agnologia, that's how you talk, kid. Now finish this and come to the gap, and I'll start your training so no one else can hurt you. Issei, without changing his gaze, stood up in his mental space, looking around him, watching Agnologia disappear. Issei, come on Drake, let's prove that no one uses the Sekiryu. He said it with a cold but determined voice. Drake, yeah buddy, no one else is going to use us, we'll be the ones beyond the gods, he said, bumping fists with the brown-haired boy, Naruto Kurama style. At that, Issei feels an energy which he recognizes as what Analogy left free for his body to assimilate. But he was reacting to the brown-haired man's dream. Leaving his mental space, we can see a beaten Issei with wounds where a little blood was coming out since Serorg never stopped hitting the brown-haired man. But in a quick movement he manages to dodge a blow, returning to his cardinal crimson promotion form, but this radiated a dark aura full of hatred and resentment, launching itself on Serorg, who could not block a blow that hit him full in the face, causing him to fly out, embedding himself in the wall of the arena. At that they see Issei scream, but it sounded more like a dragon's roar, making his aura rise, surpassing some gods. But what impressed them the most is that his armor suddenly changed, being a blue and black color with blue wings, impressing everyone with his change. This would be the new armor, only without the sword. Everyone was shocked as she radiated a power that could compete with Ophis Ouroboros. Serorg, seeing his rival, only felt fear as he gave off a murderous aura full of hatred and resentment. He only saw how he formed a magic circle in his hand, which he proceeded to say devastation of the dark dragon, where a powerful ray came out that destroyed everything in its path, which hit Serorg full on, taking him out of the fight with serious injuries. Losing the transformation, Issei falls to his knees as the latter exhausted him and caused damage while he was using the Juggernaut drive. The truth is discovered. Prior to the previous chapter, a great battle was fought from which our chestnut emerged victorious in addition to demonstrating great power, giving way to a new armor. Currently we see a chestnut on the combat arena which was on its knees with its gaze upwards. In addition, we can observe large wounds on its body from which blood was coming out. In the arena a sepulchral silence invaded them of the impression since Serorg Bale had been withdrawn from the field, implying that the Sekiri Yudai Haida Issei had won the match. On the other hand, the great nobles and leaders of the different factions were shocked by what he did, and not only that but by the armor that he showed at the end, along with that attack which in a second eliminated Serorg. Azazel, wow boy, you've really outdone yourself. He said this in a tone of surprise, since before his eyes was the one he called a student, but who he saw more as a son. Odin, you're right, brat. That kid has proven to have great power, but I'm worried about the armor at the end, he said seriously, looking at the sand where the brown-haired boy was. Michael, Aziz's Odin Dano Issei has great potential, but that power has great darkness and also radiated hatred, resentment, but what could that have been? He said, remembering that power. Surzex, wow, he is very powerful, but I am also worried about the power he released at the final moment, and that attack was not very weak, it had enough energy to damage a high-class being, he said with a serious tone, looking at the other leaders. Azazel, but now the biggest concern is that we just lost an invaluable man, all because of the cliché of Rias Gremory, but he has already made his decision, he said with a deep sigh. Michael, that's right, Azazel, he has suffered more than us, but I don't know to what extent, since remember that he is a dragon, and according to what we know, when dragons fall in love with their females, they are the most important thing. I don't know what happens when they betray him. Then they saw something that surprised them in the sand where a chestnut tree was located. In the sand you can see a very wounded chestnut tree. Exhausted from the battle, he makes an effort to stand up. When he did so for a moment, I could see that he would not survive. Issei, with a strong voice and without stuttering, now Surzex, Lucifer, keep your word and free me from the supernatural world as we agreed, since as you can see I came out victorious. Everyone remained in a deep silence since they did not understand what the chestnut was referring to. Surzex, upon hearing the Issei's comment, only froze as he asked for his release from the Gremory clan as well as the supernatural world. Odin, brat, are you sure of what you want? If you do it, who will be the pillar of the factions who will help us with the future threats of the supernatural world? He said this, trying to convince the brown-haired man. Issei, I remind you what you told me, old man. Tell me, brat, will you let yourself be defeated by a simple deception of your women? Perhaps you will leave everything you have achieved just for a whim. You do not know the suffering a dragon goes through when betrayed by its females, but the best thing is that after that suffering you see life as it really is. He said it with a small laugh. Michael, I, Michael, leader of heaven, free you from the burden of the pillar. So, from today on, you are free to do whatever you see fit. You will always be welcomed, not as a hero, but as a friend, he said with his usual calm smile. Everyone upon hearing the words was surprised, since the leader of heaven had just released the Sekiri Yudai, and that he would not ask for more support, but that they would always accept him if he wanted to visit heaven. The leaders could not articulate anything else since one of their allies had just accepted the chestnut's decision, so several leaders accepted, leaving the Sekiri Yudai free, thus leaving only the kingdom of Asgard and the underworld on the part of the demons, since the fallen followed the example of Michael. In addition to that, Azazel was intrigued by what the boy said about the suffering of a dragon, and decided to visit a certain former dragon king so that he would tell him. Surzex, letting out a sigh of resignation. It's fine, because of the power confined to me as a Mao, I free you from your duty as a pillar of the Alliance, and also of Rias Gremory's clan, leaving you free to do whatever you want. Odin, gritting his teeth. Asgard brat, I free you from all political matters, so you can do whatever you want. Everyone was more than impressed by such facts, since the leaders let the Sekiri Yudai live his life outside of the supernatural, and they will not ask him for help. In the stands, a certain group of foxes, I mean girls, was crying since her ex-lover had asked for his freedom and also to leave his group. Rias was very sad since, according to what they gave to understand, he also cancelled his commitment with all of them, in addition to the fact that they were extracting the evil pieces from her. Issei: now Sirs, I also want the Gremory group to leave my house, and if they look for me or try something, I will finish them no matter what happens, except for Michael and the Heaven faction, since they were against the events and did nothing to me but also only to talk about matters, since I will not return to the battlefield to defend a faction. All the leaders felt and put on a sad and sorry face since they knew what they caused. In the arena we can see a brown-haired man who was just listening, since a moment ago the Mao Ajuka removed the evil pieces. In that he just remained silent, since he wanted to make sure they left him alone. After confirming it, he just takes out his dragon wings and decided to take flight to get out of there, thus beginning to rise. But at the moment he feels a contraction in his chest, causing him to feel a pain that makes him fall unconscious. All the leaders were worried as they only saw him fall unconscious, but a seraph just covered her mouth when she saw the heart of that boy, which in the blink of an eye she could see how it emanated a strong dark aura, so much so that the little light was quickly dimming. Time skip 3 days. After the chestnut's fight, in which he was left unconscious, we can see him in a hospital room sleeping soundly. Around him were the faction leaders, and with them were Vala, Lucifer, Sona and her entourage, as well as the Gremory group, all looking at the chestnut since he had them worried. Michael approaches the bed and speaks. Michael: excuse me, can you tell us what happened to Issei the Red Emperor Dragon? He said this in a worried tone. Drake: okay, leader of heaven Michael. But first, my partner can wake up at any moment, so please can you remove Gremory wings and Citri wings, since my partner does not fully control his dragon instincts. He said it seriously. The Gremory group and Citri were going to object but were silenced by Drake. Drake: remember that you changed on my partner for some simple humans. You have no right to say anything. He said it coldly and dry. And you, Citri, my partner saw you kissing your friends. I know it is not your fault, but as he is my partner, cannot see you since his instincts era that reacts in an alarming way. He said it with his usual tone that surprised the leaders, since with Rias he behaved in a cold manner. The leaders only listened to the conversation because they wanted to know why the chestnut changed. So they left the room. Then the mouse Sirs asked, Sirs, hey Red Emperor Dragon, what do you mean by instincts? They'll make him react in a very alarming way? Asked the Siskin. Drake, sighing, you see, it's very difficult for you to see even a tiny aura beneath a low-class demon's, so you haven't noticed, and those girls have hidden it well. He said the last part with disgust. What do you mean, Drake? The governor of the fallen angels asked. Drake, what I mean is that the girls of the Gremory clan are no longer pure, and that their result had repercussions on a being they carry in their womb. All the leaders were surprised by such a revelation. That's impossible, Drake. You're framing my sister and her entourage for a simple deception, said the angry red-haired Mao, releasing a bit of his aura, alerting everyone. Odin: Sirs, calm down, we have to make sure if it's true or he's lying. If so, the Sekiryudia will be accused of being a traitor for incriminating an Asgardian. Michael: yeah, enough. After everything the boy gave for you, do you think he would lie at this point? Plus he didn't want the titles they offered him because do you think he did it? If he accepts them, don't you think he would be as powerful as a faction leader? He said it shouting and in an annoyed tone, since they were doubting a person who has done more than them in just a year and a half. All the leaders remained silent, lowering their gaze, since what the leader of heaven said was true. Drake: what support they give my partner, it seems that they only want him for his power. But listen, red-haired Mao, if you try something with my partner, I will take control of him and destroy you without any problem, so think carefully, since your title of the original demon nor your berserker form will help you against me. He said, expelling a dense aura that covered the glove, leaving the Mao cold, since he knows beforehand the power of one of the celestial dragons. Albion: enough, Drake, calm down. Demons don't know that a dragon doesn't have to lie. Besides, I also felt that small aura in the belly of the Gremory, so here's your answer, leaders. He said it trying to calm the atmosphere, since Drake was expelling a large aura. The leaders could do nothing since the second celestial dragon had clarified their doubts, but then a chestnut-haired man who was awake but only listened spoke. Issei, don't speak, white lizard, because if I see correctly your carrier has a relationship with the Nicomida. Isn't that right, Vala? He said coldly. looking at the one who called himself his friend/rival. Valley, Issei is what I couldn't speak since I didn't expect him to have traces of Kuroka's aura. Drake, that's right, Albion, so that's how you wanted to win the battle we're having, by making my bearer fall. Where was the proud white emperor dragon, the one who with just a flare could reduce an entire city to ashes? You truly disappoint me, Albion. I'm sorry, Drake, believe me, I told my carrier, but I'm disappointed. So that means that your carrier Drake, he said it with a tone of disappointment and sadness since he knows about the fall. Issei, that's right, White, I did the ritual for the fall, so if you don't mind, I have to go. He said it coldly and emotionless. Albion, impossible, then that means that no, it's possible, the white dragon tried to say in astonishment, leaving the leaders in doubt. Issei, that's right, White, I survived, and you know what that means, so our fight ends here since I'm not interested in anything you say. I'm not interested in power or protecting anything, so don't try anything, White. Everyone was amazed by such a statement, since the Sekiryudai was abandoning the fight he had with the Hakuryuku. So standing up, the chestnut takes out his dragon wings and ready to fly alone, he looks at everyone with indifference, and leaves, breaking the roof, leaving the place. With the leaders, both entourages had just entered, but the Gremorys were seen with a look of disappointment and anger. Sirs, it's true that Rias, you're expecting a baby from the human you fell in love with, and you guys said it too, seeing all the girls. Rias nervously, Onisama, but what are you saying, so it's not true. We wouldn't give the most precious thing to humans, we would only give it to Issei. At that, Albion interrupts, there's no point in you lying, Gremory, anymore. Hayadu Issei is very feared, and now I have more respect for him than I do myself. This surprised Vala and the leaders, and Rias felt a strong oppression in her chest, as did all the girls. Valley, but Albion, he is the Sekiryudai, your eternal rival. You can't. He was interrupted by Albion. Albion, shut up, Vala, he is stronger than you, and he is loyal to his ideals, not what you did. But I respect him and I accept his desire for our battle, since he has performed the ritual that no dragon has performed out of pride, or at least not one has survived. Everyone was surprised, especially because they mentioned the ritual again. Michael, hey White Dragon Emperor, can you tell us what the ritual consists of? I asked, intrigued to know what the ritual was. Albion, well, in our history dragons have always been the most powerful beings of all time, but as powerful as we are, we only have a few weaknesses. But the fall of the dragon is the cruelest of all, since the dragon that is betrayed by its females is destined to die, because our power becomes poison that kills us little by little, causing unimaginable pain. But there is a ritual which can release the curse, but many dragons die out of pride, but those who have done it so far, there was no one who will survive due to the pain they feel. But Hayadu Issei has managed to perform the ritual, but there is no condition for this ritual, and it is to eliminate the love for his females and seal their feelings. That is, he can no longer feel love or affection or happiness, since the only thing that prevails is hatred, resentment, and sadness, since he will not be able to forget what he went through. Everyone was crying because of the suffering Issei had to go through just because of his greed and hiding the truth from him. But it impacted 3 girls the most, because judging by what Drake said, he saw 2 of them in a moment that for him meant another betrayal, and in the end a blonde who put her hands to her mouth covering her so she wouldn't cry, because a boy has suffered more than anyone and that his feelings would be sealed, and worse, what destroyed her was that his heart only has sadness, hate, resentment. After that, everyone retired to their respective homes sad because they did not know the whereabouts of the chestnut tree, since they sent Grafia to take him to apologize, but she did not find him. Elsewhere in Kwa we can see a chestnut tree on top of a building overlooking the city, which only sighs and then rises up to look at the whole city. Issei, wow, that's calm, don't you think so, Drake? Drake, that's right, very peaceful, partner. Tell me, partner, what are you thinking of doing now? He asked, curious about what my partner would do. Issei, what questions, Drake? You already know that I will go to the gap to be able to train without being bothered, and then I will fulfill what I promised Agnologia. He said, looking at the sky with a small smile. I can help you with that, don't you believe it? A voice that seemed to be a girl's was heard. Issei, that's right, Officer Boros, would you take me to the dimensional gap? Of course. But how is it that you have the power that was once feared by the dragon gods? He asked, seeing that a very peculiar power emanated from it. I think it was a coincidence, he said in a cold tone that surprised Ophis for listening to the brunette. So they went into a dimensional gap, arriving at this one, and Office Blow left there since he had to talk to Big Red. After that, a blue light comes out of his chest, blinding the brown-haired boy, and after disappearing you can see an Agnologia the height of a standard dragon. Agnologia, it's good to see you again, larva. Are you ready for your training? The dragon asked, looking at the surprised brown-haired man. Issei, how are you still alive? I saw you disappear? He asked with his same poker face. Agnologia, you see, by sealing my power with you, I also sealed a part of my soul so I could train you when you're in the breach, and that's how I'm here. Issei, I understand then, so I can begin my training, sensei. He said, impatient to begin. Okay boy, let's begin. The dragon told him to create a space-time separated from the gap. Training and return to PRCP Flashback. After Issei asked for his release, he left for the human world where he met Office, who asked him to take him to the dimensional gap, which he only did and took him to it, leaving him there as he headed to where Great Red was. After she left, Agnologia manifested from Issei and created a space-time dimension in which the brown-haired boy would train. Present. Issei, excuse me Agnologia, how long will I train? He asked with total curiosity. Agnologia, you will see larva in this dimension. You will train for 400 years, in which the training will be distributed. Since 100 years you will train pure strength since you have enough brute force, but you have to master it, then 100 more with magic of all kinds, 100 more of techniques with the sword and other types of weapons, and the last 100 aura control and general knowledge, that is, we are going to study. Upon hearing that he had to study, the brown-haired boy just made a chibi face with an anime-style tear. On the other hand, Drake was dying of laughter about what his carrier would have to do, but he was interrupted by a voice. Agnologia, go on, you find it funny, no, Red Emperor, well I'll free you from the boosted gear and you'll do similar training since you can't be weaker than Issei. Drake just sweated with an anime-style drop since his training would be similar to his partner's. Then a scream was heard. Issei, Wait, you said 400 years, but he screamed, scared. Because he would spend 400 years training. Agnologia, calm down larva. In the human world it will only be 8 years, so don't worry about that, so start your training. He said it with a sergeant's voice in which Issei just stands like a soldier and begins to warm up, but then he realizes something. Issei, hey, but did you say you were going to release Drake? He asked, surprised at how he would do it. Agnologia, that's right. We are a link since he can't abandon the boosted gear either, but he can come out and have his current power or the one he acquires. I will only create a body that can sustain itself as a living being, and if Drake wants, I can unite his soul so he can use it and be free again. When Agnologia finished explaining, he had already created the body, which he took with one hand and the boosted gear with the other, making it shine with a crimson light, blinding everyone for a moment. At the end, we can see a chibi dragon that was apparently sleepy. This is Drake in chibi form. Drake, but what happened to me? He said it crying anime style. Agnologia, calm down, scandalous dragon, it's just a small form that allows you to rest and move to more compact sides. When you control your body well, you will be able to access your original form and your power well, if you train, you will be more powerful. He said, touching his chin and looking up at the sky. Drake, seriously, thanks for this Agnologia. I will do my best to give him greater power and be able to touch that conceited big net. He said this while looking around. Cough cough, we can start. A chestnut-colored man's voice was heard. Agnologia, okay, but first both of you will put on weights and each month you will double the weight so you can control your strength faster. Hai answered in unison to start training, while elsewhere in the underworld, with Rias and the others from the occult club group, everything had been worse since Issei left, since they discovered that the boys only wanted them for a while and that they were also part of the Chaos Brigade that wanted revenge. Leaving the girls who had already spent 5 months since the girls knew they were expecting a baby, but not from the brown-haired boy, and that only made them sad remembering what they had done to their beloved, to that being who gave everything for them, that being who loved them more than anyone. In those 5 months and 2 of the Issei's departure, many things had happened to them since Rossweisse had been dismissed from her position as Valkyrie and her grandmother was disappointed in her, and she couldn't go to Asgard except to visit her grandmother. With Irina, Michael decided to leave her in the care of the demons, leaving her with the Gremory group since, if it were not mistaken, Michael knew that in heaven she would be seen as a traitor and also that Gabriel had gained hatred towards her, but Gabriel controlled it since otherwise she would fall. Note: Irina did not fall because she had a device that the angels designed so that she would not fall and thus have the act with the brown-haired man. Things didn't go very well with Aquino, as her relationship with her father broke down, as she never expected her daughter to do such a thing, leaving her and going to Grigory. With Kaneko things weren't very different since her relationship with others was no longer the same, and she remembered that boy who, despite everything, always made her laugh. And Asia, after Issei left, the brown-haired boy's parents found out that their son had gone on a trip, and they only felt relief that a pervert with no future as they saw him had left the house, leaving them happy to only have Asia, but she was eaten away by guilt, and that the child she was expecting had not been from the brown-haired boy who saved her and gave her everything. Rias was the most affected since after knowing the kind of people her boyfriends were, it destroyed her knowing that she had put aside a man who died more times than anyone and came back just to see her happy, but who in the end betrayed him. As time passed after Issei's departure, Rias stopped having the shine in her eyes and blamed herself for being a fool, and if that were not enough, she had a being inside her womb that would remind her of the bad decision she made. All of the chestnut-haired boy's ex-girls were very sad and had no desire to continue since they knew that no matter how hard they tried to reconcile with the chestnut-haired boy, they couldn't for several reasons. 1. They don't know where he is. 2. They had betrayed him. And 3. That they had a baby with them that wasn't his, since the leaders decided that Rias and the others should have the babies since they are not to blame for anything their mothers did. Elsewhere, heaven, sixth heaven, we can see a seraph who was searching on a table where the earth was projected looking for something in a hurry. This was Gabriel, who, upon knowing everything about what the chestnut tree went through and what he had to go through in order not to die, something in her woke up and she had the feeling of wanting to be with the chestnut tree who had disappeared and had been without a trace for 2 months, but she was determined to find him and spend day and night looking for him, since she had promised to return the light to her heart. But there was no great progress as there was no trace of the chestnut's whereabouts. On the other hand, at the Qua Academy, there were 2 black-haired women thinking about what they had done, since by letting their guard down, the person who had helped them, supported them and made them happy saw them at a less opportune moment, and with that came the consequences, and those were that he saw them in a very simple and emotionless way. And also that they blamed themselves for the brown-haired man's departure and disappearance being their fault. With Sona, everything had gone wrong as she fell into a depression, which her entourage noticed as she no longer had that serious expression but one of pain, a look colder than ever. With Tsubaki things were the same way, although Kiba spent more time with her but not to the point of having a deeper relationship, or a very close friendship, which only looked at the sky at night while whispering, "Forgive me, Issei-kun, it was not my intention to hurt you more." Back with our favorite chestnut, we can see him training without taking a break since Agnologia had been very cruel with his training, and not to mention Drake since he had never trained so hard, but in their minds they both knew that his fruit would be even greater than that. So passing the 8 years where the chestnut progressed at a very good pace since he had mastered his strength and acquired more in addition to never taking off the weights that Agnologia put on him, and in magic he had learned to freely create a lot of magic, both defense and attack. In addition to knowing how to use endless weapons and a unique fighting style, since he performed in mixing more than one style and uniting it to such an extent that he could fight with Agnologia apart without using his balance break, nor his great discovery of form which far surpassed Agnologia at his best. Although everything went well, the last 100 years were torture for the chestnut, since it seemed to be in school, since Agnologia looked for him everywhere, since the chestnut hid from him, since he was bored of studying. Currently we can see a chestnut training with some enemies that Agnologia created to face the chestnut. While Agnologia and Drake were talking, it should be said that Drake reached the power of a dragon god, fighting Great Red and almost beating him. "Drake, thank you so much for the opportunity you offered to my partner Agnologia." "Agnologia, he's nothing if not Drake. I've seen his potential, and it must be said that he suffered a lot. It's time for him to live his life again." He said this with a smile, looking at the brown-haired boy. "Drake, you're right, he's been through a lot, although I'm worried that in these years he's become colder and more ruthless with his enemies. And you've noticed it, right?" asked the dragon, looking seriously at Agnologia. "Agnologia, sighing and changing his gaze. It would be if Drake the boy with the passage of these years has not been able to forget that sadness and hatred that he has, and if that were not enough, he has been sealing his other feelings. That is why it is time for them to return to the human world, although before, I will put 5 seals on Issei since his power is beyond the understanding of demons, angels, and fallen angels. Drake, it's okay, I understand. I just want my partner to live a happy life since he's been through a lot. He said this with a sad look, remembering what the brunette had been through. Drake, though I must admit, his appearance is cooler. I said that with a laugh, and he was right since the brown-haired man during his training when he released Agnologia's seal that kept his power suppressed. The brown-haired man's appearance changed drastically, changing his hair to a bluish black. He also cut his hair and his pupils became black with red circles in the center, giving him a very imposing appearance. His body goes without saying since it is well-formed but without exaggeration, wearing a white suit with blue parts and a belt coming out of the left side and gloves with fingers coming out of them. This would be Issei's new appearance. Note, they didn't expect it, ha 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 XD. With the chestnut, they are thanking Agnologia for the training he gave him, since he had told him that it was time for him to leave and return to his world, placing the seals on the chestnut, leaving him with a power like that of Great Red and Ophis together, although the chestnut suppressed it to the point of not being perceived. Agnologia, well boy, here we part ways. This time will be the last time we see each other. Boy, you have managed to surpass me and I am sure that you will go further than anyone else. Remember that a dragon is not alone, his species will always support him, so I leave you the responsibility of freeing and leading the dragons to a new golden age. He said this with a smile and a tear, knowing that it is time to say goodbye. Issei, of course I'll try hard and fulfill both of your wishes, and thank you for everything you've done for me, giving me a second chance. He said, bowing in respect. Issei, although to me you'll always be the strongest and most feared dragon. He said it with a smile, because in recent years, both Agnologia and the brunette have grown close to each other. Drake watched this with a few small tears coming out, and then he spoke. Drake, that's right, Agnologia-sensei. I will never forget you for giving me a body again and helping me improve. We will see each other in a future life. Agnologia just let out a smile as he stepped back, slowly disappearing, watched by both disciples, in his opinion the strongest to say before disappearing. Agnologia, thank you for giving me back the happiness of having great brothers. Hi to Issei, Drake Glock, I'll be watching you and I'll wait for you in the beyond to meet up again, old friends. Thus disappearing, leaving a chestnut tree and a dragon in tears for the last words of their sensei/brother. Issei, well Drake, it's time to go back. A few years have passed, I want to see what has changed. Drake, okay buddy, let's go to a new life. Issei, Ito Drake, it's better if you adopt your chibi form. He said it with an anime-style tear when he saw the gigantic dragon. Drake, like that, sorry, I just got used to it. Thus the chestnut disappeared from the space-time dimension, creating a dimensional crack, but before leaving he released his aura to make it known that he is back, thus feeling an overwhelming power which was felt in the biblical factions, yokai, Buddha, and in the dimensional crack where Great Red and Ophis are located, thus alerting everyone. But in a moment all that power disappeared. Great Red, that power, has Ophis perhaps found a successor? He said it seriously and a little terrified. Ophis, I believe that power has returned, though it's different, but it still has some of the essence of that creator and destroyer. She said this with her typical expressionless look. With the leaders, Azazel, that power is immense. Who will it be? And worse still, will it be an ally or an enemy? We'll have to find out. Issei, at a time like this, isn't you, old friend? He said it sadly, remembering the chestnut-haired boy's departure years ago without knowing anything. In heaven, Michael, but what is this? It's impossible. That power is so immense. Whose power could it be? The leader of heaven wondered. Then they entered the room where Raphael, Uriel, Metatron and Gabriel are. Brother, what's happening? We feel that power, and it's very strong? Asked Raphael, shocked by the aura. You can see Michael's expression on his face, a look of fear. Gabriel, what's going on, brother? Do you know who owns that power? I can only feel hatred and sadness from that power. Michael, yes brothers, that power. It can't be remembered that father was afraid of a dragon. He always said that dragon had the power to create and destroy life. All the seraphim were thinking about what Michael was saying but were unable to find answers. Metatron, who are you talking about, Michael? Who was he afraid of? Father? We don't remember much from that time, Michael. It's normal since Father erased that memory but left them the name of that dragon feared by all, even Great Red and Trihexa. And his name is Agnologia. But he died, and according to Father, he would one day find a successor, and that power is similar to his. Everyone was in shock as they remembered the creature's name, and thus remembered what God told them about that strong being. Underworld. We will be able to see the four great Mao gathered talking about who will succeed the Mao position in a few months, since Asmodeus wanted to leave the position since he did not have much more to give. At that moment they feel an overwhelming power. Circex, whose power is that it's impossible to surpass me even in my berserker form. I said this feeling the aura so dense. Seraphal, it's very strong. Whoever this power is, it's not normal. Ajuka, this power is impossible. Could what I discovered be true? The green-haired Mao wondered out loud. Circex, what do you mean, Ajuka, that you discovered? Ajuka, in a writing by the ancient Mao, there was talk of a being capable of destroying everything, a being that was feared even by God himself and the dragon gods Ophis and Great Red. A power that surpasses Trihexa, Circex. But who will that being be? Are you sure, Ajuka? Because if so, we have problems, and if that were not enough, we do not know where Issei is to ask for his help. Ajuka. Circex, I don't think that even if Issei is here he will want to help us, and we haven't known his whereabouts for 8 years. The being I'm telling you about was known as Agnologia, the dragon of the beginning and the end, or as he was known, the dark-winged dragon. Circex, we'll have to investigate whether he's an enemy or a friend. Returning to our favorite chestnut tree, we can see him emerging from a dimensional rift in the tallest building in Qua. Issei, it feels good to be back, don't you think so, Drake? I said it while looking at the city at night. Drake, that's right, mate, but are you sure you'll reveal your power? The dragon asked, intrigued as to why he did it. Issei, calm down, Drake. Also remember that that's not all my power, and they don't know who it is. I was serious. Drake, so what are we going to do, buddy? The dragon asked as he hung on to the now black-haired man's head. Issei, I don't know, let's go for a walk around the city you're talking about, friend. Drake, come on, buddy, maybe you'll find a girl. He said it in a mocking tone. Issei, Drake, you know I'm not interested in looking for a girl. He said it coldly, something that paralyzed the dragon. Thus, he began to descend from the building to tour the city. The plan begins. Narrator. We can see our blue-haired boy walking through the streets of Ko with a chibi drake on his forearm, which he carries as a stuffed animal to avoid suspicion. Drake speaks through his mental link. Drake, this is humiliating because I have to go around like a stuffed animal, he said, throwing a tantrum. Issei, shut up. Why are you bothered if I'm the one who has to carry you, lazy dragon? Besides, you could have returned to the boosted gear. I was saying that when I saw the places in the city. Drake just snorted in defeat and continued walking through the city, arriving at a park that was very familiar to the blue-haired man. Issei, this place hasn't changed at all in these years. He said this while looking at the fountain where he died for the first time. Drake, that's right, buddy. That's where it all began. But hey, now look on the bright side. No one can hold you back. He said this to lighten the cold atmosphere. Issei, you're right, Drake. Everything changes as time goes by. He said this with a slight smile. After spending some time in the park, they continued on their way. After a few minutes, they arrived at the outskirts of an institution where the blue-haired man could only let out a sigh. Drake, hey buddy, why don't you enroll in college? Remember that even though the years go by, you're still at a very acceptable age to enter. Issei, I don't know, Drake, I prefer to continue as I am, and maybe they are still there since like me they haven't aged, and I don't know if I can see them yet. Drake, come on, buddy, maybe you'll have a new adventure or maybe something interesting will come out of it. Letting out a sigh, SSHHH okay Drake, let's go sign up. Thus entering the Academy University since they had run away. Thus heading towards the address, Issei noticed that the girls were looking at him with a blush, some with a not-so-holy look, and from the men he received looks of hatred and death, in addition to hearing some murmurs. Girl 1, look, he's very cute and at the same time serious, he will be new. Girl 2, Kaya, maybe it will be available. Girl 3, Do you think I'll agree to karaoke? On the other hand, Boy 1, what was missing? A pretty face with a tough look arrives. Boy 2, we have more competition. Boy 3, don't try to steal our girls. Upon arriving at the address, he felt a very familiar presence of a friend, according to him. Knock, knock, knock. We heard someone coming in, and as we entered, we saw a black-haired man with blonde streaks, who looked up to see the blue-haired man in his office. Azazel, tell me, kid, how can I help you? Asked the fallen director. Hello, I just came to enroll at the university, he replied in his cold, emotionless tone. Azazel felt a chill run down his spine. Azazel, I see. Tell me your name so I can start your file and give you your credentials and uniform. Issei, my name is Ryu, the blue-haired boy answered. Now Ryu, Azazel's fine, kid. I just need you to fill out this paperwork. Giving him a small stack of papers. While Issei filled out the papers, Azazel looked at the boy, who was surprised by the blank look and the few expressions he made. Azazel, have we met somewhere? He asked, feeling a familiar sensation. Issei, I don't think this is the first time I'm here, and I haven't been to Japan for a few years, but for certain reasons I came back. At that, Azazel notices Drake, who was on Issei's head. Azazel, that cute stuffed animal you have, boy, reminds me of a story. He said this with a slight smile. Issei, so, it's something special to me. He's been with me through difficult times, and I only had him. I said this, remembering what he had done. Issei's mind. He is the best adventure companion and my great friend. Drake, thanks mate, you are the best carrier I've ever had in the last. In the room, Azazel was thinking about what he said and only felt sadness for the boy's words and remembered a certain brunette. At that, Issei noticed Azazel's attitude and decided to make a plan to see how much they have changed. Issei, sorry, by any chance, didn't a boy named Hayata Issei study there? The blue-haired boy asked. Upon hearing his student's name, Azazel stared at the boy and answered. Azazel, yes, he studied at this academy for a few years, but after a while he left, and we don't know anything about him. The fallen man replied. I see. I was looking forward to seeing him again. After all, he was a great guy. He said this while pretending to be sad. Azazel, how do you know Issei? Asked the fallen man, interested in how he knew the brown-haired boy. Issei, well, how I know him is something difficult to explain, and I'll just tell you that it was a coincidence, and after that we became great friends. Azazel looked closely at the boy, seeing a magical power that apparently had not awakened, thinking that perhaps he was a wielder of a mid-range sacred gear, so he did not pay much attention to it. And so the former brown-haired man filled out the papers and gave them to Azazel, who told him to go to the student council room to receive his books and uniform, giving him the instructions along with a paper that he would give to the council president. So he left for the council, but at the moment of leaving, Azazel had a vision of the chestnut tree at the moment he left for the arena in his fight, who just stood there thinking and whispering, Issei, thus losing sight of the former brown-haired man. With Issei after leaving, he goes to the council room thinking about what he had seen of Azazel. Issei's mind. Hey Drake, it's time to start moving. We have to go see Tannen for preparations. He said it seriously as usual. Drake, okay, let's start the plan to make the dragon faction stronger. So they were talking through their mental link going to the council. Upon arriving, he proceeded to knock to receive a pass from the president. Upon entering, Castano was surprised to see that Sona was still the president of the council, but he was pulled from his thoughts. Sona, tell me, what can I help you with? She asked with her typical serious expression, but it also reflected sadness. Issei, Ryu, hello, my name is Ryu and I just came to give you this that the director gave me. So giving her the role that Azazel gave her, and then the black-haired girl speaks again. Sona, I see, new student, okay, here are your books and also your uniform. It's worth saying that your punctuality is essential, you understand. She said looking at the boy but noticed he had a smile, something that the black-haired girl missed. Sona, you find the directions funny. She said it a little annoyed at that smile on his face. Issei, no. Not only that, I remembered an old friend who was telling me about his life, and in it he mentioned a girl with a serious and imperturbable expression. The former brunette answered with a smile. Sona, AAA, and who was that friend, if I may ask? I asked, interested in knowing who had told her that. Issei, well, his name was Hayata Issei. When she said the brunette's name, The black-haired girl was startled and changed her look to a sad one. But at the same time she tried to make it serious. Issei, is something wrong, President? The blue-haired man asked, curious about the expression she put on. Sona, no, it's nothing, don't worry, it's just that we had a misunderstanding and I wanted to fix it but he disappeared. She said it sadly, remembering what had happened. Issei, well, maybe he can come back, or maybe he left for a reason, but maybe he'll come back and listen to you. He said this as he left the room. Sona was thinking only of the blue-haired man's words, wondering if he might be right. She didn't realize that he was watching her out of the corner of his eye before leaving the room. After meeting Sona, the former chestnut was walking through the streets of Kwa thinking about a few words. We had a misunderstanding. Those words were repeated over and over again in the former chestnut's mind, but he was interrupted by Drake in his mental space. Drake, hey partner, are you okay? I see you're very distracted, asked the dragon, seeing the state of the former chestnut. Issei, no, Drake, everything's fine, don't worry, I'm fine. He said this, returning to his serious and cold tone. After leaving the academy, we can see the former brunette walking through the streets until he reaches what had previously been his home. Looking out the window, we see his parents smiling while playing with a 7-year-old girl with blonde hair, wearing a green sweatshirt with brown shorts. When he saw her, he remembered everything he had been through, putting on a sad face. So turning around to walk away slowly, what he didn't notice was that a certain girl managed to see him starting to leave the house to follow the boy she had seen in the window. While with our ex-Brown we can see him walking down the street thinking about what had happened without noticing the presence of a little girl who only looked at the boy. When suddenly our protagonist is taken out of his thoughts by Drake, who spoke in his mental space. Drake, hey buddy, I think they're following us. Issei, what do you mean, Drake? Asked the former brown-haired boy, confused. Drake, yes, partner behind us. Saying that, the blue-haired man stops and turns around, seeing a blonde-haired girl. Issei, excuse me, why are you following me? The brown-haired boy asked kindly. Unknown girl, I saw you in the window of my grandparents' house and I wanted to know, who are you? The girl asked timidly. Issei, sorry about that, I was just passing by and remembered some people. He said it with a smile. Unknown girl, oh I see. My name is Akane Argento, nice to meet you. She said this with a sincere and pure smile. Issei, I see, my name is Ryu, just Ryu, nice to meet you, Akane-chan. He said it with a small smile. Mind of Issei, well, so she is Asia's daughter, the brown-haired boy said to himself while looking at the girl. Drake, what's up, buddy? Why are you treating the girl so well? After all, her mother's one of your females who abandoned you. The dragon said in an annoyed tone. Issei, no Drake, she's not to blame for what happened, and she doesn't know anything about it. Although it's strange, Drake, I feel an aura similar to yours in her. Drake, buddy, maybe it was the energy of the aura that you gave off when you were near them that could have mixed and thus come out with a similar gene. Issei, maybe, I just hope this doesn't bring me more problems. Out of the mind of the former chestnut. Ito Ryu-san, is Ryu-san okay? The girl asked when she spoke to him and got no answer. Issei, oh what if you don't worry? Well Akane, see you later, I have to go somewhere else. He said this while touching her head, caressing her. Akane could only smile at the touch of that boy, thus retreating while being watched by the girl who just smiled. After that, our protagonist found himself in an alley where no one would see him in order to create a magic circle to go with Tannen. Issei, okay, Drake, let's go to Tannen's to start. He said it, changing to a serious and cold expression. Drake, okay, buddy, let's go. I'm looking forward to seeing his face when he sees me. He said it laughing because he can imagine the face he'll make. So going to Tannen's territory. Upon arriving we can see the blue-haired boy walking on the outskirts of Tannen's territory, hoping that he would notice the presence of the intruders. But after a while there was nothing. Issei, letting out a deep sigh, well, it seems I'll have to raise my aura, said the brown-haired boy, beginning to raise his aura to the level of a high-class dragon. After a while of waiting, the former dragon king Tannen finally appears. Wow, until you show up, old man, I thought I'd have to go to where you are, the blue-haired man said in his serious tone. Tannen, who are you? Why are you looking for me? Asked the dragon, looking at the boy sullenly. Issei, wow, it seems I've changed so much that you don't remember me. He said it in a mocking tone. Tannen, identify yourself, third-class dragon. You're standing before a former dragon king. Show your hierarchy and honor to your superior. The dragon told him angrily that he didn't answer his question, making an angry face. Who are you calling a third-class dragon, Tannen? Don't you know we're on a very different level? Saying this, Tannen became enraged and began to raise her aura, alerting the dragons. Calm down, Tannen. After all, I didn't come all the way here just to fight, but since you don't recognize me, maybe you do. Saying that, a small dragon jumps out of the chestnut's head and stops in front of Tannen. Tannen, seeing that small dragon, just starts laughing, throwing himself on the ground while he doesn't stop laughing. The little dragon, seeing this, sheds an anime-style tear and then a vein appears on his forehead. Drake, with that much laughter, no purple lizard, well then let's even things out. Tannen, ha 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 ha, what's wrong, little one? Are you lost? Where is your mommy? That was enough for Drake Chibi to begin to grow, changing his shape and also rapidly increasing his power. The Dragon King, feeling that the little dragon was rapidly increasing his power, stops laughing and turns to look at the dragon, but upon seeing him, he becomes serious, watching how he grew. When it finishes growing, you can see the imposing Welsh dragon that was once causing a devastating battle with the white dragon. Drake, what's wrong, Tannen? Are you still laughing? He said with an authoritative tone. Tannen, Drake, but how is it possible that you are free? Perhaps your carrier, he said it sadly, thinking that the brown-haired man was dead. You're wrong, Tannen. I still have to release the dragons and take them to a new stage. This time, I'm talking about the blue-haired one. Tannen, wow, really, it's you, larva, but wow, it changed. What happened? Asked the Dragon King, amazed to see the former brown, and what a big change. Issei, it's a long story, but let's go to a more comfortable place to talk, don't you think so, Tannen? So the Dragon King only felt that in a short time Issei released the peak of the power he has, thus silencing Tannen and only proceeding to take them to a quieter place. The Red Emperor Celestial Dragon. After Drake demonstrated his original form and our blue-haired boy showed a little of his power, they went with Tannen, who took them to a mountain where he usually rests so they could talk about the events that happened to our blue-haired boy. Tannen, tell me, larva, how did you change your appearance besides freeing Drake from the boosted gear? He asked with clear curiosity. Issei, well, you see, Tannen, what happened is that after I fell into a coma. So he continued to tell him what had happened since he woke up, the betrayal of the girls, and how he had to do the ritual for the dragon's fall, how he met Analogy, and what he taught him, in addition to telling him that he freed Drake. After the blue-haired boy had finished telling what had happened to him, Tannen was very upset because he couldn't believe that all the people he appreciated more than anyone had betrayed him and turned their backs on him. And suddenly Issei spoke. Issei, calm down, Tannen. I'm not looking for revenge or anything else. I just want to fulfill what Agnologia entrusted to me, and that is to free each dragon and take them to a stage where the dragon faction is reborn and is the most powerful and respected. He said it with a cold tone that made Tannen shiver. Tannen, I see high to Issei. You have all my respect, since if I were in his place and had the necessary strength, I would finish off those who turned their backs on me and betrayed me. He said, expelling a little of his aura. Issei, okay, Tannen, calm down. I'm here to see if you can get me a meeting with all the dragons, and then with the faction leaders, since depending on what happens in the first meeting I can achieve my goal of taking your faction to the top, and that the dragons are once again respected but at the same time feared, and that they are not used again as weapons of war or just manipulated. He said it with his cold and dry tone. So they continued talking about trivial things and telling everything about their trip until Tannen turned to see a chibi Drake who was sleeping. Tannen, hey Red Emperor, I have a message for you, he said, changing his tone to a serious one that immediately woke Drake up. Drake, what's wrong? What's the warning that made you so serious? He said seriously, something that made Tannen and Issei laugh, since in his chibi form he looked very cute. Tannen, stopping laughing. A few days ago we detected a small signal from the Dragon Queen Tiamat, so I think you should solve that issue. Don't you think so, Drake? He said it, seeing how Drake turned blue when he heard that name. Drake, you said Tiamat, that can't be, but she'll surely kill me before I can explain. Cough cough, what did I miss? Asked a confused blue-haired man, confused since he didn't know who Tiamat was. But then he sees Drake put on a sad face, and then he starts talking. Drake, AAA, it's nothing, just that in my past I had a partner called Tiamat. She became a dragon queen, the strongest of the dragon kings. I loved her more than anything in the world. But one day when I found my rival, the White One, I borrowed a relic to win. Well, in part 1-1, but when I returned with her I was intercepted by the factions since I had caused great damage, and I was locked in the sacred gear and I could not return with Tiamat. So she thought that I only used it, but the truth was that I could not get there because they locked me in the boosted gear. He said it while a treacherous tear fell from his cheek, which could only touch his cheek. Issei, I see, so that's what happened. He said it with a sad voice since his partner couldn't be with his female because he was locked up. And so the day passed, where they talked about their plan and what Arian had announced, that in a month a visit would be made and he would present himself before the dragons and thus begin his plan, and then see the faction leaders. After that we see a blue-haired man saying goodbye to Tannen, who just nods and says goodbye to him and leaves. Tannen thought, a big change is coming for all the factions. I want to see their faces when they know I'm back, but I'll have to wait. In another unknown place, we can see a figure that looked like a large shadow and had a serious look. Unknown figure. Wow, it's been 8 years since that brat defeated me. But finally my plan worked out when I sent some pretty faces after the women of Sekirayudai, and thus plunged them into despair, and thus they lose the pillar of the factions, and there is no one to defend them. Ha ha ha, soon I will be the ruler of everything. He said it with a lunatic face while looking at a small army. Meanwhile, in the human world we can see our blue-haired boy walking through the streets of Kwa while looking around, but he is interrupted by a link that Drake was making. Drake, hey buddy, aren't you forgetting something? Asked the dragon. Issei, what do you mean if I'm not forgetting something? I don't think so, but what is it? Tell me, Drake. Drake, where are we going to stay? I asked since they didn't have anywhere to live. Issei, don't worry Drake, since I still have enough to buy a house. Remember that I had the funds from the Issei dragon in case of an emergency. After that, they proceeded to buy a house at the top of a small mountain where you could see the city and also have an exit to the forest. The next day we can see a brown-haired boy walking towards Ko's academy, since today will be the first day. When he arrived, all the girls looked at him with hearts in their eyes and whispering many not-so-holy things. But he did not take it very seriously and continued on his way. While he walked down a hallway he managed to feel some very familiar auras. He just limited himself to turning to where he felt those auras. Seeing an old building that brought back good and bad memories for our blue-haired boy, who only sighs and continues on his way to his classroom. While walking, our protagonist lost himself in his mind, remembering the moments he spent with his friends and girls until the moment of his betrayal. He then came out of his mind when he felt himself colliding with a person, causing them both to fall to the ground and then recover. Issei, Itatit, sorry, I couldn't see where I was walking, said the blue-haired man, helping the girl to get up. Don't worry, I couldn't see where I was walking either. The girl responded with a warm voice and a smile. Issei, let me help you, said the blue-haired boy, looking at the girl who was picking up some papers that had fallen. Don't worry, I'm almost done. No need. He didn't finish speaking when he saw how the boy picked up the other papers and accidentally put their hands together. This excuse was not they could not articulate a word since both were red, something that made a certain dragon happy to see that emotion in his friend. Well, sorry again, my name is Ryu. The blue-haired man introduced himself, bowing. Nice to meet you, Ryukun. My name is Shigusa Megumi. I hope we become friends, she said, smiling shyly, something that made the blue-haired boy blush a little. Yes, saying goodbye, both continuing on their way and thus entering the classroom. It should be said that when they introduced themselves the girls screamed like never before and the boys cried about what had happened, so the classes went by in days, and thus a month passed where the brown-haired boy had lunch on the roof of the academy, looking around and also getting the nickname, the Lonely Prince, since the girls always tried to get him to go on dates or to go to karaoke with them, but he always said no since he had things to do. And if that weren't enough, when he met Sona, who upon investigating, he learned was a supervisor at the academy, which is why she was still there, he just stared at her. But he decided not to reveal himself, or at least to start a conversation with her, since that could mean the end of his elaborate plan. While everything was going on normally, or at least that's what it seemed like, since with a certain girl who bumped into our blue-haired boy, Megumi's mind, wow, so he's the bearer of Drake, right, Tiamat? She asked a figure of a considerable size and with a very familiar figure. Tiamat, that's right, my friend, although I don't feel a connection with him, or at least I don't perceive it. The figure known as Tiamat responded. Megumi, who would have thought that a dragon queen like you fell in love with someone who only used her? Tiamat, that's right, my friend, but this time I'll make sure to kill its bearer so she can prove that a dragon isn't to trifle with. She said this while revealing a large blue dragon. Megumi, do you think they know you're awake and even closer to the Red Emperor? She asked with a little confusion. Tiamat, I don't believe it. You have learned to control my aura well, and if that were not enough, my essence too. You truly are a prodigy. She said it with a smile. Elsewhere at Qua Academy, we can see our blue-haired boy on the school terrace while he was chatting with his tenant. Drake, hey buddy, did you notice that girl you ran into a month ago? The dragon asked with a serious face. Issei, yes, Drake, she gives off a small power, and with my senses I managed to capture a small dragon essence, but I can't know which one. He said this while looking at the edge of the terrace. That's right, buddy, maybe you have a sacred gear, replied the dragon. Issei, well, I'll have to talk to her more if I want to free all the dragons, including the sacred gear carriers. He said, looking at the little drake. And tell me what to do, buddy. A month has passed and Tannen informed us that tomorrow will be the meeting of the dragons, but I have also been informed by Tannen that the leaders will have a meeting that same day. Asked the little drake. Issei, it's time to start, but I have an idea that you might like, Drake. Drake, and what would that idea be, buddy? He asked, curious to see what his buddy would come up with. I want you to go in your original form, replied the brown-haired man, but I also want you to be the one to command the faction, since I prefer to take charge of the front lines. So you'll show up and convince the dragons, and if anything goes wrong, I'll take care of it. Drake. But buddy, he didn't finish speaking because he was interrupted. Issei, I already thought about it, and you are better at talking to dragons since I doubt they will trust me since I am an unknown dragon to them, or at least for now. Also you are the Red Emperor Celestial Dragon, and soon Dragon God. Meeting and birth of the dragon faction. Pav narrator. After Issei told Drake that he would be the one in charge of leading the dragon faction since he would be in charge of the front. After that we can see our brown-haired boy getting ready to go to dragon territory to talk to them and find out what they decide on that. He remembers a gift that Agnologia gave him during his training. Taking out a box and opening it, he takes an object, which when he looks at it he simply smiles and with a sad look with a few small tears forming as he remembers his brother. This is the gift Agnologia gave to Issei. After taking the object he looks at the window of his house, seeing the dark sky and seeing the stars with a touch of air that makes his hair wave. He lets out a sigh saying, Issei, the plan is finally underway. I will begin to fulfill your dream, brother, and very soon what you always dreamed of will become a reality. You will see the dragons at the top of everything, and wherever you are, I hope you see it. He said this, remembering the moments he shared with Agnologia. Drake, you miss him, right, buddy? I miss him too. After all, he gave me a second chance to live and make up for my mistakes. The dragon said sadly. Issei, I know, buddy, but I can't help but miss him. After all, he supported me, just like you, when I needed him the most, and they showed me that no matter how hard the fall is, it all depends on us if we want to get up and move forward. That's why I thank you, Drake, for being with me in the worst moments. He said this while caressing Mini Drake's head. Drake, oh no, buddy, after all you never saw me as a weapon and treated me equally, and besides I couldn't leave such a crybaby and perverted carrier. But I'm sure of one thing, and that is that you are my best carrier and the last one no matter what. I will always be there for you, buddy. Issei, thanks Drake. Let's go now because after this everything will change and there will be no turning back. He said this while shifting towards the center of his room. After that he creates a magic circle to transport himself to the outskirts of the dragon territory, where we can see a chibi drake jumping from Issei's head to stand a few meters away to begin growing to its original form. After Drake took his original form, a very strong aura was felt coming off Drake, who did not try to contain himself, since if he wanted to convince all the dragons he had to make his power known, and thus have more chances that they would agree. This was the case for a few minutes, during which the dragons noticed the aura emerging near their territory, thus becoming alert in case it was an attack or something similar. But a certain dragon knew who it was and was surprised by the large amount of aura that it released, since he never imagined that it had reached such a high level. Elsewhere in the underworld, the faction leaders' meeting room, you can see Michael, Gabriel, Seraphal, Sursex, Ajuka, Azazel, Yasaka, Asmodeus along with the DXD team. The Citri and Gremory entourage who had been summoned to discuss some matters regarding the energy that was felt near the Citri and Gremory territory in the human world until suddenly they began to feel a very strong aura, but that they all knew since it was from that boy who gave everything for them, and they paid him back in the worst way. Michael, this aura is very strong, but doesn't it seem familiar to you? He said this while looking at the others in the room. Azazel, it's true, this aura is from no impossible, it's Issei. He said it with a tone of surprise since he couldn't believe that his student was back. Sursex, it's true, this aura is his, there's no doubt about it. He said, smiling, since this was an opportunity to ask for forgiveness for what they did to him. Everyone was very surprised since the Security's aura had returned after disappearing for several years. On the other hand, two black-haired women with empty eyes lit up with a glow that showed joy since the person they had fallen in love with had returned. Although on the other hand, the ex-girls of the brown-haired boy were in a sea of emotions since that person they betrayed returned and who perhaps would hate them, but on the other hand they were happy since they wanted to apologize and make amends for their actions. Everything was fine until in their minds they remembered that they already had a son or daughter, and that they were not from the brown-haired boy, thus putting on a sad face, and that they knew that maybe that would give them less chance of him not returning, but that would not stop them since they wanted to fix things with him. Sursex, calm down, girls. There's still a chance you can fix things and get things resolved in the future. Also, remember that those kids have a very similar aura, that is, a dragon's aura. I said this while looking at the former girls. Everyone in the room watched this with many ideas on the part of some. Back with our blue-haired boy, we can see him with Drake at the entrance to the territory where a moment ago they were surrounded by some dragons who felt the increase in the aura, thus creating a formation. A dragon speaks. Dragon 1, identify yourself, dragon, or we will see that aura increase as a threat, and we will see you attack. Dragon 2, come on, identify yourself, didn't you hear, second-class dragon? One of the candidates for Dragon King is speaking to you. Dragon Ball Z, guys, remember that Tannen told us not to underestimate a being just because of its appearance, or its power, since it can hide more than you think. At that point they feel an aura rise higher than normal and turn to look at their intruder, according to them. Drake, you're saying that you, a candidate for Dragon King, are in a position to face me. It seems that they haven't told you who I was in the past before I was sealed, right? Dragon 1, and I should care who you are since in my opinion you are much weaker than us, and you also have a human with you. Someone who associates with a simple human is not very strong, he said with an arrogant voice. Dragon 2, besides the fact that I am a candidate for Dragon King, you wouldn't attack me since I'm ahead of almost everyone behind Tiamat. Drake, upon hearing that, only puts on a more serious face and begins to increase his aura even more. Drake, ha ha, what a good joke. It seems I'll have to tell you who I am. I am the Celestial Dragon Red Emperor, he said with a tone full of pride. Dragon 3, you are one of the two dragons that are above the Dragon Kings, those beings that are almost at the edge of Ophis Ouroboros, the dragon of infinity. He said it with fear in his words since he knew about him from some legends that they told. Dragon 2, that is impossible since according to Tannen those two dragons are already sealed in the Bosted gear and in the dividing. Note, I don't know if that's how it is written. 4. Drake, that's right, I was sealed until a time ago, when the human you're talking about was able to free me, and if that weren't enough, you wouldn't have any chance of facing me and winning. The whole atmosphere became very tense until a certain dragon made an appearance. Tannen, calm down, Drake. I'm sure you no longer have any doubts about underestimating an unknown being. But tell me, you came here to talk to us, right? The dragon asked with a serious expression. Drake, yes, since we have many points to discuss, and I don't think the faction leaders will be long since they must have felt my aura and will want me to explain what happened. He said it with a serious but at the same time annoyed tone. Tannen, and what do you think about your larva? She asked, curious about what he would say. Issei, the truth will be sincere with you since I am not interested in what they do, and if you are worried about whether I could see them, don't worry. I do not feel the slightest feeling towards all of them. I just want to fulfill my brother's objective. By the way, Drake is the one in charge of leading the faction supported by you since I will be on the battlefield. He said it with a serious and cold expression, something that caused Tannen to shiver because of the boy's attitude. Hi, just stop that expression because you scare me. He said it with a drop of anime-style sweat. Drake, letting out a sigh. Don't even try it, Tannen, since I told him and he just answers that this is his way. Cough. Cough. Excuse me, Master Tannen, but who is that weak human with you? He said, pointing at the brown-haired boy while the other two dragons looked arrogantly at the blue-haired boy. Issei, sorry, what you said to me, he asked with a tone that expressed pain. Drake's mind, I think this is enough. This is what he thought when he saw how a small aura began to come out of his partner. Dragon 2. As you heard, that a simple human. He couldn't finish as he felt a sharp pain run through his body coming from his stomach. When he looked down, he could see Issei with a fist stuck in him, leaving a few seconds after seeing him due to the force that the blue-haired man exerted. Everyone was speechless since at no time did they see how he moved, and even more so when they saw how much force he used to take out and knock out a candidate for Dragon King, and even more so with the ability to fight with Tiamat, but of course not being able to beat her. After what happened, both remaining dragons remained silent, and only continued to follow the three dragons since after defeating their friend, he confessed that he only suppressed his power to go unnoticed. After a while in which Issei talked about what Drake would talk about, all the dragons approached since they knew that Tannen had something to announce. Tannen, well, as you know, I have called you here since we have a proposal from the celestial dragon Red Emperor Drake. After finishing saying that, a colossal figure emerges behind Tannen, which the most veteran dragons knew perfectly. All the dragons murmured many things, some of them in amazement and others in fear, until an old dragon spoke up. Dragon V, this is impossible. Drake is sealed and its bearer is a boy named Issei. He said this doubting the being in front of him. Drake, indeed, I was a sacred gear some time ago, but thanks to my carrier I was able to get out and be free again. But I'll tell you about that later. Dragon, so your carrier is. He couldn't finish because he was interrupted by Drake. Don't worry, I said I would tell you later. Now I'm just here to summon the dragons to create our faction so we can stop being servants of demons, angels, fallen angels, etc. And thus show that we dragons are the strongest beings of all. When they finished speaking, everything was in enormous silence since they were in shock because a dragon who only cared about his rivalry with the White One was proposing to take the dragons to the top. Young dragon. But we don't have the strength to confront the factions in the event of an attack, Cavispace said, since it was true that the dragons were strong, but they needed more strength to accomplish that goal. Drake, don't worry. That's why I, Drake, the celestial dragon Red Emperor, am on your side to take you all to the abyss. And I also have someone else who will help us. Dragon V. And who is that? He asked, completely curious. Drake. He was about to speak but was silenced by a voice. That would be me since I have the same ideal as Drake. Dragon. And who are you supposed to be? Apparently you're just a simple human. Haha, I don't think you can help us much. Drake, upon hearing this, only got angry, releasing a large amount of aura, causing everyone to tense up and breathe heavily since it was a very strong aura. But the surprise was that the human they had insulted did not seem to be affected by Drake's aura. Enough, Drake. We're here to talk, not fight, he said as he was covered in a dark blue aura. Drake, sorry, I just can't stand arrogant people who think they're superior. Before continuing to talk, several circles formed near Tannen, but a certain blue-haired man, seeing this, only changed his expression to a more serious one. Tannen, what is the reason for your visit? Maus Sursex Lucifer, Seraphal Leviathan, Falbium Asmodeus, Ajuka Belzebu and the other DXD group leaders, Citri and Gremory entourage, he asked with a slightly dry but imperceptible tone. Sursex, we're just here to talk to your guest and learn a few things, replied the Mao, looking around until. Drake, what do you want from me, Mao Lucifer? Asked the imposing red dragon. Seeing who was in front of him, Sursex could only swallow hard, hiding his nervousness. Sursex, we want you and your carrier to come with us to talk about some things, he said seriously. But inside he was scared by the aura that Drake emanated. Drake, my carrier, I'm afraid, is not in a condition to talk, and if I had something with you, it would only be to destroy you and every leader who dare to betray my carrier along with his or her kind. The dragon responded in an annoyed tone, almost roaring. Tannen, enough Drake, leaders please I ask you to withdraw since I do not understand what happened for Drake to have so much resentment towards you, but this is not good since you should know that a dragon will not fight alone. Michael, enough Sursex, we'd better leave. There will be a chance to talk, but right now it's better to leave. Drake, okay Tannen, I'll leave it. Everyone looked in amazement at Drake's angry side since it wasn't just instinct but there was something behind it. Thus, the leaders retreated, as no one could overcome their amazement at seeing the celestial dragon again. Except for Michael and Sursex, who controlled their fear and amazement. I finally found you. After the leaders left, all the dragons looked at Drake in total amazement, since they had never seen that side of him. Tannen, hey Drake, where is that little larva since I didn't see it when the leaders arrived? He said curiously. Drake, sure he will be at the top of that great rock watching how everything unfolded. Because if he were present he would not be able to control himself, and maybe he would attack them. You know that after all he still has that feeling of resentment and sadness for what they did to him. He said with a sigh. Issei, I see that's what's going on. You think you're so immature as to ruin my plan, no Drake. The last bit was said in a voice from beyond the grave from behind Drake. Drake, that's not what I meant, Issei, you know that. He couldn't finish because he was interrupted by Issei. Issei, calm down Drake. In a way he didn't want to be present since they would suspect someone they've never seen. He said it with his cold tone. After that little scene, Drake proceeded to explain to the other dragons about his plans to take the dragon faction to the top, thus receiving many positive nods since they knew that many dragons did not want to be used as weapons. Tannen, come on Drake, I think you achieved your goal and I also want you to know that you also have my help since I don't want anyone else to follow orders and I want to see how far they can go. He said this looking at a blue-haired man who was on a high rock looking around. Drake, thanks Tannen. We're sure that with the progress my partner has made, he'll be capable. Repeating Tannen's action, Issei, Drake, you know I listened perfectly, and you know that if it weren't for your support and the fact that you never left me, it's what helped me overcome that trauma, although you already know what happened with that whole thing, but thank you. He said it without changing his gaze. Tannen, excuse me Drake, what's the larva talking about? He said with a look of confusion. Drake, releasing a sigh. You see Tannen, what happens is when we met Agnologia my partner had already done the ritual of the fall of the dragons since if he didn't do it he could die and after that, his training began but as time passed there was a side effect of the ritual and that was that they sealed his feelings making him colder and more ruthless. When fighting and we verified that when in his final test to return he had to fight with some physical clones that Agnologia created with the strength of a celestial dragon. After that Issei began to pull against his opponents demonstrating a fighting style that adapts to the opponents, and after a while the massacre began since my partner attacked at all times to kill. When we reacted he pierced one in the chest where his heart was when he saw my partner in his hand he had his heart. And on his face he did not show resentment, only his lifeless and cold eyes were seen without any emotion but with a small smile on his face. He said it remembering that scene where you could see a blue-haired man with blood on his clothes and surrounded by the corpses of his opponents. Tannen, I see, so to speak, he'll kill and plow everything in his reach to achieve his goals. He said, looking at the blue-haired man again. Issei, in short, yes, since I promised Oni-san and I don't intend to forget that promise again. He said, looking at the sky with a sad face as he remembered his brother. Tannen, you miss him, don't you, larva? Issei, you can't imagine how much after everything he entrusted me with his legacy. He gave me a second chance and thanks to him I am who I am now, so wherever I am I only have something to say to him, and that is something. Thank you? He said with a sad smile and a tear running down one of his cheeks. Drake, you have become extremely strong and you still show a bit of weakness for our sensei. You are truly my best carrier. Issei, thanks Drake, and you are my best partner. After that little conversation, they both decided to return to the human world since the emergence of the new dragon faction will soon be announced, and they had a lot to talk about, and what they will tell the faction leaders once they find out about this new movement. Tannen, Issei, before you go I want you to know that Kao's brigade is back in small groups. I imagine you must know who is still in command, right? The dragon asked, waiting for the blue-haired man's reaction. Issei, I see so Euclid Lucifuge is still alive along with that damn Rise and live on Lucifer. Don't worry, Tannen, if they deign to attack let me know, and once and for all we will eliminate them. He said it with his monotonous tone, but whoever knows the blue-haired man knew that he was angry. Tannen, okay then we'll keep in touch. Drake/Issei. See you later, Tannen. After learning who was still alive and knowing that they were planning something, they headed to the human world through a portal like this, arriving at their home. Meanwhile, in dragon territory minutes later. Wow, so you've finally made an appearance, aren't you, bearer of Tiamat? Tell me what brings you here, bearer of Tiamat? I don't suppose you're coming to say hello after all? Tannen asked, feeling a magic circle closing behind her. Who would have thought it? Tiamat was right. You don't let your guard down, do you? Dragon King Tannen? He said this while bowing in a sign of respect. Tannen, well, at least Tiamat taught you some girl manners. And tell me what brings you to my territory? She said it with an idea in mind. So you didn't forget anything, Tannen, but you're right, I'm not here just to say hello since I'm looking for her. Tannen, I see, so you're still obsessed with that, but to be honest, if in the past you were about to kill one of its bearers, tell me why you're still determined. Like passing that on as a commendation to your bearer? After that, a gem materialized in the wearer's hand, highlighting the aqua green color or more similar to an emerald. Tiamat, I will not rest until I kill its bearer, and show him how strong I am, so he will respect me and I will get the truth out of him as to why he left me. She said this while the gem gave off an aura that covered its bearer. Tannen's mind, so he hasn't told you yet, so that's why he wants to find you too. Tannen, I see, so you want to show how superior and talented you are so you can prove that you are the perfect candidate to be with him. She said while looking at the gem. Tiamat, that's right, tell me where the Drake Gate is. I'll crush it until nothing remains. She said this without stopping to expel her aura. Tannen, well, let me tell you, he just left for the human world, but I don't think you can stand up to his wielder. He said, remembering the small display of power he gave her. Tiamat, please Tannen, you know that I am at the level of a celestial dragon, so much so that I could be compared to Drake or Albion, and you know it. In addition, my carrier has controlled 90% of all my power. Tannen, maybe that's real, but the Drake bearer has changed, and if that weren't enough, I don't think you or any of us can stand up to him. Besides, I can assure you that he's beyond our reach. I'm sorry, Tannen, but I don't think I can beat us, and it doesn't matter that I will fulfill Tiamat's wish, since I also know what it's like to be cheated on, and for everything you thought was important to go with that person. Tannen, it's okay, just don't say I didn't warn you, and please don't make him angry. Oh, by the way, Tiamat, you might be in for a big surprise. In his mind, go girl, if you only knew what he had to go through, yours is nothing compared to you. After that, Tiamat and her carrier left the place. Meanwhile, in another more specific location, the faction leaders' meeting room. All the faction leaders were silent, looking at the center table with a sad expression. Next to them were Gabriel, Penemu, Yasaka, Zona and his entourage, the Vala team, along with the Gremory entourage, who were in the same state as the leaders. The room was enveloped in silence. Sarah Fall, wow, it seems it didn't turn out as we expected, right guys? She said with a sad look as if she was about to cry. Sursex, it seems that Drake won't forgive us, and it seems that Issei isn't in good condition. I said this thinking about Drake's words. Michael, now you understand why I was always against him, since I always saw Issei as an angel without wings or halos, since among all of us, including me except for my sister, he has a purer heart than anyone, since he always gave everything for us and for his loved ones without asking for anything in return. He did not ask for fame, fortune, women, or much less. He always sacrificed himself for everyone without knowing that maybe that would be his last battle. Or do you no longer remember the sacrifices he made for everyone in this room, or for the entire underworld, heaven, Gregory, Asgard, or whatever, regardless of what faction he was from? He always cared for everyone. What prevented him from getting up again from the state he was in? He always risked everything, and how they paid him with a lie of love, a replacement, a secret that they decided to hide, since without knowing what he would suffer, that is unforgivable. After seeing Issei suffer, we wanted to make him see reason, but he had already made the decision to leave and not know anything about us. I don't think I'm saying that they didn't notice how his heart was so pure and corrupted by that anger, that sadness, and even more so the helplessness of not being able to do anything. Azazel. Michael is right. He himself faced us on the day of his battle and told us that he had already made his decision, and all the goodness that he reflected disappeared in the most hidden part, and only hatred and sadness remained, along with the greatest of all, the helplessness of not being able to be enough for his loved ones. No one in the room said anything. Everyone saw their mistake and no one knew what to say. Everyone sought Issei's forgiveness without knowing that they had already lost it, and that only a few people had the possibility of making that happen. While in the human world Issei residence, Issei, tell me, Drake, do you think your beloved will come for me? I asked, looking out the window. Drake, I believe it, partner, since he doesn't know we're separated. Also, remember that the boosted gear is still in you and I have a connection with it, making it seem like you're my carrier. Issei. It's fine. I just hope you'll let me fight with its wielder for a moment. I'd like to know what its current condition is. Drake, I understand, partner, that's how it will be. Afterwards, I want to fix things. I don't want to live with the guilt any longer. And if you don't forgive me, I'll be at peace since I told you what really happened. Once the conversation was over, they both got ready to rest since it was Friday night, and they needed to get enough sleep to start the day training since Drake wanted to continue getting stronger. In the distance from the house you can see the silhouette of a woman with her hair blowing in the air, staring intently at a specific house. So I finally found you, Drake. This time I won't let you escape. Your carrier will pay for all the suffering I suffered. Misunderstandings and battle. I finally found you, Drake. So this time I won't let you escape. And once and for all I'll make you pay, or at least your bearer. Tiamat said from the gem on her bearer's left arm. After that, Tiamat created a dimension which was to fight without any ties so she could demonstrate her strength, and that she is not to be trifled with. Well, Tiamat, I think it's time to start. Tiamat, that's right. Let's prove we're at the level of one of the two celestial dragons, she said as an aura covered its wielder. We can see a kind of rifle in her hand, which she quickly charges with a bit of energy, and magic circles begin to form from it. Demolition of the Kehos. A powerful attack came out of the barrel in the direction of our beloved protagonist's house. While a few moments before in our protagonist's house Issei and Drake were chatting. Issei, hey Drake, don't you feel like someone is watching us? Our blue-haired man asked. Drake, you feel that way too, but I thought it was just my imagination. After observing each other for a moment, they noticed that a barrier was placed over them, thus alerting both of them. Issei, Drake, shouted Issei to receive a nod from our chibi dragon who entered the boosted gear. After that, a loud bang rang out as a powerful attack impacted the barrier surrounding the house, generating a cloud of dust. From within, a figure could be seen standing among the fragments of the barrier broken by the attack. Issei, wow, it seems I can't rest anymore, although to be honest I'm surprised you can break the barrier that protects my home. He said this as he walked out of the rubble. Until we finally meet, Drake bearer. Drake, this aura it's not impossible, Abo, she is Tiamat. He said it in his mental connection, seeing the silhouette that was in the distance. Issei, wow, so I'm being attacked by the carrier of Kehos Karma, Tiamat. That really surprises me. And tell me, what do I owe your presence to? Wow, it seems I never thought that Ryusan would be the carrier of Drake. He said, walking towards Issei, showing his face. Issei Ryu, Mayumi-san, it's you, but what does this mean? Are you the bearer of Tiamat? He said it a little surprised by such a revelation. Mayumi, that's right, you said it yourself, I'm the bearer of Tiamat. After that, without warning, Mayumi disappeared in a swift motion, placing herself behind Issei, launching a kick towards his face, but in a swift movement, Issei stopped her foot with his hand, creating a small air wave from the impact. Mayumi, wow, you're strong, I just hope that's not all you know how to do, she said, letting go of the grip and jumping until she had a little distance to go. Spear of cows and a dark blue energy began to form in the girl's hand, taking the form of a spear which shot towards Issei, who simply raised his right hand, proceeding to say Crimson Mirror. At the end of saying that, a magic circle came out of Issei's hand, generating a barrier which, when impacting with the spear, generated an expansion sling, destroying the barrier that Tiamat had created. Issei Ryu, well, so you can control Tiamat's power without any problem, he said while the barrier he used to stop the attack disappeared. Mayumi, and that was nothing compared to the power we have, isn't it, Tiamat? She said this while a bracelet with an emerald green gem materialized in her hand. Tiamat, that's right, you're no longer my match, Drake. Now you'll pay for seeing me abandoned, he said, expelling a very dense aura that covered Mayumi. After saying that in Issei's mind, Drake was speaking. Issei, Drake, why don't you go out and explain what really happened? He said this while looking at Drake, who had a sad face. Drake, I don't know, it seems she won't listen to me. Plus I know she hates me for what happened. I should have done more to get back with her. After all, I just let them seal me. Issei, calm down, buddy, now it's my turn to support you like you did with me. I'll never abandon you, we're in this together. Besides, I know that if things get ugly, I'll have to act. After that little chat, a scream was heard coming from Mayumi's gem. Tiamat! Show yourself, or is it true that I mean nothing to you, Drake? She said while a gem materialized on Ryu's arm. Drake, you know that's not true, Tiamat. I love you with all my being. It's just that he couldn't say that he was weak against the factions. He thought Tiamat would make fun of him. Tiamat, only that you couldn't come back or that you forgot about me when you defeated Albion. Because I was weak. Tell me, Drake, why? Was Tiamat's angry response, not knowing the reason why he abandoned her. Mind connection, Ryu. Drake, say it, Abo, it's now or never. Drake, none of that. What happened is that Drake was going to continue, but an aura coming from Tiamat stopped Drake. Tiamat, enough of the meaningless explanations. I came here to pay, so your boy, being the carrier of Drake, will also assume the consequences of it. After finishing saying that, an armor covered Mayumi. This will be Mayumi's armor when she uses Tiamat's power. Drake, wow, I never thought that its wielder would go so far in controlling the power of Tiamat. Issei, I'm sorry, Drake, but you know that if he attacks I will have no choice but to respond. He said it, changing his gaze to a cold one without any emotions. Drake, I understand, but just don't kill her. Leave her out of combat, and without any mortal wounds. Letting out a sigh. Okay, Drake, I will do it, but I will use your power since I still will not reveal mine unless I need to. After that, on Issei's arm, the boosted gear materialized. Drake, boosted gear balance break a scale mile, thus creating his red Emperor Dragon armor. Both stared at each other until Mayumi made the first move, launching herself at Issei, who, seeing that, adopted a fighting stance and began to fly at Mayumi, colliding their fists, which destroyed the trees that were nearby, thus causing both to retreat a considerable distance from each other. But what Mayumi didn't expect was that Issei appeared in front of her in a flash, kicking her in the stomach, sending her flying into the forest. Mayumi, that really hurt. Wow, you're fast. She said this when she saw the blue-haired man a few meters away from her, but there was no response from the blue-haired man, who sharpened his gaze even more. Issei, Crimson Dimension, saying that, an isolated dimension identical to the forest where they were was formed. Issei, this will be enough to not raise people's eyes, don't you think? He said this while watching Mayumi standing and observing the dimension. Mayumi, I don't care who sees us, after all I will finish off the person who dared to leave Tiamat. After saying that, he launched himself at Issei again, who responded with a direct blow to the stomach but was blocked by Mayumi, who with a quick movement placed herself behind him, giving him a kick which was also covered by Issei with his arms in an X shape, but the impact was such that he was thrown backwards, creating marks on the ground. Mayumi, I think you got too confident, Red Emperor. She said this while looking at the blue-haired man adopting his posture again. What happened next is that Issei didn't respond, but instead his gaze became colder. Void impact. Issei's eyes changed for a moment to emerald green, something that Mayumi observed, but suddenly she felt an immense pain in her abdomen, which when she looked at it had part of its armor destroyed. When she looked back at the blue-haired man, she was surprised that he had his fist raised, implying that he was the one who struck the blow. Mayumi's mind. Tiamat, can you repair the armor? Tiamat, yes, I agree, my friend, but I must say that this is new. I didn't even see when she launched that attack. She said it in a tone of surprise. Mayumi, I think I underestimated my opponent, but something doesn't give me a good feeling. I think we should go all out without holding back, don't you think so? She said this while looking at Tiamat's silhouette. Fast forward to the 20th second onwards. Tiamat, it's true, after all, he achieved the title of Celestial Dragon by his own power. We must not let our guard down. Back in the battle, Issei, what's up, bearer of Tiamat? Is that all you can do? He said it with a cold tone, something that surprised Mayumi. After that, Issei disappeared in a flash of speed, appearing in front of Mayumi about to hit her face, but Mayumi reacted, dodging the attack by force and responding with a ball of energy which she created at that moment, exploding in the blue-haired man's chest, which was thrown far away, passing through several trees. Mayumi, I was finally able to land a hit. She said this while panting a little from charging the energy ball in a short time. Tiamat, watch out, this isn't over yet, she said in a serious tone. Mayumi turned to see where she had thrown the blue-haired man, but suddenly appeared behind her, sending her flying with a kick which launched her into the sky, where she appreciated again, giving him a spinning kick in the abdomen, thus crashing, creating a crater. Tiamat looked up as Issei slowly descended. Mayumi, I think we should release the limited, or we won't stand a chance against him. She said this while looking at where her rival landed. Tiamat, okay. But remember that it will be a great effort since you do not yet control that power. After that, you can see how a dense aura covered Mayumi, shining for a moment, while Issei just watched with neutrality what she did. When the glow disappears, you can see a Mayumi with a new armor that gives off an aura at the level of a celestial dragon. That will be his new armor. Issei, wow, Drake, I didn't think he had a limiter where he hid all that power, he said while a glow came out of the central gem. Drake, apparently she has reached the level of a celestial dragon. He said this while looking at Mayumi's armor from inside the gem. After that little conversation between Issei and Drake, they saw Mayumi get into a fighting stance. So, imitating the same thing, both stared at each other until both disappeared in a flash, colliding their fists again, but this time the wave was more destructive. You could only see how they exchanged blows until Karma of the Dragon, a powerful blast, enveloped the blue-haired man, exploding in him full on. Mayumi thought that attack affected him since he used a large part of his power, and indeed that attack broke his armor a little, and the helmet was cracked. Issei, I'm sorry Drake, but it's time to end this, and this time I'll use that Lodicia, making the red armor disappear. Drake, it's okay, just don't kill her, the dragon responded as he left Issei's body, returning to his chibi form. Mayumi saw with surprise what had just happened, since a green gem came out of Issei's body which proceeded to transform into a chibi dragon. Tiamat, that's Drake, but how he spoke in a tone of surprise, something that made Mayumi open her eyes wide, seeing the blue-haired man again because he spoke. Issei, I think it's time to end this. Later Drake will tell you the truth. He said it with a cold tone and a dark blue aura surrounding him. Tiamat, but how can she have that power? Isn't Drake supposed to be the one who gives her the power? She said it, scared since that aura was very dense and dark. Mayumi didn't know what to say because when she felt that aura, her body was run through by a chill, making her hands tremble. Balance break the dark dragon. Saying that, Issei's body was covered by a dark blue energy which, when it disappeared, you could see Issei with an armor that was frightening, not to mention the power it gave off. Here is what many were expecting. Mayumi and Tiamat were trembling at the sight of the imposing armor in front of them and instinctively stepped back, but it was too late, as in less than a blink Issei was behind them with his hand raised, and in it he had a magic circle, which they could only hear what he said. Pulse of the end. A pressure wave threw Mayumi against a distant mountain, leaving her unconscious, and Tiamat could only see how the entire armor was broken and with injuries to its wearer, while her vision was blurred as her partner was falling unconscious. The last thing she saw was the armor that remained in the place where she threw it. After Tiamat was knocked unconscious next to her carrier, Issei returns to his normal state and proceeds to pick up Mayumi. Issei, Drake, can you fix this mess? He asked the dragon, who was looking at the destruction caused by a single attack from his partner. Drake knew that his partner held back as much as he could so that he wouldn't kill them, and he was grateful for that. Drake just nodded, leaving the dragon and proceeding to enter his house with Mayumi in his arms. Drake and Tiamat. After the fight between Issei and Mayumi, in which Mayumi was thrown out with wounds on her body and her armor discarded, Tiamat could only see an imposing armor through her gem, but what terrified her the most was the power it gave off. Hours later, we can see how Issei heals Mayumi using a magic circle which resembles Asia Argento's ability, where her wounds that he caused her were closing and the Tiamat bracelet materializes. Tiamat, who are you, or what are you? She asked with a broken voice, looking at the blue-haired man. Issei, so you've woken up, Dragon Queen Tiamat. Ryu replied to the dragon. Tiamat, that's not what I asked you. She couldn't finish because she was interrupted. Issei, there's already time to clarify that. But first I want you to know that someone was worried about you. After saying that, he steps aside, showing a small dragon asleep on top of a chair. Drake was the only thing Tiamat said when she felt the aura of the small dragon in front of her. Issei, that's right, he's been watching over you since he returned from cleaning up the mess from the battle, and he hasn't moved in over half a day since you've been asleep. Tiamat, you mean it, said Tiamat staring at Drake. Issei, that's right, he loves you more than you can imagine, so I, Ryu, bearer and companion of Drake Glock, implore you to allow my friend to tell you the truth about what happened after his battle with Albion. Issei spoke, bowing in a pleading manner. Tiamat, why do you lower yourself to beg me just to listen to Drake? I asked in astonishment, seeing the blue-haired man's act. Issei, he has supported me in the moments when I needed support the most, and it is the least I can do for him, so please let me explain to you. He repeated the previous act, letting out a sigh and a tone of resignation. Okay, I'll do it, but first I want to know how my companion is doing. The dragon asked, seeing her carrier still asleep. Issei, don't worry, she'll be fine. Her wounds will heal and she's just exhausted from the strain. She'll wake up in a couple of hours. He said this as he walked towards the exit of the room. After that, Issei just left the room, heading to the bathroom to take a shower. Hours later, meanwhile, in Tiamat's room, she couldn't stop looking at Drake, but what confused her was that she didn't feel hatred. So, is what I truly feel hatred for you, Drake? What did your carrier mean? What do you have to tell me? These and more were the questions Tiamat asked herself in her head, which were suddenly brought out by a voice. Mayumi, what happened? She asked, looking at the place where she was. Tiamat, we lost to the wielder of Drake, was Tiamat's simple response to her wielder. Mayumi, now that you mention it, it's true, after a blue and black armor appeared, that's what I remember until the moment I received that attack. So Tiamat tells her what happened while she was sleeping, also saying that she should listen to Drake since Ryu asked her to in a plea, something that left Mayumi in shock because of what he was telling her. They were both interrupted by a yawn that came from a chibi dragon that was waking up. Drake, I see you've finally woken up, I'm glad. Tiamat, do you think we can talk? Asked the dragon with a sad face, looking at the ground. Tiamat, it's okay, after all, that was the deal of the fight, she said, looking curiously at Drake's act. So proceeding to go down to the living room where Issei was preparing something to eat, he who, upon seeing everyone go down, knew it was time to clear up the misunderstanding that Drake and Tiamat had, so sitting next to Drake and Mayumi, did the same on the other sofa. Tiamat, so tell me, why didn't you come back with me after the battle with Albion? Tiamat asked the subject directly. Drake, you see what happened is, flashback. We can see a Drake a little badly injured from the fight he had against his rival Albion, who was on the ground with large wounds, making it evident that Drake had emerged victorious. In the distance you can see some groups of different races looking at both dragons, thus approaching Drake, who was waiting to see what they wanted. What Drake didn't expect was that behind them they were creating an immobilization seal which in less time than Drake could react to dodge it, but this gave it to Albion, which the biblical god made an appearance, sealing Albion in the divine dividing. Drake, but why do they do this? They will pay dearly, roared the imposing dragon, getting ready to fight, but given his condition he knew he was at a disadvantage, and the only thing he could do was defend himself from the magical attacks they threw at him. And in a moment of carelessness the biblical god cut him with Ascalon the dragon's slayer sword, which fell without any chance, and was sealed in the boss dead gear, thus unable to return to his beloved. As he finished telling his story, Drake had a few small tears running down his face as he looked at the ground, knowing that he could do nothing to defend himself and return to the person he loved so much. On the other hand, Mayumi and Tiamat were shocked by what had happened to him, but Tiamat, in an act of dissatisfaction, thinking that it didn't mean anything to him, said, Tiamat, that's a lie, right Drake? You told me I was weak. She said this while looking at the little dragon. Drake, you're wrong, I said I was weak, meaning I didn't feel confident in my power. That's why I stepped away a bit to train and protect you, but I couldn't do it. I didn't return to the person I love so much, and would give my life for. Upon saying that, a silence was present, something that did not last, as I heard Drake speak with a broken voice. Drake, I have no way to excuse myself since I broke my word as a dragon to be by his mate's side, so I'm not asking you to forgive me because I know I don't deserve it. I was weak and let them seal me. I just wanted to tell you the truth. He said this while looking at the ground as he stood up from the couch and began to walk towards the garden. Issei just watched as his partner suffered for what happened to him, and he wasn't the only one since Mayumi and Tiamat didn't see a trace of wanting to deceive them like that, making them feel sad. Issei, well, that's how it is. I just hope you understand what really happened that day that I didn't come back with you. I said this while walking in the direction where Drake left. In the garden you could see Drake crying in a small fountain in which he looked at his reflection with a sad face as if the world were falling apart, and it wasn't so far from the truth. Drake, do you think I did the right thing by telling him what happened? The dragon asked his partner without stopping looking at his reflection. Issei, yes, partner. So it only depends on her if she really wants to believe what happened, but only time will tell, was the subtle response of the blue-haired man. Meanwhile with Mayumi and Tiamat. Tiamat, I feel stupid. If only I had listened to him before when he wanted to tell me, I wouldn't be like this, said the dragon in a sad tone. Mayumi, do you still love him? I asked, looking at the garden. Tiamat, yes, even if I don't say it, I still love him, was Tiamat's response. Mayumi, then start from scratch. Maybe now they can be happy. Mayumi received a nod from Tiamat as she headed to the garden where Drake was. Upon leaving they could see both companion and carrier looking at the sky. Tiamat, well, since my carrier lost, I think we could start from scratch. Just as my carrier will have to be with you. I didn't finish because Issei suddenly spoke, alerting Drake since he knew what that action would cause. Issei, you're wrong. Tiamat, I know I defeated them, but it was because of Drake, or maybe you didn't realize that at no time did my body release pheromones towards Mayumi or you. Issei spoke with his cold tone, something that surprised both of them. Mayumi, what does Tiamat mean? She asked with total disbelief. Tiamat, you see, when we have a battle with male dragons, they release pheromones that make you feel attracted to them, and if they are victorious, according to our law, you have to become their partner. Mayumi was shocked by such a revelation, but left quickly upon hearing Ryu. Ryu, that's how they are governed, but at no time did I release pheromones. It was only when I used Drake's power, and that was only for you since he wants to get you back no matter how long it takes, but I don't care about any of that. Mayumi, you're saying I'm not enough for you. I spoke in an angry tone. Issei, that's something I don't have to answer. I speak in a slightly angry tone. Tiamat, Drake, didn't you explain to him what the law is for us dragons? Tiamat asked. Drake, he knows the laws better than anyone, but he, Issei, drag, shouted Issei, making him shut up. Issei started to leave without saying anything but stopped dead when he heard something that was still very much in his heart. Mayumi, all men are the same, they just use you and throw you away, typical of them. You don't know what happens, and if they gave me the choice I would choose someone else. Someone who truly loves me for who I am and not because a fight decided it. Drake in a quick movement stood in front of Mayumi with a magic circle pointing at Issei, but what happened left Tiamat and Mayumi perplexed since an attack launched by Issei crashed into the barrier that came out of the circle that Drake made. Drake, Ryu, please calm down. She doesn't know what happened to you, she just said it out of anger. Drake spoke, trying to calm Issei, who had launched the attack before. Issei, tell me, Mayumi-san, have the people you loved with all your heart ever changed you? Have you ever seen someone you love say that you are a disgrace and are glad that you left? He asked in an emotionless tone. Mayumi didn't know what to say because even though she knew what it was like to be deceived, she didn't understand what he meant. Issei, that's what I thought. So Issei turned around and started walking aimlessly until he was lost from sight, while a dragon just looked sadly at his companion. Tiamat, hey Drake, what happened to your carrier? She asked, somewhat intrigued by the boy's actions. Drake, for now, all I can tell you is that he is a fallen dragon. He responded with great sadness as he remembered the suffering of his friend/companion. Say you said fallen dragon. Tiamat spoke, surprised to know what Drake meant. Anger and confused feelings. After Drake told Tiamat that Issei was a fallen dragon, the dragoness looked in amazement at the place where the blue-haired man had previously been. Tiamat, so he did Drake do that ritual? I asked with great concern for Drake's response. Drake, that's right, he did the ritual. That ritual that is said to be more painful than death itself. That unbearable pain, one that you have never felt before. He responded with his gaze lowered as he remembered the pain that his bearer went through. Tiamat, I see why you reacted earlier. And tell me, where do you think he went? Drake, I don't know about him. He really hadn't shown any feelings about his past, but it seems that I think that pain still exists in his heart. Mayumi just listened with a look of confusion to the conversation of both dragons, asking herself 1,000 things about what they were talking about, but she left the doubts for later since she would ask Tiamat later. Meanwhile with Issei, we can see him walking through the streets of Qua City, which apparently seemed calm and very quiet, but that's something he didn't take into account, as he was deep in thought about what happened a few minutes ago at his house. For some strange reason, he felt a pain in his chest, something he instinctively ignored. He was so immersed that he didn't see when he arrived in a desolate part where only a small chapel could be seen, which he recognized in an instant since that is where he rescued Asia Argento from his first girlfriend Rainar. Issei, of all places, I had to get to this one. He said this while looking at the chapel, having a small memory of how he saved the blonde. But he came out of his memories because a golden hair, as long as gold, entered the chapel, something that seemed strange to Issei since it was not in good condition. So going discreetly where I noticed that girl, where I noticed her in the center on her knees, apparently she was praying. Minutes before Qua City, you could see a woman with golden hair and a very enviable figure, who was covered with a long dark dress, heading towards the forest where a small chapel could be seen in the distance, and without thinking, she headed towards it. I finally arrived. Gosh, I think that must be the church. I'll have to go see how it is. He said this while looking into the distance at a small corner of the church. Upon arriving, he just let out a sigh since he wasn't in the best condition, so he proceeded to enter. If he had concentrated, he might have seen a boy standing on the other side of the chapel, so she proceeded to enter, seeing how bad the destroyed place was, noticing only an image of the church. She then proceeded to kneel down in a show of her great devotion. She was observed by a boy at the door who looked at her with complete disbelief. Back in the present day, we can see our protagonist proceeding to leave, but when he turned around he tripped, causing a small rock to fall, which was heard by the girl. Who's there? He asked, getting up from his place and turning to the place where the noise was heard. Leaving where Issei was. Aito, I didn't want to scare you. I just saw you walking alone towards this place and I thought you were lost since this area is very uninhabited, but I was already leaving. Sorry. For he was interrupted because the girl spoke. Don't worry, I was just walking in the town and they told me there was a chapel, so I wanted to come pray for a moment. He said it with a smile towards the blue-haired man. Issei, well, I just have to tell you that it's not very safe for such a pretty woman to be wandering the streets of Qua alone, since there are some thugs who wouldn't hesitate to do something to you. Thank you very much, don't worry. I was about to leave. A very deep silence was heard because the girl stopped talking. Issei, is something wrong? He asked in his monotonous tone. What? No, it's nothing. Just that. Well, what's your name? I asked timidly. Issei, to that, my name is Ryu, nice to meet you. He responded with a small bow as a sign of respect. Very good name. My name is Gabriel and the pleasure was mine, said the woman with a nice gesture accompanied by a small bow. Gabriel, excuse me, Ryu-san, what are you doing here alone? He asked with a finger on his chin, a truly cute gesture. I see. Just Ryu, and don't worry, I just had a little problem and I went out for a walk. It's nothing serious. Gabriel, excuse me, Issei, can you tell me where there might be a place where I can stay? Well, as you can see, I'm not from here and it's getting dark and I'd like to look, she said, extremely red with embarrassment, playing with her fingers. Kawaii! Issei said in a small whisper, something that was audible to the girl, making her redder as she looked at him with some embarrassment. Issei. Okay, I'll show you a place where you can stay, he replied, recovering his serious attitude. So they both walked through the city, although for some strange reason Issei couldn't stop looking at Gabriel out of the corner of his eye, which was also imitated by the girl who looked at him from time to time. Arriving at a small hotel, not so luxurious nor so simple, a perfect one to spend a few days and to rest. Issei, well, I think this is where our paths separate. Well, take care, Gabriel-san. He said this looking at the one who was at the entrance of the hotel. Gabriel, thank you, Ryu, I hope to meet you again, I replied with a beautiful smile. So both proceeded to continue on their way and enter the hotel, but something was happening in the mind of our blue-haired man. But before entering, Gabriel looked again at the boy where he was leaving, but what surprised him was that she wanted to see his heart, but something prevented her, causing it to bounce off her, leaving her surprised since until now there was nothing that could repel her gift given by God. What was that I felt when I was with Gabriel? Why did I behave that way? These and more were the questions our protagonist asked himself, which he didn't give much importance to since he thought it was just a concern or something similar when he saw her alone in the forest. With Gabriel it wasn't far from our blue-haired boy's thoughts. In Gabriel's room after checking into the hotel she was lying on her bed staring at the ceiling, but she seemed to be lost in her thoughts. Gabriel's thoughts. But how is it that he was able to repel my vision towards the heart? No one had been able to evade him. But who are you, Ryu? He asked himself while a memory returned. Kawaii, that word made Gabriel blush a lot, almost to the point of steam coming out of his head. But why do those words affect me if many people tell me what is special about him? Gabriel had many emotions on his mind that she didn't fully understand. So Gabriel decided to sleep and clear all his thoughts, and our protagonist found himself on top of a building, sitting on a hill overlooking the city. Issei, why is all this happening to me? I don't understand anything of what I feel, he said with an empty look towards the starry sky where a star gave a great shine for a second. Issei, I wish you were by my side, Oni-san, you would know what I feel. He revealed his words to the air while a current of air rose through the sky. What no one knew was that this current reached a sleeping blonde who, when the gust of air entered and hit her face, put on a sad expression, so spending hours looking at the city around him. Issei's house. At our blue-haired boy's house after Issei left and didn't show up for a few hours, during which Mayumi continued sleeping since she hadn't healed from the pain she had from the strong blows she received in her battle. While both dragons were talking about one thing, Issei, Tiamat, tell me, Drake, then what happened to your carrier? Asked the dragon with total interest. Drake, I'm sorry Tiamat, but that's something I can't tell you. Tiamat, after all, even though I'm forgiving you, you're hiding something from me, Drake. The dragon responded with a bit of sadness in her voice. Drake, it's not just that he must face his past and move on. In due time, he will have to tell his story, and that is where you will know what happened to him, but for now, it is something that only he must say. He said this as he approached the bracelet where Tiamat was. Tiamat, you promise, you're not hiding anything? Asked the dragon, receiving a nod from Drake. Tiamat, by the way, Drake, how come you're outside the Longinos? He asked, remembering what it should be Drake was seeing. Drake, well, you see, that is something that an old friend gave me as a gift before dying along with my partner. I can stay outside, but if I want I can return to the boosted gear. He replied with a small smile, looking at the ceiling thinking about his. Oni-san. Tiamat just watched Drake with total disbelief, seeing Drake's attitude since he had changed. Drake, would you like to leave the sacred gear at will? Was the question that took Tiamat by surprise, since they were offering her freedom and the power to return to her carrier at will. Tiamat, can you do it? I asked with an almost pleading voice. Drake, of course, after all, he showed it to me before he died, and well, maybe that way, be you well, we can be together and start over, said a nervous Drake as he said the last thing. Tiamat, yes, I want to go out and Tata maybe try everything again, answered an embarrassed Tiamat. So Drake started off repeating the act that Agnologia did with him, seeing Tiamat's chibi dragon form, who looked incredulous at what was happening. Drake, ready Tiamat, now you can enter and exit the sacred gear at will, but you can also access your original form depending on how you get used to your body. He spoke with a funny tone as he saw Tiamat touching her small wings as a sign of checking if it wasn't a dream. Thank you, Tiamat said before throwing herself at Drake to hug him with emotion. Drake, it's nothing, it's just something I can do for my little dragon, he said, somewhat embarrassed. Tiamat. He called me little dragon. Was the only thing she could say before fainting with a smile and a blush on her cheek, and with a whisper. He called me little dragon, was what Tiamat repeated. Fainted. Drake could only manage a drop of anime-style sweat at Tiamat's reaction. Wow, it looks like you broke it. Someone was heard at the entrance of the house, where Drake turned around and let out a smile. Drake, I'm glad to see you able, and tell me, are you better now? Asked the dragon, receiving a nod from Issei, who was going up to rest, something that Drake understood. While on the outskirts of Hey Kuroka, I'm sure you got it right. asked a figure of a thin man but with an athletic body and a monkey tail. Kuroka, yes, Biko, I know that is his scent, it is undeniable. The Nikomata woman responded, but the surprising thing was a small girl who had wings next to her. I know they'll kill me for doing this, but it's part of the plot. Mom, who are we looking for? Asked the little Nico girl taking her mother's kimono. Kuroka, we're looking for your father's rival Ryoko-chan since he and I have something to talk about. Ryoko, but if he is your rival, why look for him? Besides, Valotosan only thinks about fighting. The girl spoke in a sweet tone. What happens is that your dad wants to apologize for something that happened in the past, and that's why we're looking for him even though they're rivals, they respect each other. Kuroka, that's right, daughter, so if you can, Leify, do you think you can track his aura? She asked, looking at a magician who, when she said that, she saw a sad look, which she herself also put on. Leify, yes, I'll do it right away, he said as he began to recite the chant. Kuroka's mind. Sorry, Leify Issei, I didn't mean to do that to you. Sorry, he said to himself as he looked at his daughter who, seeing her aura, had half of it white and the other half red, knowing whose aura it was. While with Drake, he was watching his little dragon sleep peacefully, but suddenly a flash in his mind made him begin to feel a presence similar to the one he gives off, but also the presence of the one who was once his rival, knowing that it would not be long before he felt it, and came by instinct since after all they were united by their past battles. Thus heading to the stairs but seeing his carrier coming down them. Issei, it seems we won't be able to hide you anymore, Drake. He said it coldly as he looked out the window in the direction of the presence. Drake, that's right, mate. After all, he's the only one who can feel me, so you better be prepared. Issei, okay, although if it's what I think you're coming to do, I'll go through a magic circle since I don't want to see them. He said it walking to the living room, lying down on a sofa. Drake's mind, don't hide from your past anymore, Issei, was the dragon's thought when he saw his partner put on that cold look without any emotions. Tiamat, feeling Albion's presence, woke up because she knew that if Drake appeared she would have to fight and she didn't want to lose him again. Tiamat, oh ye Drake, that is the presence of. She couldn't finish as she saw Drake next to Issei, who looked at her but frightened her as he had the look he gave her in battle, that look that said death in every sense, and that didn't reflect compassion. Drake, it's okay Tiamat, if Albion comes it will be to say hello since we fought a long time ago. My partner before traveling the world made it clear that he would not fight again, although I must admit that I miss fighting against him, but anyway. He said it calmly while giving him a reassuring look. I found it, this aura is his, was Leify's shout upon feeling the aura of a familiar chestnut tree, or so he thought. Kuroka, okay Archer, please I'll leave Ryoko to you if something doesn't go well. Receiving a nod from the knight. So starting to create a teleportation magic circle. Facing my past part 1. So a group of 5 people appeared on the outskirts of Kwa, not far from it, in front of a house which was a good size with 3 floors and a large garden, but what really surprised was the barrier that kept the place safe since Biko tried to cross it, and couldn't even set foot inside before being repelled by an electric shock wave. Biko, that hurts, was Biko's moan as he felt his body run through by the electric shock. Kuroka, it's a pretty strong barrier, but I think with Leify's help we might be able to break it. She said this while looking at the little magician who was giving her a nod. What do you think you are trying to do? Was the cry of an average-sized 2-meter drake, in front of them, who were surprised by who it was and how big it was. Artur, Red Emperor, is that you? Asked the blonde, unable to believe what his eyes were seeing. Drake, that's right, Knight of Lucifer, tell me, what brings you here? Said the dragon, who looked with complete interest at the girl who had Kuroka behind her. Kuroka, we came to talk to you and Issei Naya, she answered with a calm voice. Drake, and what do you want to talk to him about, since as far as I'm concerned you already told him everything when you received my rival's aura? He said it, looking at his sharp gaze making them sweat. Artur, please, Albion said, to do it for old time's sake. He spoke this time with some fear in his words since Drake was expelling a murderous aura. Enough is enough, Drake. They only came to tell you something, so why don't you listen to them? Said a blue-haired man standing in the doorway, surprising the dragon. Drake, it's okay Ryusama, whatever you ordered, answered the dragon, leaving the visitors in shock at how he called the boy, thus deactivating the barrier and proceeding to enter it while they were observed by a Drake who continued looking at the aura of the little girl along with Kuroka and Leify, The others only saw how beautiful the house was since it was elegant but at the same time of a conventional person. When they arrived at the living room, everyone sat down, Vala's group on an armchair in front of Drake, who was sitting on one side of Ryu with a monotonous look. Drake, and tell me, Sir Lucifer, what do you want to talk about? Drake spoke with a somewhat tired tone since he had an idea of what would happen. Kuroka, but first we want to see Issei to talk to both of them. She said it worried since only Drake and Ryu were there, who just looked at them without interest. Ryu, I regret to tell you that Issei is not in a condition to be here since his health does not allow it, was the dry response of the blue-haired man. Kuroka, but are you okay? Was Kuroka's question, who looked worried. Drake, I regret to say that if you wish to talk about him I will have to make you leave, said the dragon beginning to expel a very dense aura. When Kuroka was about to speak, Ryoko, who was standing next to Biko, fell to her knees heavily with symptoms of suffocation. When Leify approached to touch the girl, she could feel how she was burning in temperature, alerting her, beginning to heal her, but this was getting worse and worse, and Kuroka, seeing her daughter, could notice how the second red aura rose above the white one. Apparently they were having a fight. Biko, Drake, what did you do? Asked an angry Biko when he saw that when Drake raised his power Ryoko felt bad. Drake, I haven't done anything. Apparently from what I can see the dragon mark hasn't disappeared, and if that weren't enough that little one has part of my aura, and when it came into contact with Albion's a battle began to see which aura would be the predominant one, but it hadn't taken effect until now that it reacted to my increase in power. But the question is, why does it have my aura? Ryu, who looked at everything with an emotionless look, knew what was happening to him since Agnologia revealed the secret that Drake had not noticed. Flashback. Agnologia. Issei, can you come here for a moment? Said the dragon. Issei, what's up Oni-san? The blue-haired man spoke. Agnologia, you see Issei, you're females. Now that I've seen what happened, their children came out with a part of Drake's in your aura. But that's not surprising since from what I see, you put a mark on her. But that mark is not normal since it is a mark of sincere love, the one that does not matter if you have had relations with them or not. The love you feel is purer and makes them have a part of your power. But he remained silent for a moment. Issei, but, Agnologia. But what worries me is the daughter of the Nikomata, since being the daughter of Vala she has the power of Albion, and your mark by not disappearing since your feelings towards them were so pure were transmitted to her son or daughter in this case, but being the aura of Drake these are destined to enter into conflict. Therefore if it comes into contact with the aura that is not her father she will begin to be consumed by the fight that both auras will have, and only Drake win. Collecting that aura she will only have the aura of the white, therefore she will lose the mark that you have placed. Issei, I see, so if at some point we meet, I will have to face my past and withdraw Drake's aura to save the girl. Agnologia, yes, since she is not guilty of her mother having cheated on you. I know it is asking a lot, but she is just a child. Do you want her to go through what you have gone through? Were the words Agnologia said, looking at Issei. Issei, okay we will Oni-san. End of flashback. Issei, wow, you are very tedious Oni-san, but I will do what you told me. So Issei stood up and walked slowly towards the little girl with a monotonous look. Kuroka, wait, what do you think you're doing? Don't you dare touch my daughter or Vala will destroy you. She threatened in a scared tone since she couldn't feel the blue-haired man's aura. Drake, not even I could face him. I don't think Albion can face him. After all, it's not for nothing that I have the title of Celestial Dragon. Drake spoke with complete neutrality. Archer, wait, are you saying that you fought with him? He spoke with more concern in his voice. Drake, that's right, but unfortunately I couldn't do much against him. Issei continued walking towards the girl who looked at him with great pain, since the auras colliding made her body begin to be affected by such a fight. While the blue-haired man walked, Biko launched himself without warning and Kuroka followed with a Leify creating a barrier. But everyone could only hear a few words, void repulsion, which in less time than they could react they were shot out embedding themselves in the wall. Only Leify and Ryoko who were inside the dome of the barrier that had been created, but the barrier in less than a second was destroyed as if it were glass. Leify, what are you going to do? He asked with fear in his voice since the barrier he created was not a normal one since it was reinforced enough to resist an attack from Albion who was not weak at all. but the boy broke it as if he wasn't there just with a slingshot of concentrated energy. Ryu, tell me, is Ryoko your name? He asked with a cold and dry tone, something that scared the girl and put Drake on alert since he knows what he could do to the girl. But in a quick movement, Drake stands in front of Issei with his hand extended towards his chest. Drake, what do you intend? Ryu, I don't think it would be prudent, asked the dragon seriously but without receiving an answer, but he froze when he saw that his companion raised his hand in front of him, leaving it at chest height. Drake, wait, Abo, think carefully about what you're going to say. I didn't finish talking because pulse of the end. Drake was thrown towards a wall, embedding himself and passing through it, leaving him motionless on the ground. Ryu stood in front of the girl who was trembling from the aura she gave off until he heard her say something. Dispersion of the Welsh dragon, from which the red aura that was fighting with the white one in Ryoko's body simply let the white one consume it, and seconds later it came out in a red sphere in the boy's hand, in which he was observed by a Ryoko on the verge of fainting, seeing the man who in a few words had cured her of the immense pain she felt. Kuroka, what is that? If you point a finger at it I won't finish because I'm interrupting her. Ryu, it's okay now, it's all Albion's aura, and what was causing that damage is this. Thus showing the sphere that he had in his hand, leaving everyone present in shock since that aura was red and dragon-like, implying that it was Drake's who was entering through the hole in which he was shot. Ryoko spoke with the little strength she had left. Thank you for stopping the duel, was what she said before she slowly closed her eyes, but before she did so completely she managed to see the blue-haired man saying a few silent words to her, moving his mouth. Ryu, it's not your fault, it's my past, was what he said to the girl before she fell into unconsciousness. Who was held by Biko, who looked reluctantly at Ryu, who did not flinch, but suddenly the sky darkened going out, and seeing that a barrier was created, but Ryu only showed a face of disgust since he felt from afar who were the ones who were approaching. Ryu, what I was missing, was what he said, earning glances from everyone who was outside the house. Drake, I think this happened earlier than expected, unless he trailed off as he watched the Valet team, noticing that Artur had a magic communication circle. He implied that he had requested reinforcements, or that he was giving away the location of where he and his wearer were. So from one moment to another several magic circles made an appearance, revealing who they were. From the magic circles appear Sursex, Ajuka, Serorg, Seraphal, along with Vala Lucifer, the Gremory entourage, and Citri also made an appearance. Yasaka, Kunu, Michael, Metatron as his bodyguard, You Will Wonder, and Gabriel. She was still in the city, more exactly in the hotel that Issei had left her. Azazel, Penemu, and Barakweel. But everyone was in shock to see a hole in the house, and that Vala's team was a little badly injured, with Leify carrying an unconscious Ryoko. The latter was the trigger that made Vala unconsciously release his aura, making it known that he was angry about his daughter's condition. Vala, damn, what did you do to my little Ryoko? Were the words of the white dragon, looking at Ryu in a murderous way, something that did not faze Ryu. Albion, calm down Vala, there's something strange that I don't like. Albion spoke from the gem in his chest. Vala, but how do you want me to calm down? Look at my unconscious daughter. He was interrupted by Albion, who noticed the change in Ryoko. Albion, look closely at your daughter. After everything that guy did was the right thing. At the moment of saying this, everyone saw Vala's daughter, and then opened their eyes wide, since the aura she gave off was no longer half and half but completely Albion's. Vali, I'm worried. How is it that Rias said, interrupting him. Ryu, that's right, Vala Lucifer, and removed Drake's aura, because at this moment when they come into contact with his power a battle of auras began to see which was dominant, so I decided to recover what rightfully belongs to Drake. He spoke with his cold tone without emotion, something that alerted those present. But why did you do it? That was the only way to get close to it. It didn't end because Drake raised his power, alarming those present and making them get into a combat stance. Drake, and that's enough, because you can't leave my partner. You don't know the state you left him in. Even so, you think you'll make your children a connection to my partner, knowing the harm they cause him when they see the bastards you gave birth to, and even worse, sending them to Issei as a connection. Don't you know what it feels like to see your children? Dojo with his annoyed tone. Everyone remained silent, since that was the truth. They thought they could get the chestnut back because his children came out with a part of his power. Valley, still without coming to his senses, launched himself at the blue-haired man. Valley, that doesn't matter to me. Even so, For harming my daughter and team you will pay," were Vala's words with clear hatred as he was about to hit him. But Drake intervened, hitting him with his tail, throwing him against some trees far away, and proceeding to speak. "Drake, I won't let you get close to Rias-sama." Those words left more than one surprised, but the most shocked was Albion, since the honorific he called him implied that he was stronger than him. "Albion. Drake, who is he?" I asked with total disbelief. "Facing my past part 2, Drake. He is Ryu, the first general commander of the dragon faction." Drake spoke with total respect for Issei, who gave him a small smile. "Azazel. But that is impossible, since such a faction does not exist, since they are in Gremory territory, therefore they are part of their faction, not to mention that the former Dragon King Tannen is reincarnated in half-demon." The Fallen One spoke, trying to find out more. "Drake, you're wrong. A few days ago I requested an assembly with the highest level dragons, not counting the dragon gods, and all the dragons agreed that I would be the one to guide them. So since the alliance leaders are gathered, I would like to request an audience to clarify whether they wish to have an alliance with us or." He was interrupted by Ryu. "Ryu, or if you get in our way, we will crush you to the point that only memories of you remain." These were the words he said coldly and with a more serious tone than normal. "Serog, excuse me, but tell me, do you think the dragons want to fight with the factions and their allies? I sincerely don't think they can stand against us." He said it in a monotonous tone, but at the same time it was said that he didn't want a war that they would win. "Drake, go to see you become Mahu. You don't have enough experience to know that Ryu is capable of standing up to any of you without any effort," he said, giving a small smile to the Baal Air. "Barakweel, wow, so quickly you changed carriers. It seems that you brought it." He didn't finish as Drake brought out his aura. "Drake, you damn, how dare you even talk about him, knowing that your daughter went with anyone who spoke nicely to her, leaving aside my partner." Saying that, Barakweel remained silent, while in the entourage, Gremory Aquino lowered her gaze in sadness as she remembered how he deceived her beloved ex-Brown. When they were about to say something, they saw how Vala shot out towards Ryu with total anger on his face, since he still wasn't thinking clearly, so being centimeters away from hitting him a fist in the stomach takes him by surprise. When he turns, he can only find a crimson dragon who had given him a strong impact, thus throwing him towards the forest again, crashing into the trees, passing through a large part of them. "Drake, I told you not to come any closer, White," he said in a cold and dry tone, something that made the skin of more than one person present prickle. Drake was flying toward Vala, who was coming out with difficulty but without any injuries, taking flight to once again show his fighting stance, about to launch himself at Drake. But what they didn't expect was that Ryu appeared in front of them in the middle. "Ryu, tell me, White, are you sure you support the demons to suppress our race?" he asked with a serious tone, looking at the gem on Vala's chest. "Albion, forgive my bearer, since he only reacted by the instinct of the dragons wanting to protect their young. You must know that, right?" The dragon spoke, trying to stop his former rival from continuing to attack, but without realizing that he hit him in a wound that still hasn't healed. "Ryu, you say you are a child. If that were true I would believe you, but you know very well what your carrier has done, and that is a dishonor to our race. Do you still accept it?" were the words of the blue-haired man, leaving those present intrigued, since they did not know much about dragons except for a green-haired Mahu who had been investigating through Tannen. "Albion, I know what he has done, and I am sincerely very dishonored by his actions for what he did to the dragon bearer." He said this remembering the boy who had earned the dragon's respect. Everyone was shocked by the dragon's words. "Vala, what do you mean, Albion? Why are you telling me that?" I asked with total disbelief. "Ryu, because in our race the relationship that a dragon has with its partners is respected, so if a dragon is interested in the female of this and she reciprocates the courtship, they make the dragon that was previously the female's partner receive the title of the weak dragon for not having a bond strong enough to make the other male move away from his partner. This dragon being marked by dishonor and away from the clan for 5 years while he is poisoned by the fallen dragon, and as you know, the ritual is something even worse than death," explained the blue-haired man, leaving everyone in a state of trance. "Michael, that means Issei was..." He didn't finish speaking because Drake interrupted him. "Drake, yes, in the eyes of our race he was named the weakest dragon despite his great strength and power, so when he wanted to go to the dragon territories where he was looking for Tannen, I explained to him what would happen if he met him. so he decided to follow the law and exile himself to regain his pride. Were the words of Drake, who had a tone of sadness. Ryu, so tell me, White, do you think that's exactly what happened to the drake carrier? Said the blue-haired man. Albion, I'm sorry, but my pride defends my bearer since he is my companion, the dragon said firmly. When the red-haired Mahu was about to speak, a voice made Ryu's eyes sharpen. Rias, tell me where my Issei is. I know he's here listening to the conversation. I just want him back by my side. She spoke desperately, earning Drake's cold stare. Drake, do you think he will come back after all the pain you have caused him? Just let me tell you, Rias Gremory, if you were in my partner's place, would you forgive him? Was the question he asked, causing everyone to fall silent. Rias, but I love him, and I know I did wrong. I know he would forgive me, and he is also my lovely pawn. I spoke with complete confidence. Ryu, ha, if I remember correctly what he told me, they extracted their pieces in their fight before he left. Tell me, do you think he is still your pawn? He spoke with a sarcastic tone, something that bothered the Mahu and Vala, who still wanted to kill him. Now, I still won't forgive you for what you did to my team, you damn bastard, was the shout that Vala gave, launching himself against Issei, who saw him narrowing his eyes with a look of annoyance since it was always the same, fighting and fighting. Drake was about to return to the front but was stopped by Issei's hand, which he had raised as a sign that he would do it. Ryu, it's okay if you want to fight so much, go ahead, he said, beginning to be surrounded by a dark blue aura which scared some since it was an aura that gave off pure hatred and sadness. When Vala was about to hit Ryu, he simply moved quickly, dodging the blow, which at the moment of dodging he kicked Vala in the stomach, sending him crashing into the barrier. Everyone just watched as if without any effort. What was not expected was that Vala, in a burst of speed, placed himself on the blue-haired man's back with a magic circle in his palm. Flame of the White Dragon, was what Vala said, so that a white flame shot out at Ryu, who received the attack full on, where Vala gave a victorious smile, believing that it was enough to leave him on the brink of death, but his smile did not last long, since when it dispersed you can see a Ryu being covered by a pair of enormous blue-black wings, with most of them dark gray. Ryu, well, so that's all the bearer of Albion the Vanishing Dragon can do. Tisk, I expected more, were the words Ryu said as he retracted his wings, seeing a Vala angry for what he said. Vala, you'll see, I'll show you what it's like to be in front of a celestial dragon, he said as he entered Juggernaut Drive. So once again Vala launches himself against Ryu, who looked at him with disinterest. What nobody expected was that the moment Vala launched a direct blow at Ryu, he would stop it with great ease. Ryu, weak, was what he said to attract him towards him, kneeing him in the face, causing his helmet to be destroyed, while he was thrown into the air, where in a second he appeared above, giving him a spinning kick, sending him crashing near where the leaders and their group were. Ryu slowly descended, coldly looking at Vala, who was barely recovering. Once he landed, he disappeared in a blink of an eye, appearing in front of Vala, proceeding to grab him by the neck as he rose at high speed without letting go of Vala, who was struggling to get free. Once at a considerable height, he let go of Vala, kicking him in the face, making him fall, creating a crater. Spears of light, was what he said, and then several magic circles appeared from where spears made of light came out, impacting against Vala, creating a huge explosion. Valaith, was Kuroka's shout upon seeing Vala being attacked with that powerful attack. Everyone looked on with total intrigue, since that attack was not very soft. It had considerable power to harm anyone present. As the dust generated by the explosion disperses, a Vala can be seen with his Juggernaut Drive armor destroyed with multiple injuries, who was barely standing. It's enough, we will agree to listen to the new faction of the dragons in 2 days, said Ajuka and Michael, seeing the state of Vala, who was wounded and resting on one knee bleeding. Ryu, then in 2 days in your territory. Ryu spoke with a cold tone. Ajuka, it seems fair to me that we will carry it out in the city of Lilith in the Mahu audience hall, thus receiving a nod from the blue-haired man. So he started walking to where Drake was, and shortly after he was shocked to see his companion as tears fell from his cold eyes. So he approached him to tell him something, but Issei got ahead of him. Issei, let's go, I've seen everything there is to see, was the only thing he said, knowing that being near them brought to mind everything that happened, especially knowing that they had children and that one of them belonged to the one he considered his brother. So proceeding to walk, but not before telling Drake to enter the boosted gear, since there was no point in continuing with this. Which entered the boosted gear that materialized in his hand, leaving everyone in shock, since without knowing they were talking to the person they were looking for. On the part of some people like Sona and part of her entourage were with their hands covering their mouths with tears falling, as well as a magician from Leify's team and also a Mahu and yokai leader without knowing what to do or say. Issei was the cry of the ex-girls who had tears in their eyes. Our blue-haired man turned around, leaving them in shock as he only saw them with cold, emotionless eyes, leaving more than one paralyzed. Wait, said Sursex, who was shocked by what the blue-haired man said. Issei. The Issei you're looking for died years ago, so don't you dare speak to me so familiarly. This made everyone sad because he had given the impression that he was no longer the same, and that they did not care about him in the least. So Issei continued walking when a voice made him stop again. Vala, why are you doing this? Was the question of a wounded and tired Vala. Vala, you're not going to answer. Tell me why you took your aura from Ryoko, knowing that if you put more of your power she would accept your aura, thus turning her into your daughter. Vala spoke, leaving a Nikomata who was attending to him in shock. Kuroka, what did you say? Is it true, Issei? Asked a sad Kuroka, thinking that he could have accepted her daughter as his own, but he didn't do it, but it was the other way around, eliminating Drake's aura. Issei, because I'm not like you. Even though I hate them, I know that if I did, I would suffer again, and I don't want that anymore. Vale, I see, was what he said, remembering what he had done, bowing his head. Kuroka, I didn't finish speaking because I was interrupted. Issei, Vala Lucifer, I want you to know that I will not attack any of your children, so just do not bother me, because if not, I will eliminate you. Was what he said, so that a dark blue aura surrounded him, thus extending his wings, leaving in a burst of speed, generating a small sling that dragged everyone a few steps. After Issei left, there was silence in the place until it was broken by Kuroka's crying and Valley, angry with himself since he had lost the only one he had considered a friend and brother. Albion, I told you, Vala, the boy you knew has died, leaving what you just saw, and also that aura he gives off. It took me time, but I finally remembered who it was and is from. He stopped as a magic circle appeared, alerting everyone, from which came out a gothic loli and a red-haired man about 45 years old who was winged by Ophis, who spoke. Ophis, that's right, Albion is the aura of Agnologia. Saying that, Michael had some images that came to him, making him tremble. Michael, that no is. Facing my past part 3 and mixed feelings. Michael, that's impossible. No, he can't be the successor of that beast. He said with fear in his words, something that left everyone curious. Sursex, Michael, who are you talking about? Tell me? I'm speaking Mahu Siskin. Michael, that thing was the dragon that father always avoided since it was no match to face him. He said that under no circumstances should we make him angry since his power is very overwhelming, so much so that he should be on par with Trihexa. The Overlord spoke, leaving everyone present in shock except for 2 beings who saw everything with a neutral look. Ophis, you are wrong, leader of heaven, he is stronger than Trihexa, said the goddess of infinity, causing everyone to freeze. Ajuka, what are you saying? Stronger than Trihexa? That is impossible since Trihexa is the beast of the apocalypse. The green-haired Mahu spoke, trying to deny what he just heard. Ophis, that's right, he was the dragon that was above Great Red, since not even he has that much power. He spoke again, revealing a very shocking secret. Kiesuke, the guy who was with her, clicked his tongue. Yasaka, but why him? She asked with a hesitant tone since her mind was somewhere else. Seraphal, no, my Issei-chan can't be that, right? Tell me he's still the same. A Mahu spoke with a broken voice. Ophis was about to speak but was interrupted by Albion. Albion, I'm afraid to say that he is no longer the same boy he used to be since the ritual of the fall of the dragon. His emotions and other tastes were sealed, thus creating a new attitude, which from what they could observe against my bearer he would not mind killing if they get in his way. He spoke with a sad voice since it was partly the fault of his current bearer. So everyone remained silent for not knowing what to say, but all the silence was broken by the sobs of a red-haired girl who was on her knees crying, being comforted by an Asia who also had tears falling from her eyes. Rias, no, that's not true, my Issei, My precious pawn, if I hadn't done that you wouldn't be the one who despises me now, please come back. Were the sobs that she spoke being heard by the other girls, causing them to also burst into tears since they finally realized that they had completely lost him. Ophis. But it's strange since I didn't feel his power like that of his predecessor, since it seems to be a little weaker. Much better for me, so I can give that arrogant dragon what he deserves, said the man standing next to Ophis. Sursex, but who are you? The Mahu spoke with total disbelief. My name is Grand Red, or as you know me, DXD, and before you ask what I do, here it is only to kill the successor of Agnologia, since in the past I lost against him, thus leaving a pending rematch. I will not allow him to mock a dragon god, spoke the now identified as Grand Red, Seraphol. But why has he been chosen as the successor of that dragon? He asked, looking at Ophis since she was apparently hiding something. Ophis. Well, it is said that he was the kindest and most caring dragon, that dragon who sacrificed himself for everyone without asking for anything in return. The only thing that mattered to him was his partner, whom he loved very much, since they were a very happy couple, but she remained silent. Serorg, but, Ophis. But it is said that her partner over time fell in love with another dragon who, upon realizing this, courted her, and when she accepted his courtship, she caused Agnologia to fall into the dragon's fall, thus creating a method that makes you forget all feelings about your partner, but the price was your feelings, thus sealing them. After that, Agnologia awakened an overwhelming power based on effort and thirst for revenge, to the point of being able to manipulate matter, thus giving life or destroying it. According to the ancient dragons, he was known as the Dragon of the Beginning and the End, or as his opponents called him, the Dark-Winged Dragon, a dragon with immense power capable of rivaling the Great Net, since in a battle the Great Net could not do enough damage to kill him. He spoke again, making everyone sweat at such a revelation. Albion, tell me, doesn't that story sound familiar to you? Said the dragon with unwavering sarcasm. Everyone processed what the dragon said until, Michael, it was the same thing that happened to Issei, that means, Ophis. That's right, he chose him since he is just like him, someone who was betrayed and left aside only by a few simple human couples who only saw his body, thus disappearing with Great Red going thus with Tanning to look for more information. Meanwhile, instead, with Issei, he was walking thinking about what had just happened, since he had revealed his identity, since when materializing the boosted gear and revealing to his rival what he feels was more than undeniable. So walking through the streets of the city, observing the couples who walked talking about trivial things about their relationships, something that bothered Issei in a certain way but also saddened him. So, continuing his walk, he inadvertently bumped into someone who quickly stood up and helped the person he had bumped into. Issei. AAA, sorry, I didn't look where I was walking. He apologized while giving a small bow in a sign of apology. No, don't worry. It's also my fault for not watching where I was walking. I didn't finish because when I looked up I ran into a familiar face. Ryu. A girl with blue hair with thin flecks but with a very well-defined figure spoke. Ryu Issei. Mayumi-san. Said Issei, seeing who was in front of him. Mayumi, what are you doing here? Said a Mayumi who turned away her mitre with a gesture that seemed to be annoyed. Ryu, nothing, I just went out for a walk around the city to distract myself, but it seems that one can't stay calm for a minute. He spoke with a tone of disinterest. Mayumi, what are you implying? Are you still saying that I am not fit to be with you? Said an annoyed Mayumi, letting out a sigh. None of that, I just want to be alone, he replied, looking around. Mayumi. So that proves that if you want to be with me, was interrupted by Ryu. Ryu, I already told you that I'm not interested in that, and if you keep saying that this time I won't hold back. Said an annoyed Issei, since he still hadn't calmed down from the events that had happened. Mayumi, I want you to try this time, I'll crush you, she replied with a challenging tone. Ryu, if that's what you say, then Ryu was about to launch himself at Mayumi, but both were stopped by some chibi dragons, which were Drake and Tiamat. Drake, calm down, Abo, that's no way to vent your frustration, said the dragon, trying to calm his carrier. TSK snap Issei. Tiamat, Mayumi-chan, I think you shouldn't provoke the Drake bearer like that, since I don't think he's in the best of times. A Tiamat spoke, calming her bearer. So they both calmed down and decided to walk together, since Drake and Tiamat wanted to be together, strengthening their relationship that was just beginning, until suddenly a small magic circle in his ear with the crest of the dragons, implying that he was from the dragon territory. Ryu, Tell me what you want. I hope it's not anything stupid since I'm not in the mood. Issei spoke with an unfriendly tone, something that made the dragon on the other side of the circle shudder. Tannen, larva, I only called you if it was nothing important. A few moments ago I received a letter inviting us to take part in the next meeting of the leaders of the factions and the alliance. Apparently they know that we want to create our faction. Tannen spoke, somewhat bewildered. Issei, I see, they mobilized faster than I imagined. Okay, we will go to the meeting since we must leave the terms clear about our faction. Issei spoke with his monotonous tone. Tannen, I understand, but there is also a second thing, said the dragon with a little nerve, something that was noticed by Issei. Issei, tell me what it is. Tannen, you see, there is someone who wants to see you, and well, I think you can't refuse. Since he didn't finish speaking, since a voice was heard next to Tannen. Until I finally find you, second-rate dragon, this time I will have my revenge and you will do nothing. A thick voice spoke that would intimidate everyone, but Issei did not flinch. Issei, I thought it would take you longer to find me, Red, but tell me, why do you continue with this unnecessary fight? A stoic Issei spoke. Great Red, don't call me Red, damn brat, I'm a god. Just because you're that bastard's successor doesn't mean I'll have mercy on you, said an annoyed dragon because of the way I spoke to him. Issei, I allow you to call me a brat and insolent, but if you mess with my Anisan's name I will finish you off, you hear? Responded an angry Issei, since although he was very selfless he would not let people who tried to make fun of his brother/sensei pass, thus cutting off communication. Tiamat, Drake, are you sure that your carrier can face Grand Red? Said a worried Tiamat about her little dragon, since she knew that Issei would fight with Drake's power. Drake, don't worry, after all I've been training to be able to touch that conceited guy. He responded with a sharp tone, something that surprised Tiamat since she knew how much he hated being Big Red's shadow, but she hated him enough to face him. Tiamat, Drake, I know how much you hate Big Red for the comparisons, but I don't think you can face him, said a Tiamat with a serious tone. Issei, you don't have to worry, he can hurt her, although this time it's personal, said an Issei with his sharp voice, something that scared and surprised Tiamat. Tiamat, Drake, your carrier, how strong is he? Drake, well, he has the power that made the dragon race tremble thousands of years ago, when a dragon rose from the bottom, causing so much fear that Grand Red considered him worthy of his rival, but with the passage Grand Red no longer represented a threat to him. Although at this moment he does not have all his power, he can fight on par. Spoke a drake who saw how his carrier was covered in a small blue aura. Tiamat, you're talking about? She suddenly fell silent as she remembered the dragon she was referring to, opening her eyes wide to say Acnologia with great fear in her body, instinctively turning to look at the blue-haired man. Seeing how behind him rose an aura in the shape of an Agnologia. Mayumi, cough. Cough. May I know who are you talking about? She asked, bewildered by what the dragons were talking about, and why her friend/companion reacted the way they did, letting out a sigh. Well, you see, a while ago like that, telling everything about Agnologia and the fall of the dragon, making Tiamat open her eyes as wide as possible, thus covering her mouth while she realized what had happened to the blue-haired boy. Tears began to flow from her ruby-red eyes. Mayumi, Ryu, I'm sorry I didn't finish speaking because you interrupted me. Ryu, forget it, I don't care about that in the least. I just hope you understand that your suffering is nothing compared to what I had to go through. He spoke with a cold tone as he began to walk away. Mayumi, it was not my intention to remind you of everything that happened, the betrayal of someone I love unconditionally, cursed by that love. You are right, what I went through is nothing, I whispered to see how the blue-haired man walked away. Drake, don't worry, it wasn't your intention. After all, he doesn't know how to talk to girls because he's afraid the same thing will happen again, said the dragon, lightening the guilt of the bearer of Tiamat. Mayumi just watched with a sad and worried face as the blue-haired man walked away, and only promised herself one thing. I'll make you trust again, I'll make your feelings come back, was the promise she made herself as she felt her heart race as she saw the blue-haired man walk away, something that surprised the girl as she didn't understand what he meant. Drake and Tiamat, who were at a distance so they could see both of them within their range of vision, only saw a sparkle in Mayumi's eyes appear, while a scent was released from her. Drake, who would have thought that your bearer would be interested in my bearer to the point of being the one who wants to court him? said a drake looking at Tiamat with an amused smile. Tiamat, I think you're right after all. If you and I are united, why not them? Was the only thing she said to give him a small kiss on Drake's cheek, making him turn red. So both dragons said goodbye to return, each one with their respective carrier. Bitter memories. After Issei and Drake retired to sleep in a hotel, since upon returning home the group of leaders and certain people would look for him in his house that was discovered. Issei, Drake, according to Tannen, the meeting would be in a week in Lilith, said an Issei who had a lost look. Drake, what's up, Abo? I notice you're distracted? A chubby Drake spoke with concern for the state of his partner, since he had barely returned and had already faced his past in a way that would hurt him. Issei, it's nothing, but I think I'll go for a walk, said an Issei who was getting up from the sofa to go to the door and leave the hotel. Drake, it's okay, buddy. A calm Drake spoke to see how his partner left the hotel, although he already knew that he was not emotionally well, since he remembered that the only feelings that he continued to remember was sadness, and for some strange reason he remembered what had happened. So Issei went out aimlessly, wandering through the streets of the city, where he saw more than a few people, most of them couples, since it was night and they were going out on dates. Issei continued walking through the streets. Even though it was already night, there were still people walking. This made Issei sink into his memories, leaving aside where he walked and entering a park. Meanwhile, not so far from that place, we can see Gabriel walking through the streets, as the city seemed very peaceful, watching people strolling happily with their partner or family, thus creating a memory. Flashback. Gabriel, Father, why do some people walk hand in hand and show each other more affection than others? Said a little Gabriel who was sitting on her father's lap. Elohim, well, you see, my little one, when a man wants and loves a woman, they start a relationship in which both show their affection through a kiss, a hug, or a detail that they don't give to anyone else. He spoke, seeing his daughter's confused face. Gabriel, but Father, that is not what you have taught us, to love people, our brothers, showing them kindness and support, said Gabriel, remembering his father's teachings. Elohim, well, you see, daughter, the affection they have for each other is just affection like a friend or family, but the love that a couple feels is more than that, so much that it makes them want to share their life with each other. No matter what surrounds them, they will always have eyes for their partner. He responded while looking at his daughter with a smile. Gabriel, any father, I will one day have a man who cares for me and is with me forever, said a little Gabriel, surprising her father with what she said. Elohim, ha ha ha, but what are you saying, daughter? Of course you will have a man who will pamper you and make you laugh, a man who will love you for what you feel and not for what you have. He spoke with a warm tone while caressing the head of a Gabriel who was happy for what he said. End of flashback. Present. Gabriel, Father, I know you told me, but even though many men have approached me, they all always see me as an object or prize. Gabriel sighed as he continued walking without realizing that he was entering a park. Gabriel, someday I will find my ideal person, she said, while in a sudden moment a memory came to mind. I just have to tell you that a person as pretty as you should not be in a place so late in the afternoon. Kawaii. While those memories came to her mind, she blushed excessively. Coming out of her thoughts, she noticed that she was in a park which was alone, so she continued walking, observing how beautiful and quiet the park was. After observing the park for a few minutes, she decided to leave and started walking towards the nearest exit, but something stopped her in her tracks. It seemed that someone was talking, but the strange thing was that her voice sounded sad, as if she were crying, so she started walking towards the place where the voice was heard. After hiding her presence and walking carefully, she went to a somewhat secluded part of the park, so that, standing behind a bush, she decided to peek out, being careful not to be seen. But what she saw and heard made her open her eyes wide in surprise at who it was. Looking over the edge of the bush, he could see a very familiar blue-haired man lying on the grass looking up at the sky, but the surprising thing was that tears were running down his face, implying that he was crying. But some words made Gabriel's heart skip a beat after feeling a strong oppression from the tone in which he said them. Why is this happening to me? Why? Maybe this is my destiny, to be alone, said the blue-haired boy, starting to sob, lowering his head and resting it between his knees. Moments before with Issei, we can see him enter the park immersed in his memories until he reaches the place where it all began, seeing the fountain and remembering what had happened on the first date with his girlfriend Amano Yuma, how he died and how after they brought him back to life, He met the girls one by one, but a memory came to his mind, a bitter memory, and one with good reason. Flashback. Yuma? Don't you realize that they are only using you for your power? When you can no longer fight, they will change you for someone else. Do you really think you will be happy? Will you never be happy? Shouted Yuma, and then was terrified by the attack that was going towards her, disintegrating her. But those words were in her mind, walking to a remote part of the park where she sat on the grass and began to shed tears. Issei, you were really right. I will never be happy. They just changed me like you said an Issei with a broken voice while looking at the sky. Issei, will my destiny be to be alone? Issei spoke between sobs, since finally that layer of coldness that he had, letting out everything that he had contained for a long time. Beginning to cry while he was curled up between his knees sobbing. Gabriel couldn't stand it any longer, and used his ability to see the heart, something that left her in shock, since this time he managed to enter her heart, seeing the sadness and darkness that dominated it. This ended up destroying Gabriel, who looked at the boy with deep sadness, since, for being a boy, he harbored more pain than anyone else. When she came out of her trance, she decided to leave where she was, walking slowly until she was behind Issei, who couldn't feel her due to his state, but was surprised to feel himself being hugged by someone, feeling warm, safe, and what he most longed to be, loved. By instinct he decided to turn around, looking at beautiful green eyes with a brightness that seemed to have no end. Looking into her eyes closely, he felt that he could trust who was in front of him, but something made him continue to vent. Calm down, you can cry all you want, I won't leave your side, I'll always be here. Those words melted Issei's barrier again, who just continued crying while clinging to her without saying anything. Gabriel just caressed the boy's head where he slowly closed his eyes, but not before saying, I'm sorry. I missed Gabriel a bit, but from one moment to the next Issei collapsed, leaving Gabriel, who just looked at him with many doubts about why he was in that state. Thus the hours passed, and Gabriel decided to take him to the hotel where he was staying. Invoking a magic circle, he transported himself to the room where he laid him down on the bed to let him rest. Gabriel was in the small living room that had the room he rented, thinking about what had happened, but he blushed knowing what he had done. He hugged a boy he had barely known and let him hug her, but it only made her blush more. So, closing her eyes because of the tiredness of being awake until late, the night passed and everything was calm and silent. Issei, who had woken up at dawn, was surprised by the place where he was, but remembered what had happened, putting on a sad face when he remembered, but also a small smile when he remembered a girl who was asleep on the couch in the living room watching her. He decided to lay her down on the bed where he covered her with a blanket, leaving the room. Being in the living room, he could only sigh, since due to his weakness someone knew his secret, something that for some strange reason did not bother him, that it was Gabriel who knew it, or at least who had seen it that way. Proceeding to leave a small breakfast next to a note on the table, he left, not without first whispering thank you, to close the door and go to the hotel where he was staying, thus arriving where Drake was, who upon feeling him woke up seeing the state of his carrier, but noticed that he had some small tears in his eyes, revealing that he had been crying. He only let it pass when he saw how he lay down to sleep. The next morning, Gabriel's room. Gabriel was waking up with a yawn, looking at the place, getting confused since he was in the room where he remembered the blue-haired boy was. He looked around the room without seeing him, getting up suddenly to go out to the living room where there was no one, which he only let out a sigh looking at the living room, but noticed a plate on the coffee table where he saw it closer, opening his eyes for the breakfast that was there, since it was some waffles with jelly accompanied by bacon and egg with an orange juice. Looking at the breakfast where it had a note in the middle. In the note, hello Gabriel-san, if you're reading this it's because I woke up in the middle of the night. Seeing where you were sleeping, I decided to take you to your bed so you could rest well. I have to go. Thank you for what you did for me. It's the first time anyone has done that, so as a thank you, I made you breakfast. I hope you like it. I hope to see you again soon. Ryu's signs. Gabriel could only smile and then eat breakfast, which was a delight for her. While with Issei, he was getting up since he had to go to the academy, something he didn't want to do, since if he didn't think badly there would be some people that he didn't want to see like that, having breakfast and then leaving for the academy, which after a while he arrived, entering the classroom where he was sitting in the back without paying attention, passing the classes until recess time. Ryu, can we talk? They spoke behind him, although he put on a face of disgust since he recognized the voice of the person who spoke to him. Ryu! Rossweisse sensei. Issei spoke, turning around and looking at the albino dryly. Did you ever trust me? Ryu, can we talk? A voice spoke from behind him, although he made a face of disgust since he recognized the voice. Ryu, Rossweisse sensei spoke, turning to look at the girl behind him with a cold expression. After Ryu saw her like that and how he called her, he withdrew since Rossweisse had frozen from the blue-haired man's gaze. After what happened, the girls have tried to talk to the blue-haired man, but he only shows them a cold and emotionless look, something that made the girls fall apart since it made them remember the past and their mistakes. The girls only wanted to recover what they had lost. So the days went by where things revolved around Issei. Like Mayumi tried to get closer to Issei, who only greeted and left. They still had not established a relationship or friendship, something that made Mayumi only intensify her attempts to get closer to the blue-haired man. With Drake, everything was going wonderfully since both he and Tiamat had strengthened their bonds so much that there were times when they met at Mayumi's house during class time so they wouldn't bother their carriers. Everything went normally, and 2 days had passed, where we can see a blue-haired man walking through the park, more precisely in the area where there were no people, a place a little removed from the center, where he lay down while looking at the sky with a lost look, remembering what had happened until that moment. Suddenly he noticed a silhouette standing behind some bushes, getting up so that he could speak. "Why are you looking at me?" I spoke with a calm tone, but at the same time I did not transmit any emotion, be it anger or doubt. Nothing, just a calm and dry tone. "Sorry, it's just that I saw you at the entrance of the park and decided to follow you, but if it bothers you, I can leave," spoke a sweet and kind voice that Issei immediately recognized, turning to see the owner of such a beautiful voice. "Gabriel-san," I spoke, looking at the emerald green eyes that for some reason were very relaxing. "Gabriel. M3 Ryu-san, just call me Gabriel. After all, I am very grateful to you for what you did the other day," she spoke, making a small pout that Issei found very cute. "Issei, you have nothing to be thankful for. After all, it's my fault for showing weakness to my past, and I didn't want to upset you," he said while looking at the sky with a lost look. "Gabriel, you don't have to blame yourself for things from the past. Nobody deserves to live in hate or sadness. We all have a second chance." Gabriel spoke with a soft tone while touching the blue-haired man's shoulder. Issei just looked back at Gabriel, who had a smile that calmed all his anxieties. "Gabriel ni Ryu? I can tell you something," he spoke with a serious tone, something that alerted Issei immediately, although he didn't show it. "Issei, of course, after all I owe you a lot for listening to me." "Gabriel, do you believe in the supernatural?" Gabriel said, making Issei tense up at what he said. "Issei, you mean demons, angels, fallen angels, yokai, and dragons, among others." "Well, I do believe in all of that," he spoke with a somewhat dry and annoyed tone, something that made Gabriel tense up because of the boy's tone. "Gabriel, what would you think if was interrupted by a magic circle where Vala and his team appeared, causing Issei to change his cold gaze and instinctively move away from Gabriel's grasp? Leify, Gabriel-sama, your brother, requested since they will agree on the points of the new faction," I spoke, making Issei look at Gabriel in surprise. "Valley, excuse me Gabriel-sama, Michael sent us to look for you since in a few hours a faction meeting will take place about the new." He didn't finish when he saw who was next to Gabriel. "You damn thing, what are you doing here?" he spoke angrily when he saw the person responsible for his team being injured. "Issei, that doesn't matter to you, White," he answered dryly. "Valley, Gabriel-sama, what are you doing with a monster like him?" Something that made Gabriel look at Ryu, who had a sharp look. "Gabriel, what are you talking about? He's not AS," was interrupted by Issei. "Issei, so you're part of the factions. Tell me, what did they ask you to do? To make me fall in love so I'd be faithful to them, or to eliminate me?" he spoke, surprising Gabriel. "Gabriel, wait, it's not what you think. I don't know." She was interrupted by Ryu, who spoke. "Now. Enough, I thought Michael knew what I had to go through," he said, looking at Gabriel, who couldn't say anything. "Valley, enough, damn it. This time I'll eliminate you once and for all." "Hi to Issei, this time you won't hurt anyone else," he spoke angrily, but when he said Gabriel's name he just turned to look at the blue-haired man. "Issei, ha ha ha, enough is enough. I let you live out of compassion for Drake, but this time he is not here to advocate for you. After this, I will go to the meeting, and if you try to do anything against my faction, I will eliminate you once and for all." He spoke with a cold tone and no emotions. After saying that, Issei launches himself at Vala in a burst of speed where Vala was unable to react, hitting him in the stomach causing him to spit blood and then hitting him with a blow that sent him to the sky to appear above him seconds later, and hit him with a spinning kick crashing him into the ground creating a crater. Issei, that's all right, I expected more from you. He spoke mockingly as he looked at a Vala who was just getting up. Vala, ha, and to think that they fear you if you are not that great. I think the Gremory did well to leave you. He spoke responding to the mockery. Issei. Balance break dark of the dragon. After that Issei was covered by his armor expelling a large amount of aura that made Vala retreat by instinct. Issei. Balance break second form. After Issei finished saying the second thing, a new armor was shown making Vala more afraid that even Albion was terrified by that power, and even more so since it was all a product of having provoked the blue-haired man with his past. Albion, Hayade Issei, I implore you to forgive my bearer. The dragon spoke with a pleading tone, something that was of no use. Issei, I'm sorry Albion, but I was clear with my warning, and you know that provoking a dragon for its past is a sentence for the dragon to be mocked, and this one will be no exception. Then he disappears in a blur, and in a second he's standing in front of Valley, his hand on his chest. Devastation of the dark dragon. For a powerful energy shot to launch Valley a few kilometers away, very badly wounded. Issei was about to go after him, but Drake appeared in front of him. Drake enough abo. He spoke making Issei look at him. Issei. Drake don't interfere or he didn't finish speaking as several magic circles formed around him from which chains came out suppressing his power causing him to scream in pain from being suppressed. Gabriel. What would those chains be? Drake, I think it would be better if you went. We'll talk at the meeting, said Drake, who was in front of Vala and Gabriel's team. Gabriel, but Red Dragon I want to be with ISS was interrupted. Issei, I don't want to know anything more about you and think that I was feeling something again but I think I was wrong, you didn't trust me to tell me who you are and what your intention was. He spoke making Gabriel feel bad. Ryusan, that was not my intention. Gabriel said with tears in his eyes. Issei, just go please, he said, containing the feeling of betrayal knowing that he was with the factions and even more so on the side of heaven. After that, Gabriel just left with a pain in his chest, something that was new to her. After they left, Issei fell to his knees, agitated, with tears in his eyes. Issei, why? Why Drake? Was what he said with tears in his eyes. Drake, calm down. I didn't see any bad intentions on the angel's part, maybe you just need time. Issei, I just don't want to suffer any more Drake. He spoke looking at his friend who was standing next to him. After that they just returned to the hotel to prepare for the meeting which would be in a few hours. Meanwhile in the underworld, we can see in the meeting room of Lucifer's castle the leaders of the factions who were talking about issues related to their military forces when suddenly a magic circle comes out Vala's team with Vala very wounded in his arms and with Gabriel on the verge of tears. Sursex, what happened to you already? Asked Mahu with total intrigue. Leifi, it was Issei who attacked Vala after he provoked him with the loss of his females, said the magician surprising the other leaders. Michael, sister, are you okay? He didn't finish as Gabriel hugged him while he began to cry, something that worried the overlord of heaven. Gabriel spoke between sobs. It was my fault, he trusted me. I didn't tell him the truth, now he hates me. Was what he said making Michael worry since he didn't know this side of his sister or who she was talking about. Michael, who are you talking about? Sister? I asked, stroking Gabriel's head. Gabriel. From Issei sniff sniff. Such a revelation astonished the others since what Gabriel said was that she was talking to Issei without him pushing her away. So the hours passed and the meeting was a few minutes away from starting and in the room were the leaders of the Alliance along with the ex-Dragon King Tannen, Tiamat who arrived with Tannen but what surprised everyone the most was that the most beautiful seraph in heaven, the one who was always full of joy, had a sad expression which was noticed by her brother. Suddenly a magic circle appears in the room from which Ophis and a large net emerge, who only saw Tannen nodding that it had not arrived yet. Great net, I see that brat hasn't arrived yet, he better come or else I'll have to bring him back with blows. Spoke the great dragon of dreams seeing the room that only looked at him with fear since they knew the power of this one. But quickly in the room a magic circle was shown again from which Drake came out in chibi form followed by a blue-haired man who everyone looked at attentively to see what he would do. Sursex, well, I think we can begin, said the red-haired Mahu while receiving nods from everyone. Odin, well, the first point to discuss is the emergence of the new Keiho's brigade, which is still led by Rias and Euclid, given that they attacked Gregory without knowing what their objective was. Michael, so tell me Azazel, have you found out what they stole from Gregory? Said the Overlord, still looking serious at Azazel, something that surprised the others since they knew he was always very relaxed. Azazel, yes, I have found what they stole, and the truth is that it is not a very good sign since according to the records they took the plans to create artificial sacred gear in addition to knowledge of the Trihexa seal. He spoke, leaving everyone in shock except for our blue-haired man. Yusaka, that's it, they can't be thinking about releasing the seal again, said an anguished yokai knowing what that dragon was capable of. Ajuka, but how did they have access to such information unless I stopped dead in my tracks when I saw Azazel give him a small nod. Issei, infiltrators is not like that Azazel. The blue-haired man spoke, leaving him in shock with such a revelation. Azazel, indeed we have discovered that there must be infiltrators in the factions, so what I propose is an alliance where both biblical and non-biblical factions create a pact to discover the traitors of each one. Spoke the leader of Gregory who had a serious expression. Seraphal, I think it's fine so we won't suffer any weakening in the event of an attack. Shiva, for my part I agree, since this time the power of Ryzen and his allies is not something to be trifled with. Drake, I refuse such collaboration on the part of the dragon faction, we will not participate together with you, said the dragon, earning surprised looks. But Drake, that's not what we've been talking about. Sursex spoke. Drake, you discussed that, since I'm only here to clarify that the dragon faction will support the different factions in battle, but will never give in to dragons. Michael, but then why did you want to know if we are on their side or against them? Issei, to take measures in case they are not. Issei spoke, earning the looks of the others. Shiva, so what measures would you take if you were not on his side? Said the god Shiva with a tone of doubt. Issei, the elimination of the faction, reunion and an unexpected attack. Drake, calm down Issei, after all if you destroy them you will be no different from them. The dragon spoke looking at his partner. Issei, letting out a sigh, it's okay, said the blue-haired man generating an anime-style drop in those present. Sursex, so Drake, tell me, what advantages do we have by being allied with the dragons? Said the red-haired Mahu. Drake was going to continue but the leader of the fallen went ahead. Azazel, okay, Azazel, in the name of the fallen, accept your offer, Drake-sama, and it should be made clear that the dragons will also have the help of the fallen and our advancement in technology, said the leader of Gregory, leaving those present in shock with his resounding response. Odin, wow brat, you quickly accepted that dragon's proposal without knowing how it would benefit you, said the Allfather Odin. Yusaka, it's true Azazel, you accepted the Red Emperor's proposal very quickly. Sursex, how does it benefit you Azazel? Asked the Mahu, looking at the leader of the fallen with doubt. Azazel, easy, the dragons will not have much mineral or territory and much less technology, but in terms of power they are beings of great masses of power, and without saying that many of them can evolve into more powerful ones, but the most important thing is that they are true to their word, said the leader of Gregory looking at Drake who formed a small smile. Drake, that's right, and we accept the fallen angels as part of an alliance with our faction, allowing them to enter the territory and access the minerals found within it, and as for Gregory's military power, the dragons will defend and respond to the call of the fallen. There is only one condition to ask. Drake spoke, looking at Azazel. Azazel, tell me, what do you want, Drake? Asked the fallen one. Drake, let none of the fallen approach my companion without my consent or his. The dragon spoke seriously. Azazel, okay. Thus followed the gathering where Shiva, Odin, and Yusaka joined with the dragons, receiving the same benefits as the fallen, and where the dragons also received much from the factions that were allying with them. The angels also joined, but what surprised them was that Drake asked that no angel be allowed to be with Issei except for battle matters. This saddened a seraph who was trying to fix the misunderstanding she had with the blue-haired man, but what they didn't expect was for Sursex to ask for something else. Sursex, we also wish to join the alliance, but I have something to ask, said the red-haired man, earning the gaze of everyone present. Drake, what are you asking from Mahu Lucifer? Answered Drake, staring at the red-haired man. Sursex, I wish Issei would forgive the girls and join the RESP group. I didn't finish because I was interrupted. Ha 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 ha, at least you're listening to what you're asking for, and if that weren't enough, I'm the general of the dragon faction, said a blue-haired man who was staring at him. Sursex, but Issei-kun, we want to apologize, was interrupted again. Issei, you think that just because we formed an alliance things will go back to how they were before, where I stood up like an idiot without a murmur, and if that were not enough, forgive those who promised me eternal love, and what happened is they forget me and betray me for some simple low-level demons where they pretended to be humans so that in the end they would be servants of that shit. Rise in. The blue-haired man spoke with some annoyance. Sursex, but Issei, that wasn't our intention. Issei, I'll just ask you one question, and I want you to answer it. If Grafia had betrayed you with someone else, would you forgive her? A silence fell where the red-haired Mahu just looked down. Issei, I knew it. Maybe there you have your answer. There is one more thing, Michael. What did you intend by sending your sister with me? He asked, turning to look at Michael, who just looked at him in surprise and seeing his sister, who lowered her head in sadness. Michael, what are you talking about? Didn't I send Gabriel to look for you? Said a confused Michael. Issei, you know, I thought that more than anyone you would know what I had to go through, and if that weren't enough, I respected you for leaving me the note that said, your happiness can be your destruction. Who would say that would be true? Michael, Issei-kun, do you know he didn't finish speaking because he was interrupted? Issei, at first I didn't find out until you visited me on the last day of my hospital stay, but after finding out what I went through, you decided to send your sister to recover my emotions and feelings, starting with where I was mainly hurt. Tell me how much you wanted to see me suffer, said a blue-haired man on the verge of exploding, but suddenly felt some presences approaching. Michael, no, wait. You're misunderstanding. Gabriel wasn't Sig. He didn't finish speaking as several magic circles were forming outside the meeting room from where someone familiar to everyone came out, although for a blue-haired man who was about to explode, he simply smiled, seeing that he could vent all his anger. Issei, wow, but what does the god of deception Loki want to interrupt an alliance meeting? He spoke sarcastically, making Loki angry. Loki, how cheeky to talk to a god like that, especially coming from a fifth-rate dragon. The god spoke arrogantly, looking at the blue-haired man. Issei, ha ha ha, it seems that you only talk for the sake of talking. You don't know that a simple dragon's offspring could finish you off in less time than it cost you to leave Asgard. The blue-haired man spoke mockingly, provoking Loki. Loki, what an insult that a dragon nicknamed the weakest, as I see by the lack of pheromones in you. He spoke with more arrogance without knowing that his grave ended. Issei, being weak only makes it better. Don't believe it, because then you will have the greatest shame when you are eliminated by me. He spoke with an empty tone, earning glances from those present. Odin, Loki returns to Asgard, and I will have compassion for your punishment, said the Allfather, looking at Loki. Loki, insolent old man, now I have acquired a power with which I can destroy you and take the reins of Asgard, he said while raising his aura, alerting almost everyone, since two gods, Dragon and Drake, along with Issei, did not even flinch. Sursex, but what is this power? He spoke while everyone increased their auras so as not to be intimidated by the aura of the god of deception, who continued to increase his aura, being at the level of a super demon. Serorg, what a power! We must be careful, we still don't know what it's capable of. Ajuka, reaction team on the march, take care of the god Loki, spoke the Mahu, making the Gremory clan and Vala's team enter into combat position, being supported by the pawn Citri along with his companions, who created a barrier to avoid external damage to the city since they were in the center of it. Azazel, well, I think everything is fine for now, but something doesn't add up, said the leader of the Fallen, who had his hand on his chin, a sign that he was thinking. Michael, Azazel is right. I don't think Loki came alone to fight, much less knowing that with that power he wouldn't defeat us so easily, spoke the Overlord of the Sky, looking at the other leaders, who nodded as a sign that he was right about that. They heard a bang, and seconds later they saw Vala fall in the center of the room. Sarah fall. But what is going on? Yasaka, White Emperor, what's going on? Asked the yokai leader, looking at a Vala who was getting up with part of his armor broken. Valley, when we were fighting with Loki, some magic circles appeared where some creatures came out that apparently have the power of a Mahu. The strange thing is that my dividing has not been able to divide their power. Sursex, it's impossible for a celestial dragon's ability not to affect them," said a surprised red-haired man. Then the members of the DXD team enter, some of whom had somewhat serious injuries, and then they saw how the barrier began to crack due to the great attacks that the unknown beings launched. "TSK, this is very bad. Where did Loki get these things from?" said an angry Odin. "Sursex, we'll have to act ourselves, but if we unleash our power here it could be a problem for the city." "Azazel, Drake, do you think you can help us move the enemy away?" asked a serious Azazel looking at the dragon. "Drake, it's okay. After all, you have our support, but don't forget the condition," said Drake, who turned to look at the blue-haired man, giving him a small nod. "Issei. Tisk okay," inverted dimensions spoke Issei, and seconds later the sky turned purple and the people of the city disappeared. "Michael, but what happened?" asked a rambling Michael. "Sursex, apparently we are an impossible perhaps Issei." He did not finish speaking since he was interrupted. "Issei, ready Drake, we are in a separate dimension," said the blue-haired man, earning a nod from the dragon and the incredulous look of everyone. "Vala, how did you do that?" "Albion, wow, so you managed to control that ability." He spoke from the gem in Vala's chest. "Issei, that's right, White, if you can divide or alter a dimension to the point of making it disappear, I, being the bearer of your rival, can do the opposite and create a dimension." "You miserable dragon, how dare you transport me to a dimension?" shouted an angry Loki. "Issei. Drake, may I?" he asked with an empty tone as he clenched his fists, and a tiny aura began to emerge from him. Letting out a sigh, "It's okay, you can take care of it," spoke a Drake who knew what would happen. "Drake, Odin, I'm sorry for the loss of your son," said the dragon looking at the old man, who looked at him surprised by what he heard. "Odin, why do you say that?" was the incredulous question of the Norse god. "Drake, you'll see," was Drake's simple response, seeing his partner, making them instinctively turn to look at the blue-haired man. "Issei, enough talk now, you will see the consequences of insulting the pride of a dragon." Issei spoke with a dry tone, looking at the god Loki, who shuddered at the words. "Loki, insolent dragon, you think you can stand up to me even after you couldn't stop your females from leaving your side?" he responded, starting to laugh, something that wouldn't last long since he had touched the reverse scale of our dragon. Issei just clenched his teeth and hands, causing them to bleed from the pressure, until in a quick movement Issei placed himself behind Loki, which he could not see until behind him he felt the presence and thirst for blood, causing him to step back, something that was impossible since Issei kicked him that sent him to the ground, whereupon impact it created a crater. "Loki, damn fifth-rate dragon, how did you dare to touch me, a god?" he spoke arrogantly as he got up from the blow. Issei, he didn't respond, forcing Loki even more. "Loki, maybe a dragon like you can't stop me," I didn't finish as a shockwave appeared, seeing the origin beginning to tremble when I saw the aura that the blue-haired man began to give off. Everyone was stupefied to feel the immense aura that the blue-haired man gave off, but the surprising thing about him was that his aura continued to grow. "Drake, Abo, I don't think it would be wise to do so," said the dragon, earning great doubt from the others. "Ajuka, what are you talking about, Drake? What does Issei plan to do?" was the question from the Mahu, where everyone was waiting for his answer. "Drake, you see, the power that my partner currently has is only a part of what he really has, only that before Oni-san came, he sealed a large part of his power, leaving him alone with a level that barely surpasses Grand Red, and my partner has some seals that he put on himself to hide his power. But now that Loki insulted my partner, his aura is very unstable, causing the seals to weaken. While with Issei, you can see how Issei was increasingly surrounded by a denser aura which gave off pure hatred and a darkness which just seeing it gives you the sensation of sinking into the deepest abyss, an endless abyss. Loki was very terrified by the power of the one in front of him, causing him to call the creatures that accompanied him, which tried to attack the blue-haired man. But what they never expected was what the blue-haired man took out of one of his pockets, which was the object that had given him Agnologia. "Loki, do you think that with that toy you will defeat my beasts? You are very wrong, because now with this army I will be the maximum governor and god that I deserve to be." He spoke arrogantly. "Restoration," was what the blue-haired man said, so that the object would transform into a sword that gave off overwhelming power. The image in the title will be the sword. thus cutting several enemies who, when trying to stop the sword, cut them as if it were a blade. But what shocked everyone was that a dark blue aura grew more around him, increasing his power more and more. Damn Loki, what kind of sword is that? According to what he told me, there would be no one who could cut my beasts. Issei, this sword is far from the capabilities of the gods. It is a sword forged by the anger, hatred and despair of one who once rose beyond the gods, a being capable of standing at the top of everything. The blue-haired man spoke, surprising everyone. Loki! Damned! Was the cry of the Norse gods, so that a magic circle was formed in his chest which was very well known to many. Sursex, impossible! That's that circle, said a surprised Mahu upon recognizing the circle. Azazel, but that's impossible, he was sealed again. Michael, that is the circle of Trihexa, but how? Said the overlord of the sky, leaving the others in shock. Loki, ha ha ha, with this power no one will stop me. Tremble before the power that was granted to me by the beast of the apocalypse, said the god, beginning to laugh. While Loki laughed and the leaders were surprised by the revelation, a blue-haired man finished cutting the last beast, and then saw Loki with a purple aura with black parts. Recognizing the power, he just looked at what the god was doing. Loki, come, weak dragon, I will give you the pleasure of dying by my hand. You will no longer suffer the abandonment of your female. Spoke an arrogant Loki. Issei just looked at him with a sharp gaze that did not contain a hint of emotion or feeling. It was a cold, an unwavering gaze. Issei, TSK, disappear from my sight, was what he said, to begin to raise his power to alarming levels, causing several magic sealing circles to appear on his body from which chains came out, suppressing his power. But what alarmed Drake was that this did not decrease his power, but from the increase 4 seals were broken, creating a wave of wind charged with power. Drake! Quick, everyone behind me! Shouted the dragon, who watched his partner being surrounded by a very dense aura. Seraphal, Drake, what's going on for you to get like this? Asked the Mahu with pigtails, looking at the dragon. Drake, that doesn't matter, quickly back away if you don't want to die. I speak again, making everyone without exception stand behind Drake, where he created an energy dome generating a very dense barrier. Loki! Die! Shouted the god to launch multiple attacks where the blue-haired man was, hitting him squarely in the small sphere of power that covered him, generating a great explosion. Loki, ha ha ha, now you will continue. He spoke again, laughing like a maniac, something that did not last, as he felt a wave of energy turning to look at the place where the blue-haired man was, only to hear something that made his skin crawl and his hands began to shake. Issei, I, the one who woke up. The truth comes to light. His successor. Everyone was more than surprised by Drake's reaction, but the shock came when they knew how powerful the former brown-haired man had become, and even more so knowing that he only had a part of his power, since according to Drake the other parts were sealed by him and his own Issei. Sursex, you must be joking. No, Drake, since Issei can have that much power, said the red-haired Mahu with fear. Odin, it's true, the brat barely left, he didn't have a level of alarm about, said the father, completely trying to deny the facts. Drake, I'm sorry, but that boy you knew died that day you decided to hide his achievements, and worse yet, betray him. Spoke the dragon, who didn't look at them since he was concentrating much more power on the barrier. Almost everyone, upon hearing the dragon's words, bowed their heads in disappointment. Seraphal, but tell me, why are you so scared, Drake? What is Issei planning? Said the Mahu with pigtails, watching as Drake further strengthened the barrier that covered everyone who was at the meeting. Drake, this is bad, very bad. Apparently Issei broke 4 of the seals that he put on himself to retain his power, but Loki has touched the reverse scale of a dragon, and even more so a dragon like Issei. He is no longer the same boy who gave second chances. When Issei was training, having no emotions, he developed a killer instinct greater than the others, and leaving aside compassion, he will kill whoever is his enemy, said the dragon, who looked at his partner. Yasaka, that's not true. Issei wouldn't be capable of killing in cold blood, he's not like that, responded an upset Kitsune. Rias, it's true, my Issei wouldn't do it. The redheads supported Yasaka. The other girls were about to support them, but they stopped when they heard a voice coming from Drake. Drake, Issei, don't kill him! Drake shouted as he saw his partner's pupils slit dark blue and energy spheres coming out of his body. The leaders looked at the blue-haired man only to see the cold and very hostile look he was giving Loki, but they were brought out of their shock only to hear something that simply made them tremble along with everyone else present. Back with Issei, Loki was scared to see the great amount of energy that the blue-haired man had and more the hatred and instinct to kill that he directed at him, but what made Loki tremble, and wish he hadn't said, was what he heard come out of the blue-haired man's mouth, making his body paralyzed from the terror he felt. Issei, I, the one who woke up, I am the one who with a dark soul would unleash hell on the world. I will destroy the light and the hope. I will create a world of infinite darkness. Revenge and anger are my companions. Feelings are something unnecessary that I leave behind. My love died, my sadness disappeared, and my happiness was destroyed. I will consume the souls of those unfortunate beings, and they will give me power, and I will listen to their screams. The soft music of their agonies will please my ears. Power is everything, and I will be the one at the top, and with it I will destroy you. Juggernaut drive. At the end of the chant, the mass of energy that covered it dissipated, giving way to a light blue dragon where long scales could be seen coming out in the direction of a point. Something frightened those present when they felt the aura of that dragon, which was simply on par with Trihexa, but it was noticeable like the instinct of a pure dragon, a dragon that only had one desire to kill. That thirst for blood was present where that imposing dragon was. Image at the beginning. Loki was more than scared to death when he felt the aura of that dragon, but what finally broke Loki's fear were the imposing sharp eyes of the dragon, and he began to retreat while trembling, but it was too late. He was already dead, he just hadn't realized it yet. With the leaders and others it was not very different, the fact that they felt fear when they felt and saw that dragon, but they heard something that left them more terrified, and they were Drake's words. Drake. That is the incomplete form of my partner's juggernaut drive. It seems he is letting himself be guided by hatred. This is bad. Spoke a dragon which did not hesitate to increase the dome. Everyone looked at the dragon's shape with fear, since if it wasn't that great its power was, and it was to be expected that Ophis and Grand Red would be surprised and at the same time would begin to be afraid, since when they felt its power, if not they were wrong, it was equal to the dragon of the apocalypse, but the difference was that aura so thick and full of pure hatred they didn't believe that there was a being with so much hatred and darkness in its heart, since not even Trihexa gave off such a terrifying aura. Back in the battle, you can see how Issei disappeared from Loki's sight, appearing behind him and hitting him with his tail, sending him crashing to the ground, only to appear next to him and grab him by the neck, putting pressure on him. Loki tried to get away, but his attempts were in vain. In a quick movement, Issei throws Loki into the air only to then spread his wings and follow him. Loki tried to create a magic circle, but his arm was ripped off by Issei, causing great pain to the Norse god, who continued to scream something that did not last as he felt himself being taken by Issei's claws for seconds to throw him against the ground, causing him to spit more blood. Everyone watched with fear the power of Issei and how Loki was not doing anything. Loki, damn dragon! Die! Shouted the god, launching an attack with all the power he could muster, hitting Issei full on, forming a smile that fell apart when he saw how the dragon was still standing with only a few small scratches. Issei only continued to launch himself against Loki, who tried to create a barrier, but Issei threw a sphere the size of a marble that upon impact with the barrier was simply absorbed by the sphere of energy that passed by Loki, crashing into a mountain which in less than a blink of an eye disappeared. Loki fell to the ground upon seeing such tremendous power. Issei stopped in front of him just to look at him with slanted, dark blue eyes showing his teeth. He disappeared in a veil of movement only for Loki to feel an unbearable pain in his abdomen, and great was his gaze when he saw that his body had been split in half, only to look up and see how the dragon had the other missing part of his body, which he released and created a ball of energy from his mouth, only to hear the dragon's voice. Great dark devastation! It was the last thing Loki heard, only to receive the attack and be eliminated from existence. After Loki was eliminated, Issei was still in his Juggernaut drive form, but it seemed that he was out of control because he was creating more energy balls, shooting them in all directions until 4 suppression seals came out of his body, from which chains came out like before. Only the difference is that these contained spikes and draconic writing. Then a sphere of blue light came out of his chest, creating a person with dark blue hair, who approached Issei only to put a hand on his chest and say, "This is not the time yet, my friend," thus disappearing and Issei falling to the ground, being suppressed by the chains that absorbed the blue-haired man's power for him to return to his human form. Grand Red, tell me, security, your bearer is chosen by that dragon who was once the kindest, right? Said the great dragon of dragons, looking at Drake, who upon hearing that could only lower his gaze. Ophis, Red, are you talking about? I didn't finish speaking because my eyes opened wide when I found out what dragon they were talking about. Drake, yes, he chose it, was the dragon's response, leaving Ophis blank since he knew what happened to that dragon that sank into darkness. But before doing so, he was the most honest and kind dragon of all. Great network. I see, so your former carrier was forgotten and left aside by his partners. He really is very similar to him. I see why he decided that his legacy would continue in him, said the dragon, looking at the boy with a challenging look, feeling the same sensation as his former rival and the blue-haired man. Sursex, excuse me, Great Red, but what dragon are you talking about? Was the incredulous question of the red-haired Mahu upon hearing the conversation. Odin, it is true who that dragon is for you to see it in a challenging way, spoke the father of all, who observed the reaction of Great Red and Ophis. Ophis, we are talking about the first existence to reach an earthly plane beyond the dragon gods that was known for its terrifying power. The oldest dragons called it the dragon of the beginning and the end, or as its enemies knew it, the dark-winged dragon, since that was the last thing they saw, but that was not always the case, said the dragon of infinity, who, when saying the last thing, simply lowered her gaze as she remembered what happened to the dragon. Azazel, what do you mean it wasn't always like this? I asked with total interest. Ophis, Drag, can I? Asked the dragon, looking at the dragon, who knew what she meant since they were about to reveal the truth behind her partner's power. Drake, letting out a sigh of resignation, he said, it's okay, after all we can no longer hide that fact. Ophis, okay, you see, thousands of years before the biblical God came, there was only one species that dominated the earth, the underworld, and the dimensional rift, and that was our race, the dragons. We have existed since before time, and in those times there was a dragon capable of rivaling me or Red, but he was very kind. He was a strong, kind dragon, and above all, he watched over the safety of our race, since there were some dark entities that tried to destroy some dragons, but he was always there to help. No matter what state he left the battle in, he always gave his all to protect those he loved. His name was Agnologia. One day he fell in love with a dragon who accepted him, and they became a couple, to which he was very attentive. Although as much as he loved her, he was always out fighting for the well-being of his beloved and her race. Proof of this was that he saved me at a time when I was overcome by several dark creatures, where he fought in his human form with a wider sword and with a pure energy that when coming into contact with those beings they were easily cut. According to him, it was a sword forged from his own blood and power, and with an unbreakable determination, something that surprised me when I felt his power. After that we both returned to our race, but when we arrived where his beloved was, he found the worst thing that could have happened to a dragon, since before his eyes was his beloved partner who was being courted by another male. But what gave the coup de grace was that his partner accepted the courtship. At that moment he was very hurt. I tried to get closer, but in a quick movement he spread his wings and shot into the sky, losing sight while flying aimlessly, something that the ex-partner noticed. Where that dragon had a victorious smile, something that made me angry, since then we already had the rule of naming weakest dragon to the dragon that lost its partner or was left by another. Agnologia was away for a few months. Upon his return you could see the sadness and pain of his betrayal, something that was not overlooked, and after investigating the worst happened, he was called before his entire race only to be despised and mocked by them, calling him weak, and that he did not deserve to be with them after losing his mate, thus expelling him from his race and exiling him. He left his race, but not before telling them that he will always protect them, so leaving what they did not know was that he had already fallen dragon. The traveling dragons say that despite his state he always fought to defend his race, even in his state, spending the time of exile where he returned with his race, where upon returning he found what he wanted least. The dragon that snatched his beloved was the leader of his race and his partner with apparently offspring, where the dragon who had become leader scorned him, and his ex-beloved told him that she was happy to have done what she did and that she would never regret the decision to be with another. That destroyed the dragon, knowing all the hatred they had for him, the mockery that still continued. He decided to leave and leave his race behind. At the moment he was dying, he made a choice that would change him. When Ophis finished saying that, small tears were seen in her eyes, something that surprised everyone. "Sursex, what decision do I make?" asked the Mahoos, seeing Ophis with surprise at her reaction. She was going to continue, but Grand Red got ahead of her. Great network. He let his anger and sadness dominate him, thus creating the ritual of the fall of the dragon, where he forcibly discarded the feelings that he felt for his ex-partner and his race, giving way to a cold and dark soul. Despite having lost his emotions, he continued to grow stronger, reaching a point where, seeing his race in trouble, he decided to help them by fighting alongside them. But in that time he alone developed a very terrifying thirst for blood where, when he faced his enemies, he alone made a massacre, and this increased when he had his sword, which in the end his determination gave way and was consumed by hatred, and sadly going from a shining sword to a dark one. After the battle, the dragons looked at that being that they depreciated turned into a being that killed without mercy, thus making a decision, and it was to kill it, something that never happened since those who tried died, thus creating the new legend of the dark-winged dragon. But one way or another managed to control a power that we had never seen before, the power of creation and destruction, a comparable power that continued to increase. Defying all law, he became a very powerful being, earning titles for countless massacres that he had caused, thus giving birth to the title of Dragon of the Beginning and the End. Since he had the ability to create life or simply destroy it from this plane of existence. When we faced each other, for some strange reason he let me live, but not before saying, "You will help me later." Something I did not understand. After that, he fought Trihexa, defeating him and suppressing his power, so that some time later he was sealed by the biblical god, who ran into him by chance trying to seal him, but without success. Agnologia let him pass and went into a dimensional rift where he distorted space, and creating a separate dimension, he entered without a trace and disappearing. I never thought he would be right, that I would help him bring his new successor back to life. Spoke the dragon, seeing the blue-haired man who was on the ground being suppressed by containment seals. Something he recognized is that those seals were the same as those the ancient dragon used to suppress Trihexa. Dragon's tears and a love that blossom. After Grand Red finished speaking, the dome that held Drake broke, thus going to where the blue-haired man was, who was still being suppressed by the chains, something that made him scream in pain, while on his body some slight wounds bled due to the release of power in Juggernaut Drive. When everyone was looking at the blue-haired man, they only clenched their fists, and looks of anguish could be seen when they saw how the blue-haired man suffered. "Sursex, Drake, will he be okay?" was the red-haired Mahoos' question with clear concern. Drake, yes, he will be fine. Only that due to the release of power in his imperfect form it caused him some small damage, and well, the suppression seals are doing their job, but I think it's time to take my partner. Was what the dragon said, so that he could transform into his human form, and thus take Issei and start walking. Issei's ex-girls just watched sadly as their ex-beloved walked away from them, causing them to lower their gaze. With the entourage of Citri, two black-haired girls were watching the person they fell in love with walk away, causing both of them to look at each other and nod as a sign that they would do everything possible to get their beloved back, or at least tell him what had happened. And the same thing happened with the beautiful Seraph, who felt her world falling apart when she remembered how he trusted her. So the day passed whereafter Drake retired with an unconscious Issei. After that the days passed where the blue-haired man did not wake up, something that worried Drake, since when he was taking care of his partner he moved and sobbed, and even tears came out of his eyes. Like that he remained for 2 weeks, in which by not going to classes many of the girls who knew the blue-haired man became worried, being Sona, Tsubaki and Mayumi, who tried to find Issei's whereabouts, but failing, even Tiamat had not been able to contact Drake because apparently he is hiding his power for its wielder. You can put it to follow the plot. On the other hand, in the sky you can see a Gabriel who was in her room thinking about what had happened and the reason for her reaction with Issei, something that always started with a blush for remembering the words he had said to her, and end up crying after remembering when he showed his insecurity where he trusted her, and in the end she was afraid to tell him who she was, like losing the blue-haired man where he had said that he did not want to see her, something that hurt her. But after 2 weeks, she decided to go out and go look for the ex-Brown, where she had to face an argument with her brother Michael due to the condition that Drake put on the angels, something that Gabriel did not care about, and in a fit of annoyance she screamed, saying that he was The only man who did not see her for her body, also that she had a new sensation when she was with him, and that she would not let hatred and sadness consume him. That took Michael by surprise, since his sister was defending a personal interest that she was unaware of, and even more so knowing that the men who approached her were because of what she possessed in body and fame, since he knew that his sister was one of the most coveted women, but it did not bother him since she ignored men, since she looked at her heart and saw only lust. And hearing that Issei wasn't looking at her with those eyes surprised them, and even more so seeing how his sister defended him and wanted to be with him, experiencing what she said was new sensation. Something Michael noticed and had a feeling about. Michael was about to say something to his sister, but a memory of his father invaded him. In memory of Michael, you could see Michael looking at the Garden of Eden where a little Gabriel was playing and laughing with happiness until his father arrived at his side. Elohim, I see that you take care of your sister, Michael. God spoke, looking at Michael. Michael, yes, Father, after all she is the youngest and very pretty, so I will defend her from whoever tries to hurt her, was what was said by the archangel, where God let out a small laugh. Elohim, haha, wow, Michael, you're a good brother, although you don't have to be a jerk with her, since I gave Gabriel the gift of seeing the heart and feeling feelings, and I know he won't let people who only see her out of self-interest get close. God spoke, taking Michael by the shoulder. Michael, Father, will Gabriel find someone who loves her as you have told us, someone who appreciates her, respects her, and makes her very happy? Asked the archangel, who returned his gaze to little Gabriel. Elohim, of course, Michael, even if it takes years for him to arrive, even if Gabriel doesn't know much about love, his being will look for a person, that person will catch Gabriel's attention, since he won't see her with lust or convenience, he will see her for his feelings. When that happens, she will defend an interest for the first time and fight to be with him. So Michael, when that happens, support her and give her security, because she will need it, especially because that soul will be in a conflict where any mistake can sink her into the shadows or bring back the light she had, was what his father said, who looked at Gabriel. So after a while Michael left, leaving his father there. End of flashback. After Michael finished remembering, he agreed to let her go, but not before giving her a hug and support, so that she disappeared in a flash towards Qua. After Gabriel left, Michael let out a sigh into the air, where he looked to the side and opened his eyes in surprise, since next to him was his father looking at the place where Gabriel was a few moments ago. Michael, Father! Was what the archangel said before listening to what his father was telling him. Elohim, you have done a good job, my son. Continue supporting your sister, spoke God, who looked again at the empty place where Gabriel was. Elohim, I wish you good luck, my daughter. I know you will be very happy with him, and that being the legacy of that dragon, he will protect and love you forever as he wanted to do once he heals his heart. Take care, my children. I will watch over you, was what God said, to fade away little by little until he disappeared. Michael, Father, he whispered, to wipe away the small tears that were forming in his eyes. Human World, Quest City, Issei Department. We can see how Drake lies on the edge of the bed in his chibi form, watching the blue-haired man who was once again having a nightmare, making Drake sad because he couldn't do anything since he had tried to enter the boosted gear but couldn't do it, since when he entered he was sent out again without being able to do anything. Issei's mind. In the mind of our protagonist, you can see how he is standing in the center of the city, which he looked at with confusion because it seemed familiar to him. Issei, but what am I doing here? Was the question of the blue-haired man who watched people pass by him until he could see a very familiar face, and how could he not do it if in front of him was his old self, who looked very happy walking down the street towards a school that he already knew. Issei, what is this happening? The blue-haired man spoke to himself, who followed his past self. Moments after following him as he walked, they arrived at the academy, where for a strange reason his past self went to the student council room. Upon arriving, he knocked on the door to receive a pass. Upon entering, you can see Sona and her queen Tsubaki, who were with the paperwork, but when they looked they saw a favored brown-haired man who thanked them for what they had done, and making them blush, something that his past self did not see, but the blue-haired man did. Then left the council, following his past self to the occult club, where upon entering he could only see how his past self collapsed upon seeing again the betrayal of the women he loved so much. Issei got so angry that he entered the occult club trying to kill the Gremory's boyfriends, but his blows did not hit until something happened. Ha ha ha, how stupid you are, Haida. Issei, your women belong to us, and now they will have our children. Tell me what you feel, ha ha ha. were the words that Rias's boyfriend said, only to make Issei angrier until the memory broke as if it were glass, leaving him in darkness until a voice was heard again. "See, I told you, they only used you, you will never be loved, haha," was said by a female voice. "Issei, shut up. Don't talk," said the blue-haired man, looking at the person. "You will never be loved, you are just a tool, just like I used you and never loved you. All your women didn't love you either, haha." The female voice spoke again, revealing the girl. "Issei, Reincarnation." He spoke in a loud voice. "Reincarnation, I told you no. You will never be loved, look at the evidence." As she finished saying it, several squares of light formed around the blue-haired boy where they showed the memories of the girls kissing others, the leaders hiding their achievements, of Sona and Tsubaki who kissed their friends, and of his parents saying that it was better that he left the house since they were ashamed of having a perverted son. With our blue-haired man, he just used a roller to tell them to be quiet, holding their heads, starting to put pressure on them so they wouldn't listen to something that didn't work. "Reincarnation, I told you no, your destiny is to be alone and it will always be that way." Reincarnation spoke so that Issei began to cry and deny everything since his whole past still hurt him, and it made him angry to remember it. That was how those memories were revived again and again. City. We can see a Gabriel walking through the streets looking for a certain blue-haired man who did not appear, and as if that were not enough, he could not feel his aura. Thus continuing his path where he was searching until he felt the sad environment, and with traces of hate, but what stood out the most was the loneliness where Gabriel began to walk until he reached a building where he entered and continued on his way where he stopped in front of the door of an apartment, and stared at it, taking the knob, and with magic he decided to open it since his heart screamed at him that he was suffering. As she entered she was quickly knocked down by Drake, who was on top of her with a magic circle on his snout. "Drake, what do you want here? Speak or die," was what the dragon said, who could not distinguish the person due to the darkness of the room. "Gabriel, I'm Gabriel, I just want to talk to Issei," she responded with a scared tone since Drake still had the magic circle active. "Drake, I think I made the conditions for the angels clear. Why do you want to see my partner?" said the dragon, who was attentive to the answer in case she tried to lie, although he knew that being an angel, she couldn't lie. "Gabriel, I just want to see Issei, be with him and feel this warm feeling that he makes me feel, and if I can help cure that sadness I will. I will not let him be alone anymore," were the words of a Gabriel who did not hesitate when saying those words, something that made Drake get off of him to let him get up. "Drake, okay, I'll just tell you that he has suffered a lot, and it may take longer for his wounds to heal than you can imagine. Gabriel, I don't care if it takes 1,000 years or my whole life. I know that he doesn't deserve this pain, and I will help him carry that sadness even if it costs me all the time. I know that he can be happy." To say that Drake was not surprised was more than obvious since he heard that no matter how long it takes she will always be there for him, something that made him smile and signal where he took him to the room where he let her in and left, not without first looking back for a moment. Drake's thought. "Drake, maybe you can bring back my partner's feelings. Buddy, I just hope you accept her, she truly loves you." It was the last thing he thought before leaving the room, leaving the two of them alone. Returning to the room you can see Gabriel sitting on the blue-haired boy's bed, who was having a nightmare again, with tears coming out of his eyes. "Issei asleep, enough please, I don't want to suffer anymore, I don't want to be alone anymore," was what the sleeping blue-haired man said. "Gabriel, calm down, everything is fine now. I will be there for you. It doesn't matter if everyone leaves you. I won't. I will be the light that illuminates your heart again, so come back with me," was said by the seraph who took Issei's head, placing it on her legs and beginning to caress his hair, something that calmed the blue-haired man and stopped suffering. Issei's mind. We can see Issei on his knees crying and begging for it to stop until the noises stopped, but Issei continued looking down terrified until he heard a voice. "Calm down, everything is fine now. I'll be there for you. It doesn't matter if everyone leaves you. I won't. I'll be the light that illuminates your heart again. So come back to me." Issei looked up tearfully, seeing Reincarnation, who was confused by the voice. "Reincarnation, who are you? Don't interrupt," was what Reincarnation said. But suddenly some pictures were shown again around the blue-haired man, which showed some images which were emerald green eyes and golden hair, which at one point hugged him, giving him support in his sadness. Again it changes to the moment where she was pouting in church and how embarrassed she was. Issei, Gabriel-san. The blue-haired man spoke, and moments later the space where he was began to break. Reincarnation. No, not yet, you will not be loved, she will be you. She didn't finish when she saw how a figure stood in front of the blue-haired man and her. Gabriel, don't be afraid, Issei-kun. Nobody deserves to live with hate or sadness, no matter how long it takes. I will never leave you alone, said Gabriel, who approached Issei, taking him and giving him a hug which comforted the blue-haired man. Issei, thanks, sniff sniff, I don't want to be alone, was what he said to return the hug, and the space where he was broken by a Reincarnation who screamed but disappeared. So from one moment to another Issei opened his eyes, revealing that he was hugged by no one but Gabriel, and thus began to cry again. Issei, thanks sniff, thanks for leaving me alone, said the blue-haired boy, crying, returning the hug. Gabriel, there's nothing to be thankful for, Issei-kun. After all, I just want to be by your side no matter what happens, she replied while squeezing him tighter in the hug. So the two remained together until they fell asleep. Meanwhile at the door was a chibi Drake, who had a smile. Drake's thought, my friend, I'm so happy to see you again. Besides, those dragon tears are the symbol of a love that will blossom with whoever is by your side, so good luck. That was what the dragon thought as he went out to sleep on the couch, since he didn't want to disturb the new couple. You are my light and the attack on the underworld. We can see a blue-haired man waking up in the early morning, realizing that he was not alone, since at his side was a beautiful woman who was clinging to his chest, sleeping peacefully. Something that our protagonist liked to see, since her face only reflected purity and a beautiful smile that filled his mind with endless emotions, something that somehow made him feel strange. So getting out of bed with great care not to wake the beautiful Seraphine, who, not noticing him, put on an expression of anguish, giving him a pillow, which when she took it again she calmed herself by hugging the pillow. The blue-haired man just showed a smile and went out to the balcony that the room had, looking at the moon and the stars that were there on that cold night. Issei, is it really okay? What will my heart be like again? I don't want to be alone anymore, but I can't trust too many people either. AAA. What do I have to do? Ioni-san, what would you tell me? Were the thoughts of our blue-haired boy without stopping looking at the stars. Live your life again, Issei. Don't get stuck in the past, at least don't make the same mistakes I did. A voice was heard in the brown-haired boy's mind, turning around and looking around without seeing anyone. Issei, you may be right in your words, Agnologia Knight. After all, I know that you wanted to protect your race no matter the treatment. Only you did not love again, was what our protagonist said to feel warmth on his back, noticing a pair of hands that began to hug him. Issei, Gabi-chan, come on, I woke you up, was what the blue-haired man said, still looking at the sky. Gabriel, it's okay. I just felt a little cold and woke up when I didn't notice you. I went out to see if you were here. And well, I found you. He said it with a sweet voice. It's beautiful, isn't it, the stars and the moon? I asked, looking at the sky. Issei, of course it is such a beautiful view, was the only thing he said. Gabriel, what are you thinking about? Issei, it's nothing, hee. It's just that, well, all of this happened so fast that I don't know what to think about it. I mean, a few days ago I ended up hurting Vala badly, and well, I told you a lot of things which I know hurt you. He spoke with a sad tone, looking at the moon. Gabriel, don't worry, we all make mistakes, and well, although I felt bad, now that I was able to tell you what I feel and see a positive response, and see you more animated, it only reaffirms my decision to be with you. He spoke, taking Issei by the cheeks, making both of them stare at each other, emerald green against crimson red. I also know that it will be difficult for you to open your heart completely, but no matter what, I will be there for you. Don't forget that, he said, placing his forehead against the blue-haired man's. Issei, thank you. I don't know how to thank you for what you do, although I don't fully understand my feelings. For now I know that my heart is at peace when I see your eyes, when I see your beautiful aura, and above all the warmth of your hands. You are my light that saved me from continuing in the darkness, and I want you to be that for my whole life. Gabi-chan, said the blue-haired man, caressing his cheek, making Gabriel blush as much as a small pink tint showed on his face. Gabriel, hi, I will always take your hand and walk beside you, said Gabriel, approaching the blue-haired man's face. They both looked at each other with love and warmth, surrounded by a beautiful landscape such as a beautiful full moon and a starry sky, just before it began to change as some shooting stars appeared. But our couple didn't care what was happening around them as they were immersed in their gaze, getting closer and closer until they heard both of their breathing, only to slowly close their eyes, joining their lips in a soft kiss that was somewhat clumsy on Gabriel's part. But that didn't matter as Issei slowly moved his hands to Gabriel's waist where the aforementioned surrounded the blue-haired man by the neck. They were like this for several minutes, stopping to take a breath and then resuming the action again, until they ended with a smile that made Issei smile genuinely for the first time. So we continued hugging each other, looking at the sky which was in a spectacle of shooting stars. Gabriel looked at everything like a little girl, something that the blue-haired man liked to see that side of her. They continued like this for a while longer, where the beautiful seraph felt a cold sensation run through her entire body, accompanied by a small yawn. Issei, Nagabi-chan, I think we should go inside and sleep a little longer, do you think so? Said the blue-haired man, receiving a nod from the seraph, standing up where Issei surprised Gabriel by taking her and carrying her inside, where once inside he laid her down on the bed, closed the window and lay down next to Gabriel, thus settling in, both of them hugging each other, falling asleep again. Some time later we can see a blue-haired man waking up looking at the sun rays that were accentuated on the face of the beautiful seraph, making her look more beautiful, and with it a tender and sweet grimace will be shown beginning to wake her up. Issei, did you sleep well, my beautiful angel? Asked the blue-haired boy, rubbing the blonde's head. Gabriel, better than ever, my little dragon, said Gabriel, rubbing his eyes a little. Issei, that's good to hear. Well, if you excuse me, I'll take a shower and then go prepare breakfast, what do you think? He said, then got up and walked to the bathroom. Gabriel, okay, hee. I mean right, Gabriel stuttered. Issei, I'll also make the breakfast I left you the other time at your apartment, I said, looking at a red Gabriel and playing with my fingers. Gabriel, thank you, was the only thing she said with a beautiful smile. Since Issei left her breakfast, it's become her favorite because the blue-haired man was such a good cook. Time skip. We can see both of them sitting quietly having breakfast while they talked and laughed from time to time. They continued like that for a while until Gabriel had to leave since he had work in heaven, leaving our blue-haired boy who was in the living room next to it should be Drake. Issei, well, it would be better to go see how the faction is doing, don't you think, Drake? Drake, you're right, Abo, so we can take advantage of this to see how much strength the dragons currently have, answered little Drake. Issei, well then let's go, Drake. So they both set off for dragon territory. Meanwhile, elsewhere with the Gremory group, he was in the living room of his house talking about a very intriguing topic. Rias, has anyone heard anything from Issei? Asked the redhead with a sad expression. Akino, I'm sorry, Bucho, but we still can't find his whereabouts. Kiba, that's true, President, but we haven't been able to find any clues since there's no movement at your previous home. We even asked the Tiamat bearer, but she doesn't know about your stay there. Rias, I see, she replied, looking at the ground. Asia, excuse me, President, the holidays are coming up and I wanted to know if my daughter can spend time with the others. Asia spoke, changing the sad atmosphere that could be seen in her friends. Rias, of course Akane can go, it will help distract X since he hasn't been very quiet lately. The redhead answered with a slightly more animated expression. Also there are Sue, Kaniko's son, Itomi, Akino's daughter, Alex, Irina's son, Jin, Xenovia's daughter, Rossweisse. I guess taking Rin to distract her won't hurt since she's only with my grandmother and doesn't go out much. Plus she'll be happy to see her friends again. Rias, then it's okay, so they're distracted, we'll continue searching for Issei, was what Rias said to receive a nod from the girls until someone spoke. Gasper, Bucho is sure that she should keep trying to get closer, since Issei-senpai said not to bother him anymore, said the vampire, who was now a little older and wearing men's clothing. Kiba, President, I hate to say it, but I think Gasper is right. We should let Issei talk to us again on his own. I understand more than anyone that I want everything to go back to the way it was since I wasn't a good friend, but this time I think Gasper is right, said the blonde, supporting the half-vampire. Rias, I understand you, Kiba, but we must make him at least talk to us since I more than anyone recognize my mistake and I want him to see me at least. Rias spoke with a hint of sadness. Thence I never thought that the great Rias Gremory would recognize a mistake, since due to your pride you almost never tend to retract. A voice spoke from the door, causing the Gremory group to turn their eyes to look at Sona Citri and her group. Rias, Sona, what are you doing here? Asked a surprised Rias. Sona, I just came to tell you that there will be a meeting to discuss some Chaos Brigade matters, and well, I just stopped by to inform you. The black-haired woman spoke with her typical expression. Rias, I understand. When will it be, Sona? Tomorrow at night, since the holidays begin, and as always we go to the underworld. They did it as quickly as possible in case something happens, reported Citri. Rias, we'll be there, Sona. Anything else? Asked the redhead. Sona, no, that would be all. My group and I will leave today since there are no classes tomorrow, and well, I would like to have everything ready. Citri finished speaking, only to say goodbye and leave for the underworld. Thus passed the day. Elsewhere in the underworld, territory of the new dragon faction, we can see a winged blue-haired Tannen who is watching a drake fight against two dragons who claim to be a candidate for Dragon King. Issei, wow, I thought Drake would hold back a little more since they were rookies, but it seems he takes being a leader seriously. He spoke, seeing a drake standing with some small scratches but nothing serious, who was looking at two dragons who had wounds and the occasional cut from which a little blood came out, not to mention their exhaustion. Tannen, it's true, although being a dragon, being the alpha, he must make it clear that his growth must increase with more training or they will be surpassed, said the great dragon looking at the battle. Drake, that's all candidates for Dragon King. If they continue with that standard, I think they are not worthy. Drake spoke with a serious look, seeing what his rivals would say. Dragon 1, you say that because you are a celestial dragon that has not trained since your power is enough. Raising his voice. Dragon 2, I won't give up, I can still fight, said the other dragon, being observed by Drake. Drake, you pointing at the second dragon. What's your name? I am Layden Drake-sama. He answered firmly with a slight bow. Drake, Layden, do not bow your head, no matter how strong the adversary is, always keep your head held high, do not show weakness and fight with courage, said the dragon, seeing how he stood firm again. Layden, yes, Drake-sama. Drake, and you, what's your name? He asked, now looking at the other dragon. I am Falca Drake-sama. The dragon spoke a little firmly. Drake, well, Falca, let me tell you that you don't know anything about what I've been through to have the position I currently have. I was born a normal dragon, but through my own effort of wanting to be more and training I reached the position I have, and you're not going to come tell me that, since you don't strive to be more or surpass your limits. Drake spoke in a stronger tone, making the dragon back away. Falca, sorry Drake-sama, I will try harder from now on. Drake, well, that pleases me, then we resume the fight, I said, seeing how they nodded with more determination, ignoring their wounds. They were about to launch themselves until a blue-haired man appeared in the middle of the three dragons. Issei, that's enough for today, Drake. If you control yourself, they are still apprentices and we shouldn't overexert them since they will be the future of our race. The blue-haired man spoke with a softer tone, something that Drake and Tannen noticed. Layden, excuse me, but I would like to make a request, Rias-sama, said the dragon, looking at him with a sparkle in his eyes. Issei, Layden, call me Issei since there is no point in continuing to hide my real name, said the blue-haired man, causing the dragons who were there to be surprised by the name. Said, Layden, you are Issei, carrier of Drake, the same one who fought against Trihexa, the god of the apocalypse, and lived to tell the tale, said the dragon with an even brighter look. Issei, no, well, I think so, he said without giving it much importance, making the veteran dragons along with Drake and Tannen sweat. Layden, amazing. Issei, and tell me, what is it that you want? Asked the blue-haired man, looking at the dragon. Layden, I was wondering if I could be your escort since I would like to push my limits by training with you and Drake-sama. The dragon spoke with determination. Issei, of course you can come, although I will be honest with you, your training will be harder than what the former Dragon King Tannen has given you so far. I spoke, waiting for a retraction from the dragon. Layden, well then I will do my best, said the dragon, bringing a small smile to Drake and our protagonist. Drake, fine, with your permission, Tannen. Layden will come with us, said the dragon, looking at a nodding Tannen. Issei, well, I think it's time to go home since tomorrow will be the meeting with the other leaders. He spoke only to be interrupted by a magic circle that formed in the blue-haired man's ear. Azazel, boy, can you hear me? We need reinforcements in the demon territory since a group of cows brigade is attacking, said the leader of the fallen. Issei, fine, we'll be there as quickly as possible, he answered, and then the communication was cut off. Tannen, do you want me to organize a group of dragons to accompany you? Asked the purple dragon, looking at Issei. Issei, it's okay as long as there are 10 dragons since Drake, and I will take care of the bigger ones, he said, watching as Drake nodded. Drake, yes, I can finally release my stress and get bored, said Drake, stretching his enormous wings. Issei, and according to you I'm the one who has to control himself. I spoke with a chibi face, looking at the dragon. Tannen, it's ready, Issei, said the dragon, watching as the blue-haired man nodded, spreading his wings. Issei, good, let's go. He gave the order, followed by the other dragons who would accompany him. Moments before underworld demonic territory, Lilith City, we can see the Mahu Lucifer finishing arranging some things when his wife and Queen Graphia Lucifuge enters. Graphia, excuse me, Sursex-sama, everything is ready for the meeting. The other leaders and your sister along with Sona Citri have already been informed. Sursex, well, thank you, Graphia. Do we know anything about his whereabouts? Asked the red-haired man. Graphia, not yet, we don't know anything about Issei-sama's whereabouts, said the maid, seeing her husband's sadness. Sursex, thank you. Can you read? I didn't finish speaking because an explosion occurred in the city. They both immediately went out to investigate when suddenly many creatures came out of a portal and began destroying houses, stalls, and killing people who were nearby. Sursex_Graphia, quickly mobilize my pieces to evacuate the people and take them to the shelters, said the Mahu, seeing how the circles of the Citri and Baal houses appeared where the entourages come out along with Sona, Seraphal, and Serorg. Seraphal, Sursex, what's going on? Who brought those things here? Said the Mahu, watching as her sister, her entourage, and Serorgs were fighting. Sursex, I don't know, but I'll call Rias. You contact Azazel and tell him we need more reinforcements since they keep appearing. Thus Seraphal communicating with Azazel, who moments later arrived with some fallen helping to repel the attack, but there were still many, and from what they realized they had the power of a high-class demon, and some stronger. Azazel, I don't like this, they are strong, we need more reinforcements, but Michael will take a while. I'll call Issei if he has already woken up or appeared so he can help us, said the fallen man, and moments later he communicated with the blue-haired man who answered him, and told him that he would arrive as quickly as possible. Everything was chaotic in the city where the fight was taking place. Fortunately, most of the city had already been evacuated. The remaining and the fallen struggled to repel the creatures, which showed no sign of ceasing when a psychopathic laugh brought them out of their trance, causing them to turn to look where it was coming from. Ha ha ha, how pathetic they look. A voice spoke where when they looked they found none other than Shalba Belzebu along with Kateria Leviathan. Azazel, impossible, you died and your Shalba was disintegrated by the Red Emperor, how can you be alive? He spoke with a tone of surprise. Kateria, let's just say that Ryzen was very considerate, and brought us back to life but with more power. He spoke to begin to release his power, being stronger than before. Shalba, besides, that was just a clone of mine, and from what I know, the Red Emperor is no longer here, ha ha ha, said an arrogant Shalba. Sursex, that doesn't matter since they will die here. Shalba, and who's going to do it since you've become rusty, and if you look closely your allies won't last long, ha ha ha. Sursex just turns around looking at Rias's entourage that had arrived some time ago with Sona and her entourage, and the others being cornered by many creatures that kept coming out of the portal. Sursex, damn, if this continues we won't be able to beat them, thought the Crimson Mahu. Shalba, you see it, ha ha ha, and not to mention the angels, since with the device that is in the center of the city they will not be able to teleport, ha ha ha, so it will take them longer to come, and when that happens you will be finished, ha ha ha. I speak seeing how Sursex cursed himself for his luck. I think your plans have ended here, Shalba. A voice was heard only to see how some dragons arrived and began to kill the creatures, leaving only the strongest ones that surpassed the high class. Shalba, damn whoever is. He hadn't finished speaking when a great red dragon very familiar to everyone destroyed some creatures that were fighting with the Citri entourage. Kateria, se security, she exclaimed seeing the imposing dragon. Shalba, you know this time I will be the one to kill you, damn dragon. Shalba spoke, sending a powerful attack to Drake, which was deflected by a blue-haired man who had a cold look devoid of emotions. Shalba, and who are you, damn it? Shalba shouted, sending more energy attacks which were repelled by the blue-haired man's hand. Issei, wow, so you don't remember well, I'll tell you who I am since you'll be with Loki soon, said the blue-haired man, making Shalba angry. Issei, I am. Attack on the Underworld Part 2, The Truth Behind the Seals. At the moment when our blue-haired man was planning to reveal his identity, a huge explosion was seen on one side where the creatures that Shalba and Kateria summoned were shown, completely injured, some dead, and the causer was none other than Drake, who was arriving where the blue-haired man was. Drake, ready, able. Everyone was neutralized without any problem. In addition to Layden taking care of the artifacts that restrict the magic circles and the other Drago, he fell silent when he felt an aura coming from his bearer, who had his hair covered by his eyes. Issei, Drake, damn giant lizard, don't you see I was in my moment of greatness? Shouted the blue-haired man, looking at the dragon, who had an anime-style drop along with the others present. Issei, well, since a certain lizard interrupted me, I am Hayato Issei, bearer of the Red Emperor Dragon Drake, as well as the one who will return you to the grave. Shalba and Kateria were more than surprised by the words and revelation of the boy in front of them, and instinctively stepped back when they felt a thirst for blood coming from the blue-haired man. Shalba, impossible. That brat died thanks to Rizvan's plan, thanks to some flies he has as servants, ha ha ha. She laughed madly, seeing the expressions of the demons and other races. But when she looked at the blue-haired man, she saw that he had no expression. Issei, tell me, Shalba, and do you think that I care who they are or what that stupid old man's are? I'm sorry to tell you that if you thought that, you're very wrong, because just like Loki you will die, said the blue-haired man, beginning to release a part of his aura, attracting the attention of everyone in the city, and also the dragons that accompanied him. Kateria, Shalba, I think it would be best to leave. There's something I don't like about the boy. Besides who he is and from what he says, he's the one who eliminated Loki, said a slightly scared Kateria, who kept looking at the brown-haired boy. Shalba, nonsense, he's just bragging, because if you notice, the red dragon is out of the boosted gear, so that little power he has is just his demonic part, it's not a big deal. He spoke with an air of arrogance, looking at the power of the blue-haired man, who in his sight was that of a high-class demon touching Mahu. Issei, and tell me, Kateria, who said that you were going to get out of here alive, since from what I see you are just flies that will soon die, said the blue-haired man with his emotionless tone, beginning to raise his aura more. Shalba, how pathetic to have that power that barely reaches even Mahu. You are no rival without your red dragon, so I will show you the true power of a demon, and you will see the flies that are you and those attempts of Mahu. Thus beginning to raise his aura along with a symbol that appeared on his chest. Issei, well, it's time to eliminate you, I have better things to do. He spoke with disinterest, raising his power even further until he was on par with a celestial dragon. Shalba, damned insolent, I'll put you in your place. Dai, he shouted to launch a torrent of magic that headed at great speed. Issei, how pathetic matter absorption. He spoke while raising his palm, where when the energy collided a vortex would appear, sucking the attack. Shalba, impossible. Not even the White Emperor could bear that. He spoke with fear, seeing how his great attack was absorbed. Issei, pathetic to think that you would give me a better fight than that stupid god is a lot, since as I said you are just a fly. By the way, I will tell you that the white is nothing compared to me, but what am I telling you if a corpse doesn't listen? Ha, he said while extending his other hand. Issei, great disintegration was what he said, and then in his hand a great attack came out at close range in the direction of Shalba, who managed to get out of the way with great difficulty. But Kateria was not so lucky and was trapped in a sphere of power that hit her. Shalba, calm down, Kateria, just break that sphere quickly, we have to inform you that the Red Emperor is alive, said a desperate Shalba, watching as Kateria tried to touch the sphere. Was Kateria's scream as she touched the sphere, only for her arm to disintegrate seconds later, making her scream in pain. Issei, forget it, you're dead, you'll never get out of there, or at least you never would have, ha, laughed the blue-haired boy with a deranged voice. Kateria, Shalba, help me get out of here quickly, were Kateria's pleas as she agonized in pain. At that moment Shalba tried to destroy the sphere, only for his attack to be destroyed seconds later as if it were nothing. Meanwhile, with the spectators, everyone saw the turn things had taken as the dragons destroyed the creatures that had cornered the demons in minutes. Layden, quickly take shelter and evacuate the other demons, we will take care of it, was the dragon's order to the soldiers of the underworld, who obeyed without delay. Serorg, thank you for coming, but you have to be careful, those things are dangerous. Quickly make a team with each squad of the DXD group, spoke the black-haired man, giving orders to the dragons who did not obey, in fact, did not even pay attention to him. Layden, get out of our way, Mahu Baal, we only take orders from Tannen-sama, Drake-sama or Issei-sama, you have no right to give us orders. Serorg, I remind you that we are allies, so listen, said the Mahu Baal, looking at the great dragon. Layden, you didn't hear us, we only obey our dragon leaders, and if you want to command you have to prove that you are on par with Issei-sama or Drake-sama. Drake, enough, Layden, let's hurry since I don't want to miss the massacre that Issei will do with those demons, spoke the great dragon in the air, where Layden nodded quickly and they began to quickly eliminate the enemies which did not even have time to react, and in a few seconds they disappeared. Layden, those were the last. Drake-sama, should we go back to help Issei-sama? Was the question that the young dragon asked Drake, who looked at him and only showed him a laugh. Drake, ha ha ha, don't worry boy, Issei can get rid of those insects if he wants, but let's go quickly to where the other leaders are since I don't want to explain more than once the reason for his behavior. Layden, okay, I'll tell the dragons to be alert in case more enemies arrive. He spoke, receiving a nod which was given with an order to follow him as soon as he finished telling the dragons to be alert. Drake, wow, it seems like he's arrived at the best moment. Drake spoke, arriving with the leaders. Azazel, I thought you were with us a moment ago, I didn't see when you moved. He spoke nonchalantly, looking at the dragon. Drake, I had to take care of some things with the dragons I brought, so you don't have to worry since they are watching the surroundings in case more intruders arrive, he replied, looking at the red-haired Mahu. Sursex, is something wrong, Red Emperor, that makes you look at me like that? Asked the Mahu, looking at Drake, containing a hint of fear at the way he looked at him. Drake, to tell the truth, I don't like that your new Mahu tries to give orders to the dragons I brought to help since they already have their specific orders. Also, if you know very well that the dragons will not pay attention to beings that do not prove to be on par with their leaders, I would not want them to lose one of their own and I one of mine for not following orders due to a misunderstanding, was the dragon's sharp response, looking seriously at those present. Seraphal, we will inform you more about how we have our treaty with you dragons, Dragonchan, was the happy response of the Mahu Leviathan, where Drake only nodded. Forget it, you're dead, you'll never get out of this, or at least you never would have done it, ha 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 ha, were the words that resonated in the city, drawing the attention of everyone present. Issei, well, it's time to start, ha ha ha, was what the blue-haired man said, followed by a movement of his hand where it was closed, forming a fist. Right in the sphere that contained Kateria locked up began to close rapidly, where you could hear the screams of agony that Kateria let out as she felt how her body began to disintegrate, causing her immense pain. Kateria, stop please, I beg you, do whatever you want but stop, were the begging screams towards the brown-haired boy, where when she looked at him he had a wide smile upon seeing her. Issei, stop it? Ha ha ha, no matter how much stupidity you say, you killed many who begged you to let them live, many who begged you and told you the same thing, and you killed them. Tell me, why should it be different? Said the blue-haired man, looking at her with those crimson-black eyes without any brightness or emotion, followed by opening his fist a little so that the sphere would stop from continuing to shrink. Kateria, I know where Ryzen is, I'll tell you what he's up to, but please get me out of here. I'll even be your slave if you let me live, were the moans of the brunette. Shelba, damn you, you'll betray Ryzen just because he set you free, and if that weren't enough, you're willing to be his just to live, was the shout she gave, raising a hand with a magic circle directed at Kateria. Shelba, die traitor, you don't deserve to live, so I'll kill you myself. Having just said that, a circle formed under the sphere, followed by a great attack where Kateria looked terrified as it shot towards her, only to see a sphere with an intact Kateria after the attack disappeared. Issei, ha ha, how pathetic to think that you would destroy my attack with something so pathetic, and to think that you claim to be a direct descendant of the ancient Mahu. Seriously, you are just pathetic, said the blue-haired man, looking at Shalba as if she were a fly. Shalba, you insolent dragon, You are just a dragon who was abandoned and lost everything, ha 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 ha, he laughed madly. Issei, maybe it is, but look, this is how you eliminate an enemy, he said with a smile while in a swift movement he appeared behind the sphere and as if nothing had happened, he crossed the sphere and Kateria right in the part of the heart only to then take it out, showing Kateria's heart still beating, killing her at the moment, and crushing her heart. Shalba. Impossible, he killed her without any resentment, and she also had to suffer by her own power. This is impossible, were the thoughts of the demon, looking with fear at the ex-brown-haired man. Drake, wow, so he's showing that instinct and thirst for blood again, the dragon spoke to himself but was heard by the others. Azazel, what are you saying, Drake? Asked the fallen, looking at the scene and noticing the look of the boy who felt no remorse or fear or satisfaction for his action. Drake, my partner will simply kill anyone who stands in the way of his ideals, and as everyone can see, he has no remorse or feelings when killing. Rias, you're lying. My Issei isn't like that. He can't kill without any resentment. He's not Issei, said the redhead, looking at the scene with fear, followed by the seats of the other ex-girls. Drake, you're wrong. Issei no longer has that sense of protecting or giving a second chance, since he didn't have it when he needed them most. When he was sad or trying to forget his perversion. When that fall Reincarnation killed him, who saw his mental state? Did they perhaps ask him how he was or help him forget that trauma? Drake, on his deathbed he never hated you, but finally before dying he opened his eyes. He saw that no one cared about him, that they would never recognize him, and more than anything they would never be there when he needed them, blinded from the truth and a growing anger about to give in and become an evil dragon. He appeared giving a second chance, one that Issei always expected from you, but no one gave it to him. He taught him to control his emotions and at the same time train him to be his successor, eliminating emotions with the passage of his training and focusing on one thing, killing and reaching the abyss alone to fulfill a dream forgotten by the most powerful dragon that previously existed, a dream that my partner took up again. The dragon spoke, making the others sad because of what the brown-haired man wanted, and they never gave it to him. Meanwhile in the battle, Shalba, I see you've improved, but you're still pathetic for losing everything and doing nothing. Issei, do you think I care about that? If it were up to me, I would let you eliminate each other and kill you when you are weak. But I don't do it because of my past, but because of the person I have now. After Issei said that, a seal appeared on the upper left side of the blue-haired man's chest, where he had a dragonic inscription followed by a chain around it which broke in seconds, releasing a wave of power and air current that destroyed part of the ground. Seconds later he felt how the power of the former brown-haired man increased more and more. Shalba, but what the hell was that? How is it that you have so much power being useless? I said, starting to get scared. Issei said nothing and then showed a smile and disappeared in seconds and reappeared behind Shalba with something in his hand, being the latter's heart. Shalba, but how bwag, he spat out blood and then began to fall and lose consciousness. But just before saying his last words, he won't have mercy on you. And then dying. Issei, I want to see him try it, ha 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 ha, finishing, sending a sphere of power disintegrating Shalba's body, since Kateria's had disintegrated when she died. With the leaders, Drake, Bala, who would say he released one of the seals that Agnologia put on him, but what surprises me is that it was the seal of the heart. Look at Gabriel. You've done a great job, Angel. You have all my respect and my gratitude for helping my friend and showing that he can be loved. He spoke, surprising more than one by what he said and being in shock to hear that Gabriel apparently had a relationship with the former brown-haired man. Gabriel, I promised him that no matter what I will love him and support him. Even if he fell, I would be with the flag of death, freeing his heart from that darkness. Spoke the most beautiful angel in heaven, surprising those present again. The former brunette girls felt a part of them being taken away and making them sad. Sirzex, Drake, what was the seal that appeared on Issei? The Mahu spoke with doubt. Drake, as I told you, it is the seal that Agnologia put on Issei to protect part of his power. But to release it they have some conditions, and the one you observed was the heart seal, which, if I remember what Agnologia told me, it is only released through love. My partner previously did not believe in love anymore, at least until he met Gabriel, who showed him that everyone deserves to love, and she gave him her heart, resulting in my partner deciding to be with her no matter what happens. He decided to love again, thus releasing the seal, thereby bringing more of my partner's original power, explained the dragon, looking at his partner. arriving where they were. Issei, well, everything is finished, it's time to go. Layden, gather the dragons, it's time to return. He ordered the dragon that was behind the leaders. Layden, right away, Issei-sama, was the short answer before flying off. Surzex, Issei-kun, thank you for your help. We are truly grateful that you are coming, said the Mahu, followed by the atmosphere becoming tense. Issei, it is part of the alliance we have, and as we spoke, we dragons do not break our word. He responded in his monotonous tone. Azazel, what will you do now, boy? The fallen one spoke. Issei, easy, I'll continue with the faction and also look for the Keiho's brigade, and well, I don't think I should tell you what to do, he responded with a bored tone. Odin, wait, don't you think it's dangerous? He didn't finish speaking because he was interrupted. Issei, I think from what you saw, old man, I doubt he needs help, but if you want to help find your traitors and eliminate them, was the emotionless response of the blue-haired man. The others were about to speak when the dragons that were scattered throughout the city arrived. Layden, Issei-sama, everyone is here. We await your orders. Issei, well, Drake, it's time to go, we have to see Layden's training, said the blue-haired man, making the dragon sparkle when he heard that both Issei and Drake were training him. Drake, hi, I didn't have much fun, but anyway, Layden, I hope you're prepared because it's going to be torture. Issei, don't break it before it starts. Well, let's go, he said, and then flew off, leaving those present with the words in their mouths, and some sad girls and an angel happy to hear that Issei loved her. Ophis and Red, Rise of the Final Dragon. After Issei departed, leaving the leaders speechless, he was followed by the dragons heading toward Tannen's territory. Upon arrival, many dragons surrounded those who had been asking about the battle. Issei and Drake's power quickly spread, leaving everyone with their mouths wide open. Whereupon, seeing Drake, many asked him if he could train them, but upon seeing the dragon's malicious smile, they quickly retreated as it gave them a bad feeling. Issei, take that face off, lazy dragon, you scare everyone away, said the blue-haired man upon realizing the dragon's intentions. Drake, come on, you're upset because so many want to train with me and not with you, was the dragon's response, raising his chest with pride. Issei, as if I cared, I accepted Aiden because he's like me when I was young, said the blue-haired man looking at the rookie from afar. Drake, who would have thought? You recovering your emotions is new. He didn't finish when he received a blow to the ribs that sent him crashing into a mountain, drawing everyone's attention. Issei, and I told you to shut up, lazy dragon. I remind you who has more power, said the blue-haired man, who smiled quietly. Tannen, I see you're better, boy, but tell me, with that power you will train Layden, I think he won't last even a day, said the great dragon looking at the blue-haired man, who had a smile seeing where Drake crashed. Issei, what ideas do you have? Tannen, Drake will take care of it for a while, and when he's ready I'll step in to train him. As he finished speaking, the blue-haired man changed his gaze as he felt the space-time distort in front of them, where Tannen, upon feeling it, ordered the dragons to keep their mouths shut. Many had their doubts until they saw a dimensional rift, from which two people came out, but upon recognizing their auras they realized who they were and began to sweat cold, while some bowed their heads upon feeling the gaze of both beings. Issei, Ophis, what brings you here? And I think I have an idea about you, but tell me, Red, are you sure you want to do it? The blue-haired man spoke and asked, looking seriously at both of them. Ophis, is it true that you did the ritual to survive the fall? Asked seriously. The lowly is showing emotion on her face, but one of seriousness and anguish. Issei, your answer is more than obvious. Ophis, you took me to the dimensional crack, isn't it infinite? He spoke seriously, looking at the lowly, who narrowed her eyes. Issei, and Adi, I dream that this is what you want. I spoke more dryly and defiantly. Red, insolent, you dared to treat me as someone equal and even indifferent, as if you were above me. He responded seriously and growling. Red, I have come to finish my revenge with the power that was granted to you. After all, that power is not yours but that of that pitiful, abandoned dragon. I speak, gaining the attention of everyone present. Issei, I'm warning you not to talk about him. So what he told me was that you are nothing more than words instead of power, he replied. Drake, you underestimate someone you don't know. Dream Dragon, let me tell you that the boy in front of you got the power from his own base. Even before he gave him his power, he could already tear you apart in seconds without effort. Spoke the winged dragon of Issei, who looked fiercely at Great Red. Red, and you dared to stand before me as if you were my equal, being the copy of my own existence living in my shadow, ha ha ha. I laugh under my breath. Drake just growled and began to grow and take his full dragonic form, changing his color and increasing his power greatly. Ophis, security-eyed Drake, I see that you have also grown, said the black-haired woman, looking seriously at both of them. Ophis, tell me, Issei, is Agnologia okay? Was the lowly's question, disconcerting all the dragons present, the oldest of whom recognized the name and unconsciously gulped. Issei, and Isen unfortunately died and left me the legacy. He said that I could finally rest, but if you're interested, he told me to give you a message, said the blue-haired man, drawing Ophis's attention. Issei said, Ophis, I hope you are well. I could not say goodbye as I should have. I want you to know that you do not owe me anything. I saved you because I fought for my race, even though they have despised me, even though I lost everything for it. Goodbye, Ouroboros. He finished saying while looking at the lowly, who was shocked by the words. Ophis, I see then if you remembered it. I spoke distantly, putting on a small smile. Note, for the environment, read, enough of this. Tell me, are you ready to face me? You who have the power of the one who was the weakest dragon, the title that was imposed on him. He spoke with an arrogant smile, looking at the blue-haired man. Issei began to raise his power as air currents swirled around him, waving his hair, giving him an imposing appearance. Issei, release. After that, a burst of energy shot out in a pressure wave, creating a large crater, but its power was increasing rapidly. Large Net did the same as he took a few steps forward while smiling and snapping his fingers. Red, okay. That's how I like it. Less talk and more battle. This time I'll show you who's on top of everyone. As he finished saying this, a wave of power shot out again, creating an equally enormous crater. Those present just watched, sweating cold, all except two, who were Drake and Ophis, who squinted at the outcome. Tannen. All the dragons behind spoke while many were wrapped in power but still being pushed back by the two waves of power that were continuously growing. Drake at that moment flooded his surroundings with power, enveloping the dragons, who were saved since Drake's power was acting as a shield. Ophis, a news transfer of the command worthy of a dragon back to life, spoke with his normal wing tone of Drake, who was not surprised by the sudden appearance, since he felt it. Don't even try it, Ouroboros. You wouldn't want to fight against me. He spoke seriously without taking his eyes off the two dragons that were coming off him. Ophis was about to speak until she felt an extremely condensed energy pulse. In Issei's matrix of the ancient seal that safeguards the power, the seals could be seen, but one disappeared, a symbol that they opened, but in a second seal, pulses of energy emanated, only more aggressively. While the network passed, it equaled the power, but he was forced to repel with his hand and take dragonic form when a pulse was about to reach him. Issei, Releasian! Was the shout while his power increased greater than Red's for a moment, breaking the second seal. Then the aura and pulse that were overflowing stopped but were felt in one place, and that was where Issei was, whose pupils dilated like those of the dragons, only that his body was surrounded by small particles of blue and white energy, with a few black ones that when coming into contact with the rocks that floated around him they shattered. Ophis, great molecular demolition is impossible to dominate it throughout the body without problems. Agnologia could only condense it and throw it, said a surprised Ophis. Drake, I told you, he's surpassed Anisan's level. The large net amazed him for a moment but raised its power, being surrounded by a dense layer of its power equaling the chestnut. Great Red, well brat, show me my defeat that you boast so much about. I will show you the reality, he said while he lunged at the blue-haired man. Issei closed his eyes as he took off into the sky, surrounded by an intense blue light that distorted as it enveloped him. Suddenly, four enormous wings emerged from the energy that slowly took the shape of a large dragon. The older dragons and Ophis felt a tingling sensation down their spines as they saw the silhouette that was forming. Red stopped when he saw the silhouette, and finally he revealed himself with a wave of enormous power being felt everywhere, sending Great Red flying away due to the unexpected attack that took him by surprise. Elsewhere, Michael, this power is impossible, he spoke, sweating as he watched all the other angels tremble from the unconscious fear the aura generated. Underworld, Surzek. This power they watched as their pieces sweated along with their family and respective entourage were petrified with fear. Gregory, Azazel, sure, this enormous power would easily crush us, seeing how his companions looked at the ground with a lost look of fear. Unknown location. So the legend was true, he said it, seeing how his hands trembled when he saw an ancient writing. And the dragon of the end will be reborn with his reincarnation stronger than ever. Being the most powerful, he will defend the side he decides and crush whoever opposes him. Destined to fight with 666 and the entities above the supreme gods, his destiny will be forged. All this while the power grew and grew, while in a sealed dimension a great beast awoke and roared as if it was accepting the challenge, increasing its strength to immeasurable levels, partially breaking a piece of the seal that contains it.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.